What if you could complete quests at school and get something totally random, like this guy here who kissed a girl in the classroom, and just from that he grew 3 centimeters, 3 centimeters in height, not 3 centimeters of what you were thinking, you dirty-minded people. And the kiss was indirect too. If I were the system, I'd cancel that kiss just like the referee keeps canceling Argentina's rivals' goals. But is there a quest that increases your banana by 3 centimeters? Just by doing basic quests, he even stops needing glasses. Now he can see the hotties in 1080p. The only problem with the quests is that the difficulty keeps getting higher. It starts with beating up another student. Before you know it, he's starting a war against another school. And all of that while doing quests and throwing intergalactic attacks at students. The girls who used to look down on him, now they're lining up to spend a night at his house.
Why are you gay? You are gay.
There's one shameless girl over there who doesn't even wait until they get home. She starts acting naughty right there in the classroom. They keep locking themselves inside lockers and stuff like that. Where's the 3 centimeter quest at times like this? Oh, and I'll warn you right now that the MC's sister is hot. We also can't say it's 100% thanks to the quests. He also trains really hard to defeat his opponents. Well, I'm not going to tell the whole story here in the intro, right guys? So let me introduce today's series, Quest Supremacy. This manhwa recap covers chapters 1 through 101. I'll also put the timestamp on the screen now for those who already watched part 1. It's a story where the protagonist is a failure who suffers bullying from these boys here. They're watching a story on their phones where the main character also faces bullying. What a coincidence. It almost seems like we're talking about the same story. However, the boys say the story is boring because the bullied boy suddenly gains powers. Little do they know history is about to repeat itself. So they take out their frustration over the webtoon being bad on our protagonist, of course. Then they leave the boy lying on the ground. At that moment, Johnson feels like a complete failure. He starts to think that life could be like a webtoon. They could get a mission system window and become powerful. But soon the protagonist is going to realize that his life actually is a webtoon. That made me think, could our lives be a webtoon too? Then, unexpectedly, Johnson says, mission window. He begins to shout repeatedly, mission window, mission window. But it seems like something like that is impossible to happen. Or is it? Then, surprisingly, a mission window opens for the boy. Before I go to sleep tonight, I'll be shouting mission window too. If the neighbors don't call the police, that's a win. Back in the classroom, the protagonist is staring at the status window. I would have already clicked on the mission window when he was sitting on the street earlier. Our protagonist is wasting time at this moment, and when he finally decides to press yes, his finger slips through the mission window and lands on the belly of this girl. And what a beautiful girl. Afterward, our protagonist is incredibly embarrassed by the incident. Then the girl immediately tells him that this is harassment. Kim tries to explain himself but gets slapped across the face. Unexpectedly, the girl then tells him to go buy her some food. Wait a moment, because what I'm thinking, the girl will start blackmailing him right then. And that's exactly it. At this point, the girl starts mentioning her 20,000 followers. I think we can already bury the protagonist. When he asks her for money to buy her food, the girl insults him and says he should pay and consider them even. For him touching her, to be honest, I think he got off easy. This could have caused a lot of trouble for Johnson, touching the girl's belly. We all know where this mess could end up, so the protagonist quickly goes off, sadly, to buy her food. On his way, he gets punched by the chubby guy. Our protagonist can't catch a break, even when he's already buried in problems. Then the chubby guy pretends to be concerned about him. It's almost pitiful for Johnson. He even gathers a bit of courage to say that someday he'll beat them up. But all it takes is for the chubby guy to make this face like he's about to beat the protagonist, and he apologizes right away. As Goku would say, he's a loser. And the most incredible thing of all is that he's like a lion when arguing with his mom. His mom is a very calm person. The boy even says he'll drop out of school and become a YouTuber. Then even his sister starts mocking him for wanting to be a YouTuber. So Johnson gets upset and slams his bedroom door. But in a way, we can understand a bit of the boy's pain. Bullying is really complicated and shouldn't exist. While lying down, he remembers the mission window. Naturally, our protagonist accepts without a second thought. And the system says he'll receive a card if he completes the mission. A card. Where are the powers? I want power, not a card. After the system creates a tutorial mission for him, we see the current mission. Surprisingly, the first mission is for him to apologize to his mom, and once he completes it, he'll receive a gold card. Johnson quickly jumps out of bed, thinking he'll be able to sell the gold card. Apparently, the card order he can obtain is bronze, silver, and gold. So the boy will certainly get a gold one just for apologizing to his mom. Our protagonist goes to his mom and apologizes for everything he did before, including for shouting at her. But he does it while yelling. Surprise, his mom is speechless since it was very unexpected. Knowing her brother, his sister says he's probably gone crazy, because he never apologizes to his mom. However, the boy completed the mission, and he earned the gold card for completing it. So when Johnson speaks, revealing the card, the grand, magnificent gold card appears. On the card, it says, consumable card, grow 3 centimeters. Literally, the boy will grow 3 centimeters in height when he uses that card. In other words, the card grants the powers I mentioned earlier, and after he uses this card, it will disappear. Imagine if it were a card to grow 3 centimeters of something else. That would be the diamond card, the dream of men. Our protagonist accepts the card and runs to the kitchen, calling for his mother. The boy excitedly tells her that he grew 3 centimeters. Yesterday, he was 1.68 meters, and today he's 1.71 meters. However, there's a catch. This card was a tutorial. The next ones will probably be much harder to complete, and the system even shows how many cards he has at the moment, which is 0, because he just consumed the only one he had. Then, unexpectedly, his mother also apologizes to him, and she tells him to sit down to eat. Afterward, the boy finds it strange because his relationship at home wasn't very good. Not to mention everything was upside down. At school, he would apologize, and at home, he was arrogant with his mother. It seems that thanks to the system, things are going to change. The next day back at school, Johnson appears very happy. Apparently, even the girls noticed the boy grew taller. Our protagonist is brimming with joy over having grown just 3 centimeters. Imagine if something else grew. Then the system starts creating an unusual mission in front of him. He's informed that after completing it, he'll receive a gold card and a silver card. But while he's distracted reading the mission, he bumps into someone. Unexpectedly, the girl he bumps into is the same one who was extorting him earlier, Bak Charon. And guess what the mission objective is? Kiss Bak Charon. At that moment, our boy knew he was in serious trouble. Bak then glares at him and asks if he wants a beating for looking at her like that. Our protagonist is going to have a really hard time completing this mission. The girl even thinks that beating him up might make him happy. So Johnson, understanding the consequences, decides to abandon the mission. However, giving up could bring worse consequences than just getting beaten by a girl. Then the system informs him that if he gives up, he'll lose all previously earned rewards, and the mission window will never appear again. And as Johnson begins to think he'll go back to being a garden gnome at 1.68 meters tall, he concludes that he can't give up. And if you're 1.68 meters or shorter and feel offended, feel free to bite my shin. Just kidding. You'll barely reach my calf. But there's one more thing. The boy must complete this mission by the end of the class. Specifically, when the bell rings to go home. All jokes aside, look at this girl. She's way out of our protagonist's league. So he starts freaking out, saying kiss, kiss out loud in the classroom, until he hears someone say it to him. Do you want a kiss? The protagonist asks if it's for real. At that moment, our boy gets all excited. But it was just his weird friend mocking him. Actually, Johnson calls this guy Yakuza. I'm not sure if it's because of his looks or if that's actually his name. Besides, he apparently took a beating from the boys too. So the protagonist asks why he doesn't fight back against his bullies since he looks strong. But then the guy changes the subject, asking about the kiss again. Is Yakuza actually strong? Or is he part of the Yakuza? Very suspicious. Actually, I take that back. This guy looks like someone who'll be beaten up along with Johnson, nothing more. And about the kiss, the protagonist asks his friend what he would do to get a kiss from a girl. Then Yakuza responds, saying he'd be honest with her. But that would never work in Johnson's case. The most he'd get for being honest would be a punch right in the nose. So Yakuza suggests that he pay for the kiss. The protagonist gets excited, but I think that would be worse than being honest. So he scraps that plan. For him to kiss someone, he'd have to be alone with this girl somewhere, and thinking it over, there's only one place where she'd be alone. That would be during physical education. Interestingly, Bake always skips it, using the famous trick to sleep in the classroom. There were many like that where I studied. But this time, the girl wakes up and realizes Johnson is in the room. Then Bake asks if he was staring at her, and he's already starting to get nervous. But she was only teasing him. Taking advantage of the situation, she asks him to grab her a juice. To her surprise, the protagonist had already picked it up before she even asked. Our protagonist is 100% prepared to receive the famous dimensional lick. Bak thinks he's a good servant, while he's considering asking her out. I've never seen a protagonist succeed in situations like these. They're always left defeated. But this could be a nice break from the usual cliché. Could this be the moment? Kim runs and grabs the juice from her hand, and gives the famous dimensional slurp on the juice. The girl is extremely shocked. Our protagonist slams the juice on the table with newfound courage and asks if she has ever kissed anyone before. And he does it all with a stance like the cockroaches from the Men in Black movie. The coffee-addicted cockroaches. Straighten your spine, my man. Then the girl completely cuts his vibe, if you know what I mean, asking if he wants to end up in jail. But the real problem was the boys watching and filming. Unfortunately, I think our protagonist is in deep trouble. The poor girl is even embarrassed. Johnson starts asking the guy to delete the footage. Then he gets angry and yells. As a result, he gets punched. Next, the bully prepares to humiliate him further. As he raises his arm to hit him again, guess who grabs the bully's arm? None other than Bak Charon herself. But this doesn't mean she's going to kiss him right there. Unexpectedly, the bully obeys. Sarcastically, he leaves with his group saying he didn't film anything. This seems like evidence to be used in the future. Stay alert, girl. Before leaving, the girl even advises our protagonist. To the boy's surprise, she tells him to go home and rest instead of just getting beaten up. She's not as mean as I thought. Maybe in the future, Johnson will have a chance with her. But that's only in the future. Because right now, the protagonist is at home crying like a child. The guy regrets even trying. Hang in there, soldier. Life has its twists and turns. Sometimes they're only there to make you feel worse. We really can't have everything in life. But that's okay. Still, our protagonist ended up at a disadvantage. No cart, no kiss, no glasses. It's not easy for this protagonist. But surprisingly, he completed the mission. Those with an IQ above 200 already figured out how he completed it, even from home. It wasn't the plot that saved him. It was the juice Johnson left for her. Returning to how this happened, it was the famous indirect kiss. Do you really think this counts as a kiss? I don't think so. If you consider that a kiss, I know you've kissed your friend like that. So I think you are. That's why I always wake up at 4 in the morning and climb a mountain to drink water straight from the spring. I'm cautious. But back to our protagonist. At this moment, the gold and silver cards appear. Then the boy asks to reveal the cards. Enough with the fooling around. You may be dumb, but you're no fool, I know that. Actually, I think that's just a guess because I wouldn't bet on this protagonist. And when he looks at the gold card, he's dumbfounded by what he sees. Surprisingly, the card restores his vision to 2.0, and he doesn't even hesitate to use it. But I found it kind of average. Actually, I thought it was average until I saw how he was seeing. In reality, he couldn't see practically anything. And look how things improved after the card's miracle. The guy is ecstatic. But then he remembers he has another card up his sleeve. If you catch my drift, it's not up his sleeve. It's in the system. Even though it's silver. When he reveals the card, he's stunned once again. I think he'll keep doing this just to make us curious too. But he reacts like this because the card is too good to be a silver card. But what's so special about this card? You'll only find out at the end of the video. Because now Johnson is running off to tell everyone he's seen better. But his mother wasn't in the kitchen. Only his sister was there, mocking him, saying he got punched in the face again to end up looking like that. Unexpectedly, she also asks him not to talk to her at school. Poor protagonist. Is she ashamed of him for being a failure? Now even at school, he's being targeted a lot. Just because he grew taller and can see doesn't mean he's immune to punches in the stomach. The bully tells him he has the nerve to come back to school after all that. Then the big guy keeps hitting Johnson. I thought this only happened in hidden places, but it's happening in the classroom. And surprisingly, no one helps the boy. This is probably the school of failures. The protagonist needs to complete the mission quickly to be able to defend himself from the bully. And Johnson's friend, Yakuza, only tells him not to eat, to avoid vomiting after getting beaten, because the bully will probably be waiting for him after the cafeteria. And there they are. The bully has forced the protagonist to kneel and apologize, but the boy wasn't actually doing that. He was making up excuses. Unfortunately, the bully noticed. The bully realized that Johnson isn't apologizing sincerely this time, so he slaps the protagonist again and throws the cigarette aside, ordering Johnson to pick it up and smoke it. The bully is literally forcing the boy to smoke his cigarette. This is very wrong. Don't smoke because cigarettes cause cancer. With no way to defend himself, the protagonist was going to pick up the cigarette to use it, when his sister arrives and asks what they're doing. While the boy was defenseless on the ground, the bully immediately asks the protagonist who the girl is. Then he answers that it's his sister, and the bully makes up an excuse to avoid admitting he was beating the boy, pretending they're good friends. Suspicious, his sister asks the boy if it's really true, and the idiot says yes. Maybe this was a chance to put an end to the bullying. But the protagonist didn't have the courage to tell the truth. The bully hugs Johnson to leave, even glancing at his sister on the way out. Then we see that the bully took the protagonist to the bathroom. Unexpectedly, the bully apologizes to the boy. And of course, the bully asks Johnson to introduce him to his sister. And he says this while wiping his hands on the boy's arm. Then the bully insists that he wants to meet Johnson's sister, saying she's very hot. If it were me in this protagonist's place, I'd have already punched this creep. What a miserable bully. I don't think I need to keep repeating that bullying needs to be reported. It's not solved with more violence. Or maybe it is. Just kidding. But maybe it's true. But it's Yakuza who interrupts, having been in the next stall taking care of business. However, Yakuza immediately gets punched in the nose. The bully says he should stop scaring others with that ugly face. Yakuza is 18, but he looks like he's 40. Look, that's actually true. The bully's right. Out of nowhere, the protagonist calls the bully a failure. The bully asks what he said, and he repeats it. Could it be today, folks? The bully goes towards Johnson to punch him. But surprisingly, the boy lands a clean punch on the bully. What happened here? Am I dreaming that this protagonist is fighting back? But it's not a dream, folks. Do you remember the silver card? Well, that card was an attack card. It's a punch that boxers use. Even though it's only level F's 0 out of 100, it's still an attack card. He used a punch. The bully is completely confused. Then the system seizes the opportunity to create another mission. Defeat Choi Chang-dong in the fight. He'll earn a gold and bronze card this time. So Johnson asks Choi if he thinks his sister is hot, and he declares that the bully will swallow those words. And based on what's been shown so far, the gold card seems to change his body directly. The silver one grants him skills. So we're left wondering about the bronze one. After taking the first punch to the nose, the bully says he finds it interesting. Did it shake his brain? I think the bully finally lost it. Even the protagonist is confused by Choi's reaction. Then Choi says that Johnson must have learned that on YouTube and wants to fight. That's how it works. Before the guy finishes talking, the protagonist unexpectedly lands another punch on his nose. Stay alert, man. He caught you off guard. Then Choi starts going into shock, wondering where Johnson learned that. Next, the bully charges at Johnson, furious. But the protagonist stays focused and lands several punches on Choi, leaving the guy unable to move. And guess what? The protagonist not only beat Choi, but even sat on him. That sounds kind of wrong, actually. But mission given is mission accomplished, folks. Yakuza keeps asking if Johnson finished Choi off. And suddenly, Yakuza grabs his friend's hand and says they should get out of there. Then the two of them head to a small house, because Choi's friends will probably come after him. Since bullies never go alone, they're always in those little groups. So the protagonist imagines he'll be beaten up during the break. I don't think he's wrong to think that way. While Johnson is explaining himself about boxing, he receives a notification. Could it be my favorite notification? The system notifies him that at that moment, his boxing skills have increased to 97 out of 100. And Yakuza asks why he's talking to himself, asking if he's gone crazy or is just feeling lonely. And when the protagonist checks, he realizes the cards are revealing themselves. So he wonders if he'll have to wait a bit. Suddenly, the girls arrive and both boys are startled. Then Beck says she was looking for him, and Johnson mentions he got into a fight unintentionally. He says this thinking she'd report him, but actually Bake wanted to ask him to leave early. Could she be starting to feel empathy for Johnson? But the two end up getting caught on the way. Then Troy looks at Johnson, wondering if it was really him who attacked him. Then the bully's friends start mocking them, calling them losers. The cruiser tries to argue and Choi quickly punches him. And the guy holding the protagonist gets annoyed with these boys for staring at him. Could it be that these boys came thinking of helping Johnson? Could the school of losers be trying to rise from the depths? I think it's unlikely, but who knows? And the protagonist is nervous, thinking that guy could show up at any moment. Guva Jun, the student who, when he first arrived at school, beat everyone up. And speaking of the man, look who showed up. Ever heard of not saying his name or he'll appear? There's your proof. The guy is happily telling him that the bully is knocked out in the bathroom. Before even finishing his story, he looks into Hajun's face. Then he starts thinking about life. How good it was to have lived so long. Then Hajun asks who Choi Changdong is, and unexpectedly, he confesses. Obviously, Hajun also asks Johnson if Changdong hit him. So the protagonist says yes. Then Hajun tells Johnson to lift his head and asks if he really fought with Changdong. The protagonist answers yes. Then Hajun asks why Johnson fought with Choi, and Johnson responds that the bully spoke badly about his family. Gu Hajun finds it interesting and asks if he's actually good, and he asks Johnson to show him right then and there, because people told him that the protagonist was good at boxing. So the guys start getting excited. Meanwhile, Yakuza is sad because everyone thinks Hajun and Johnson are about to fight. Then the protagonist says he knows nothing about boxing. The guy asks if he'll show him or if he'd prefer to get beaten up right there. Well, folks, the protagonist has no choice. Which option would you pick in his place? Would you fight back or would you take the beating without fighting? I don't know. And at that moment, the protagonist looks at his cards and realizes he might be able to use them. But Johnson is under a lot of pressure while Hajun stares him down. But this time, the protagonist has his cards up his sleeve, if you know what I mean. The card on the left will restore all of his fatigue and can only be used once per day. But will this card disappear after use? Because if the card stays in the inventory, it's reminding me of a certain technique from a certain someone. I don't know anything. As for the bronze card, it raises his voice. It could have raised something else, but not this time. Honestly, I find this card pretty useless. If he raises his voice during a fight, it's likely the guy will get mad and beat him up. And that's exactly what the protagonist is thinking at the moment. While Hajun keeps insisting that Johnson show his boxing skills, poor Yakuza has already lost hope. And since there's no other choice, the protagonist takes a swing at Hajun, and surprisingly, the guy dodges effortlessly. Then Gu makes a face as if he's playing around on the playground. Our protagonist starts to panic, because let's be honest, Hajun was incredibly fast. Next, Johnson makes several more attempts to hit Hajun, but he can't land a single blow. Then, to Johnson's surprise, Hajun decides to show off his agility by hitting him with a punch. What a shame. Oh my goodness. And he's out. 2 hours later, Ken wakes up completely disoriented after a while, because that single punch Hajun threw knocked him out like a baby. And when Johnson looks ahead, Gu-ha is there staring at him. The protagonist immediately gets ready for a beating, mixed with the chaves feint. However, unexpectedly, Hajun tells Johnson to follow them because they're going for a smoke. Kim is surprised and doesn't understand anything. Our protagonist was sleeping on the ground, so it's really hard to grasp what's going on. Now outside, Johnson is in the middle of the delinquents. Then the guy points his cigarette at him and tells him to smoke it. Funny enough, no one here asks. They just command. Then the protagonist ends up saying he doesn't smoke. But inside his mind, he's going through a conspiracy theory, thinking that they only took him to that place because they couldn't beat him up inside. Then Hajun just asks his name, which is Johnson, obviously, and apologizes for earlier, saying he retaliated and hit him instinctively because the protagonist seems to have talent. Everything Guha says leaves Johnson impressed. Back at Johnson's place, he comments that the missions so far have just been tutorials, and they're giving him gold, silver, and bronze cards. So Johnson wonders, are there stronger missions and stronger cards too? Imagine the abilities superior cards could offer over gold. It must be really overpowered. The next day at school, Johnson and his Yakuza friend are scared, thinking the guys might come after them. And suddenly, someone calls out to Johnson. Unexpectedly, the chubby guy shows up, saying he looked for him everywhere, and the protagonist quickly gets up, ready to fight Choi. But Choi just tells Johnson to go to where Hajun is. It seems the chubby guy turned into a messenger after getting beaten by our protagonist. Well, folks, seeing the school leader doesn't sound like a good idea, but if he runs now, he might as well never come back to school. So Johnson gathers courage and goes there. And there's Hajun, along with the whole crew, as always smoking a cigarette, which causes cancer. The guy immediately tells Johnson to sit while the girls are whispering, until someone calls for him. To our boy's surprise, is the possible future girlfriend of our protagonist worried about him again. And someone asks the protagonist to sing a song since they're at karaoke. So Johnson decides to use that high-pitched card and starts singing. And everyone begins to be impressed by the boy's talent. I start feeling secondhand embarrassment. Even Hajun is impressed. The girls start praising Johnson, and the guys also start asking if he's friends with Hajun. And Hajun himself responds affirmatively, saying his name for everyone to hear. Johnson then feels happy, believing he won't get beaten that day, looks at Guha, and thinks he's not as bad as they say. And for the first time the next day, the protagonist actually wants to go to school. Johnson's life started to change, all thanks to the missions. But why am I feeling that many problems are about to come up soon? Am I the only one feeling this way? And speaking of problems, Hajun suddenly appears, asking if he's heading to school. Then the protagonist is all happy because the guy invited him to go together. And that was the moment when the main mission began. Yes, the tutorial missions are over. Now it's serious, folks. And upon completing this mission given to him now, he'll be rewarded with a platinum card. And it was when Hajun called him to leave that the mission appeared. The mission to fight against Gu Hajun himself and win. The guy is the leader of the Gangkok Siu prep school, and the protagonist has only 3 days to complete it. Well, folks, it's going to get harder now. And besides the main one, the system activated a secondary mission for him. A mission where he can earn more cards from now on. But for that, you'll have to like the video. Otherwise, the system won't give cards to anyone here. As for Johnson hitting Hajun, he could ask to train with him and then go for a sneaky knockout. Although with Hajun's reflexes, I think that's practically impossible. So the protagonist starts freaking out, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, the guy notices and asks if Johnson wants to tell him something. The result is the protagonist in shock, not knowing whether to eat or ponder life, although he could easily do both at the same time. Even his friend seems a bit worn out. Obviously, it's because Hajun is also at the table. So the cruiser asks Johnson why that guy was there, and it's obvious it's because the protagonist is his friend. And the worst part is that Hajun is being really polite, saying he'll leave first. You never guess he'll probably want to beat up Johnson later. Then out of nowhere, the protagonist says it's easy. Yakuza asks if he's easy, or what the protagonist wants to do with him. Johnson tells him to shut up. But what the protagonist was thinking is that he could simply quit the mission and stay close friends with Hajun, being protected forever. And as he's about to greet Guha, he sees the guy smashing the bully on the ground. While Choi is taking a beating and apologizing at the same time, Hajun seems unfazed. The poor protagonist can't believe what he's seeing. The one who has to rub it in his face to make him understand is his maybe future girlfriend, Bakcharan. The girl who can barely cross her arms. Just look. And she tells him that the guy's getting beaten up because he hasn't been paying them recently. Kim knows this well, as he's one of the ones who pays, or used to pay, the most. And all that money goes straight into Hajun's pocket. So she warns Johnson, saying that since the guy has been nice to him lately, he should know what kind of person Hajun really is. And when the protagonist looks up, there's the guy smiling and asking how long he's been standing there. From the look on his face, you never guess he was just beating someone up. The protagonist says he just arrived and has something to ask him. So Johnson asks Hajun why he's being so nice to him. Surprised, Hajun asks what he's talking about. Then Hajun says it's because Johnson is really good at boxing. Then Gu says that before meeting the protagonist, everyone else was like insects to him. No one had any strength. At that moment, Johnson has that thought again. If he just quits the mission and goes back to being his old self, Hajun won't want to hang out with him anymore. And he'll want to beat him up just like the others do. Then Google wants to know why he's so curious, shaking him like a wacky waving inflatable arm man, saying he can tell him what's going on. Of course he can, believe it. Go on and tell him you want to knock him out so we can see what happens. But then again, he might like it. If he tells him he wants to fight him, the guy might actually enjoy that. And since the protagonist has no other choice, all he can do is train to try to overcome Hajun. But obviously, that won't be easy. The guy is practically the Mike Tyson of real life. So all the protagonist can do is use his cards and hope the guy trips and breaks his neck on his own. Because fighting him hand-to-hand is going to be very tough. And otherwise, everything's good. Then, while Johnson is resting, some people come up asking him for money to pay for the fare. And when the protagonist says he doesn't even have money to buy a better tank top, the guys ask if he still doesn't understand the situation, saying they'll tear him apart. So the protagonist repeats that he has no money. And the guy insists that he's going to beat him up. So there it is. Mess around, get smacked, my friend. Quickly, the guy touches his nose and says, "Oh, so you're the type that hits first." Obviously, they arrive threatening him. They should get punched in the nose for that. And with that one punch the protagonist threw, he managed to level up his jab mastery, which was still lacking. Now that he's reached the skill limit and has gone up to rank E, and the protagonist immediately feels it, and he's very happy. Then the guy tries to catch him off guard and gets another punch in the nose to keep him alert. Apparently, Johnson is faster and stronger now. And even with the guy semi-knocked out, he punches him again to make sure his nose will stay good and swollen afterward. Furious, the guy orders his henchmen to finish him off. Obeying their leader's orders, the guys approach Johnson. And it's at that moment the system creates a secondary mission, a mission to fight 5 people at once and win. These missions are getting easier, aren't they? There's even a secret requirement we don't know about, because it's a secret, right? And the system even lets him give up on the secondary missions. So when he thinks about quitting, the guys are already coming toward him to beat him up. Then out of nowhere, he does something here that I didn't quite understand, and calls everyone to fight. Why did he do that to his tank top? I'm feeling secondhand embarrassment for this protagonist. Is it just me? The protagonist is such a fool, but at least he's getting stronger, which is what matters. And as we can tell, he only earns points for this card by beating up guys, not training alone. Kim even used the high-pitch card to say he wasn't afraid of them, even while crying. Now that's courage. The guys watch him with psychopathic expressions, asking if he trains boxing, and suddenly they charge at him. They seem a bit disturbed too. The protagonist, wearing his feminine-style X-shaped tank top, punches one of the guys without hesitation. The man falls to the ground, eyes wide open. I don't even know where I am right now. The protagonist even wonders if he finished the guy off, but it seems he just knocked him out. Well, at least now there are only 4 left. After several attempts by the others to revive the guy, the protagonist finally understands that a punch to the chin leads to a knockout. Now he's learned. One of them yells to capture the protagonist, while the others start getting ready. And here they come. Then the protagonist also charges forward, of course. Obviously, he wouldn't just stand still. If they surround him, it's almost certain to be his end. But it seems they finally reach Johnson. However, our protagonist seems out of energy. They're the ones who smoke, but he's the one out of breath. They keep saying he's tired, but he doesn't stand a chance. But the protagonist suddenly pulls out the famous Dragon Ball bean. Old school fans will understand. Then Johnson swallows it without even a glass of water, just like that. It's the famous recovery bean. It was that silver card he kept next to the high-pitch one. It finally came in handy. Then the first of the clueless guys charges at Johnson. The protagonist throws a powerful jab at him, dodges forward, and lands 5 more jabs. The opponent is left confused, wondering, wasn't this guy tired? Now it's too late to complain, you idiot. Especially since the second guy has already been knocked out and defeated. But we have to admit, his tank top still looks strange. I'm still trying to understand why he did that to his own clothing. And honestly, I'm almost afraid there might actually be a logical explanation. Like I twisted the tank top to keep it from falling. Oh sure, now that 2 of the 5 idiots have been defeated, they're finally starting to worry. Isn't it a bit late for that, guys? Suddenly, the protagonist charges at them, shouting. He lands a punch on the first guy's chin, then the second, and finishes with a chin hit on the third. It's always the chin. So he defeated all 5 at once. Our protagonist is relentless. And in the midst of all this, that secret objective was achieved. He defeated 5 guys without getting hit. The system even congratulates him for it, and it's not even his birthday. Look how impressive that is. And by completing the secret objective, he'll receive an additional gold card. 2 more cards and a side mission. At this rate, the protagonist is going to get strong quickly. There's no other way. Even he understands he's lucky. That's right. Just the fact that the system appears for him already makes him lucky, my friend. And there he goes with his X-shaped tank top, requesting the card reveal. As always, his expression makes us extremely curious. It's impossible to tell if the card is amazing or a total fraud. The protagonist always makes these expressions that confuse us. The next day at school, there's little time left to finish his mission to defeat June. So Johnson is pensive. Actually, he's completely nervous. Right now, he has 4 cards. High pitch, recovery bean, and 2 more we still don't know about. They keep making it suspenseful. But is that enough to face the monster? Now he has no choice. If he fails, he'll go back to being the loser who got beaten up by everyone. Suddenly, Yakuza asks if he wants to kiss him. This Yakuza is crazy. He said that because the protagonist was staring at him. Kim even laughs at this moment, because Yakuza is his true friend, the one who's been by his side all this time. So Johnson thanks Yakuza for helping him up to this point, and Yakuza is left completely confused, not understanding a thing. This gives me the impression that Yakuza is hiding something and is actually the true leader of the school. But then the school boss arrives. Hajun shows up inviting the protagonist to go to the cafeteria with that expression on his face. Is it an invitation or a threat? The protagonist immediately stands up because he's no fool. Suddenly, 2 students show up, and one of them is holding an ice cream. Look at that. Imagine the scene. The guy throws the ice cream at Hajun. He starts apologizing immediately, but it seems it's already too late. The protagonist and Bak Charon realize the situation is about to get complicated, and Yakuza is ready to seal the deal. This will be the most expensive ice cream the guy's ever paid for in his life. While Hajun holds the guy to hit him, he invites the protagonist to go to the cafeteria again. However, the protagonist asks him to stop. Let the guy go, or we're going to fight. And look at that, the protagonist finally got some courage. Or he's gone crazy, that's also an option. Hajun calls in by name and asks if he knows what he's doing. So the protagonist replies, "Of course I do, you idiot. Enough talking. Let's settle this with a fight, man. Now I see who Yakuza is getting ready to bury." Just kidding, folks. Maybe with that gold card, the protagonist can headbutt Hajun's hand. He could have just invited him for a friendly spar, sure, but since he's decided to do this, let's see how it goes. Looking on the bright side, at least the protagonist isn't wearing that crisscross tank top right now. That's true. He can challenge the school's top guy out of nowhere. When he realizes it, Hajun's hand is already coming his way. I thought he was done for. But it was just to say he's a loyal guy, asking if Johnson is mad because he's messing with his friends. The protagonist starts getting confused while Hajun asks him to stop being angry, and he says friends shouldn't fight with each other. And man, look at the size of Hajun's hand. It covers Johnson's whole head. And out of nowhere, the guy grabs the protagonist and takes him to get something to eat. During break time, the famous whispers start going around, those classic gossip sessions. One of the girls comments to another that a weird kid picked a fight with Hajun, but too bad if he didn't succeed. However, no one expected Hajun to apologize. They thought Hajun would have skinned the protagonist alive. That's why the protagonist is sad. Yes, he's sad he didn't manage to start a fight. Yakuza tries to console him, but the mission is about to expire. It's hard for the protagonist not to feel down. It's like Samson's about to lose his hair, you know? And Yakuza asks why he's feeling this way. The protagonist says it's because of Hajun. And suddenly, someone calls him. Obviously, it's the brunette who can't stay away from our protagonist. She arrives asking if he's trying to pick a fight with Hajun, and he says he doesn't know. Now it's his turn to ask her. He quickly asks why she's hanging out with Hajun, considering she helped him with Choi Changdong, told him about Hajun, and helped him other times. And come to think of it, she doesn't bully the weaker ones. In short, she must be a good person. And we agree she's actually a really good person. Her response is that it's comfortable being around the guys. And the protagonist says it's the same for him. Then she cuts him off, telling him not to cross the line because she's giving him some respect. And before he realizes it, the protagonist is already drinking her juice. And suddenly, someone calls the protagonist, all panicked. Something big is happening. This big thing is one of Hajun's gang members asking why Yakuza wants to talk to Hajun. They claim Hajun wouldn't want to talk to someone like him. The guy was already about to go after Yakuza when Hajun shows up and tells everyone to get out of the way. He asks why Yakuza called him. And very annoyed, he says Johnson shouldn't be bothered because he's acting strange today because of him. Yakuza emphasizes to Hajun that what he's doing is bullying. Then Hajun punches Yakuza in the face so hard even his henchmen are scared of him. Then Hajun says that he and Johnson are friends and that he also hates people like Yakuza, saying he doesn't even seem like a real person. Wow, that was harsh. He says there are ranks in this world and Yakuza is holding Johnson back from climbing those ranks. He's dragging Johnson's rank down. But Yakuza says that if that's what he thinks about Johnson, then Johnson doesn't consider him a friend. Out of nowhere, Johnson shows up and lands a punch on Hajun's chin, leaving even the henchmen in shock. Not even Hajun understood what just happened. The protagonist immediately asks Yakuza if he knows that, if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have survived this unbearable school life. Of course, the rumors have already spread far and wide. They ran through every classroom, shouting that the fight was happening outside. Quickly, a crowd gathers to watch. But they're all saying this won't be a fight, it'll be a massacre. Everyone's there to see the showdown. Yakuza, the protagonist's brunette crush, Miyu and Hajun, asks if Johnson really wants to fight. After all, until then he thought Johnson was his friend. The protagonist says he's going to make things very clear from that moment on. The only friend he has is Yakuza, and he even dropped a son of a bitch at the end just to make it clear he was mad. He's confident he'll beat Hajun because his gold card gives him extra strength for only 5 seconds. So he declares he'll take down the guy in 5 seconds. Oh, that was a dumb move. He should have used that card on the first punch he threw. Hit him until he won. That's how he would have won. Now he missed his chance, gave the lion an opening, and will have to endure the hits. And the worst part is that Hajun genuinely thought he was his friend. But that superior attitude doesn't mix with friendships. But as we see, this fight isn't happening in the arcade, folks. Do you think the protagonist can win this fight playing fair? The protagonist now claims he'll win the fight in 5 seconds. So everyone thinks he must have some kind of problem. And the troublemakers start saying today will be his funeral. I think so too. Look at Hajun's size next to Johnson. It's not going to end well. But it's obvious that the protagonist prepared for this. He comes in throwing a punch at Hajun's face, leaving Yakuza impressed. The protagonist's future girlfriend too. But the problem is he missed the hit. Hajun even comments that the 5 seconds you mentioned have already passed. Everyone is amazed, saying it felt like watching a boxing match. They're more impressed that the protagonist, who was once a failure, is now a failed boxer. A bit of an upgrade, right? That's true. The people in the crowd say Hajun can't fight back because the protagonist just keeps moving forward and hitting non-stop. But I don't think that's what's happening here. The fools there start panicking, not knowing what to do if Hajun loses. But Hajun losing to such an exhausted protagonist is almost impossible. It's easier for me to win the lottery without ever playing than for that to happen. Well, maybe not that unlikely. But Hajun advances and punches the protagonist in the ribs, and my friend, that rib punch could straighten out your nose. And the protagonist quickly falls to the ground because after a well-placed punch like that, there's no way not to fall. And Hajun is already feeling cocky, asking if that's all the protagonist can do. What surprises the crowd is that once again, the protagonist starts talking about the 5 seconds. So Hejun gets furious and comes in with his punch again. Then Hejun asks if he intends to win the fight only by using jabs. But that's not all the protagonist prepared for the fight. He has that famous 5-second card. That's why he keeps insisting on it, claiming it will give him extra strength. Now we need to find out what this card actually is. Then the protagonist acts impulsively, advancing towards Hejun in a very reckless way. But of course, Hejun lands another punch on Johnson's mouth. The others start laughing because he's trying to take down Hejun despite the weight difference. And again, Johnson keeps talking about the 5 seconds, charging forward fearlessly once more. Again, Hejun strikes him. Hejun can't even comprehend what Johnson is trying to do, and he keeps charging forward, taking hits repeatedly. Finally, he manages to get close to Hejun. When that happens, he takes the Dragon Ball pill to restore his physical strength. However, during this process, Hejun starts getting extremely irritated as the protagonist is clinging to him. Others try to intervene to break up the fight because the situation is getting serious. Hejun states that he genuinely wants to finish him off at that moment. When Hejun tries to push the protagonist away, he can no longer do so as Johnson is glued to him, having finally used the additional strength card. The card itself is simply a card that grants the protagonist 100 kilograms of strength, bringing his total to 156 kilograms. However, we have to admit that this scene of him clinging to Hejun is quite strange. I think the guys start getting surprised because they see the protagonist lifting Hejun off the ground. With his current 156 kilograms strength, he lifts his opponent and slams him onto his back on the floor. Hejun immediately feels the impact. Next week, he'll probably have to go to school in a wheelchair, at the very least. And it doesn't stop there. The protagonist takes off his hoodie and ridiculously makes the X symbol with his tank top, which I still don't understand why he keeps doing to this day. Then he starts throwing punches at Hejun's face while he's on the ground. It's a 156 kilograms punch. No one can withstand that. And with Hejun, it was no different. The protagonist begins a sequence of very powerful punches to Hejun's face until the extra strength card effect wears off. After all that, Hejun finally loses. Our protagonist, wearing his X-style tank top, achieved victory. Mission complete, folks. And no one believes it, not the brunette, not Yakuza, not me, not you, absolutely no one. When it shows that he earned the platinum card, he shouts, immediately requesting the card reveal. He actually defeated the school's leader in a fight. This protagonist is impressive. He just didn't need to make that ridiculous X symbol on his tank top. But aside from that, all's good. Now we just need to find out what power this platinum card will have since the gold ones were already unique. After that fall, Hejun must still be in the hospital. They say that after the humiliation he faced in front of the entire school, they wouldn't want to go back either. After all, he lost to none other than the school's biggest loser. It's true. And someone shouts for them to stay quiet because the new leader is passing by. Then you realize who the leader is, and it's the loser protagonist strutting stiffly down the hallway. So everyone seems to be scared of him. Kim walks straight to the bathroom to examine the platinum card he earned with much effort by defeating Hejun. He immediately asks to reveal the card because there's no styling here. Just kidding. And even the atmosphere starts to change. The card he got is a spying card. He can literally spy on someone. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, folks? So the protagonist wonders what this is. He feels a bit disappointed that it's not an attack card. But what exactly is spying? Suddenly, someone asks what he's mumbling about in the bathroom. And it's none other than Yakuza asking if he's ready. Ready for everyone to be talking and whispering about him at school. The protagonist is in shock with everything happening at that moment. Even some girls are commenting that he's kind of cute. But one of them quickly interrupts, saying it's just a trick. In the end, he's worthless. However, somehow, everyone is talking about him. It's funny because when he was a loser riding a beat-up car, no one noticed him. Now everyone talks about him very well. And people are talking so much that they started saying that Johnson here beat up Hejun's father. How absurd. Could you imagine Johnson beating up the guy's father? Makes no sense. But the worst part is that this actually happens in real life. People exaggerate the story 30 times over. And the rumors about Yakuza are that he's the son of a Yakuza member and 48 years old. How absurd. I might believe the 48-year-old part, but as for the Yakuza bit, that's hard to believe. And according to the students, they fought for 3 days and nights to take over the school's leadership. But now the guy is walking upside down until he headbutts someone out of nowhere. And that person seems huge. This guy wants to know if he knows any Johnson who beat up Hejun. The protagonist, scared, immediately says it's him, Johnson. And suddenly, everyone bows wildly. I say wildly because it's surreal. Our protagonist, as always, is in shock, not understanding what's happening. But obviously, it's because he's now the new leader of Gambuk-Siu High School. And the protagonist, still a loser at heart, starts saying that he's not the leader, that they shouldn't be bowing to him, and that they should leave. So the guys are disappointed because they want to be led by the protagonist, and they walk away disappointed. The protagonist asks Yakuza what's going on. Yakuza explains that he was Hejun's subordinate and now seems to want to be his. But why would people want to follow him? Once again, Yakuza responds that it's probably because they want the schools to unite. If you look at the map, they're separated now. And Hejun, the former leader, didn't want to unify them. So in a way, they want to use the protagonist, the failure, to bring it all together. Of course, the protagonist doesn't want to get involved until a new mission appears for him. The mission to rule the gangbuk schools. And it seems there are 3 stages to this mission. The first is to recruit a first-year student from his school. Wow, the system has its eyes on him. We'll still find out what the reward is, right? And as always, to complicate the protagonist's life, he can't quit. If he does, he'll suffer. So he already starts feeling the pressure, as if he loses the talents he's gained, he'll go back to being a failure. More of a failure than he already is. Because even with talent, he's still a failure. Imagine without it, you get me? And he quickly starts calling the others idiots, saying he was only testing them. They weren't supposed to leave. The older one even gets emotional. I think this guy has some obsession with the protagonist. And the protagonist, with the most annoyed expression ever, declares that he's taking over the school leadership from that moment. The guys get all excited, but of course, a tear rolls down the protagonist's face because he knows he's in deep trouble. And back in the classroom, the protagonist feels a chill in his stomach. He knows he can't panic because it's exactly in these moments that missions backfire on him. And by the way, check out his big platinum card. He needs to test it on someone today. However, the concept of spying is very vague. It's hard to tell exactly what that means. Suddenly, his future brunette shows up, asking what he's doing and if he really is the new school leader. And the protagonist tries to explain himself until she gets all serious, asking why he's looking at her like that. She starts questioning if he's crazy, and out of nowhere, he says, spying. She's like, what kind of crap is this dude? But obviously, he's using his ability. He's spying on Baek Charon, which makes her feel all embarrassed. But here's the thing, is he spying the way I think you think we're all thinking? Yeah, the protagonist a bit of a sneak, but it seems it wasn't the kind of spying we were imagining. When he uses the spying ability, what he sees are the person's abilities. He kind of visualizes her stats, you know? And the girl is standing there saying she feels unwell, asking what he did. Poor thing. I say poor thing because she's got an E in strength, a D in speed, but she does have some intelligence. As the saying goes, it's not all roses. It's true. Then the protagonist stops to think and realizes he should use this ability on himself too. And he notices his own strength is trash. His speed is even worse. He's got a bit of endurance, but he's smart and has a lot of potential. And that's what matters. The rest we get with cards. And out of nowhere, the girl stands up and slaps Johnson, walking off, telling him to go, well, you know where. But in the end, he realizes that this new power of his is impressive. Imagine being able to check people's stats before getting into a fight. If he sees the guy is strong, he just runs off. But the problem isn't him, it's the stupid bullies they're dealing with. Because these guys keep picking fights with everyone, bossing people around. People are now afraid to go near the protagonist, fearing they'll get hit. And in the bullies' minds, everything is wonderful. They're saying they're happy with the new leader. Sure they are. And the protagonist starts whispering for them to say what they need to say and get out of there. Then the guy remembers he has to hand over the monthly payment. The protagonist starts questioning the blood on the envelope. The guy says it's from the first-year students. The guys were beaten to get the money. But if the protagonist doesn't want it, someone else will. Check out Yakuza pocketing the money. Yakuza's record is just getting longer. The guy's a loan shark now, punched the principal, and is the son of a Yakuza. What else can we add to his resume? And as the protagonist keeps refusing the money, the guy starts thinking he's turning it down because it's too little. I have a feeling the first-year students are going to get beaten up even more because of this. But the protagonist just wants them to leave. And out of nowhere, the protagonist decides to use the spying ability on that bully over there. And guess what? The guy's actually smart. I didn't see that coming. He also has average resistance, strength, and speed. But the potential? He'll be living under a bridge. The guy even blushes a bit, but I think this time it's because of the abilities the protagonist used on him. The girl reacted the same way, or maybe he's just crazy. The protagonist was already leaving when the guy mentioned an initiation ceremony. And guess what? Again, the main mission has been updated. That's right. Now he has to do the initiation ceremony. Wow, man. And there's no choice. He'll have to do this ceremony. On one side, the guys, and on the other side, more guys, obviously. And there's our protagonist. And everyone is bowing to him. Of course, alongside him is the co-partner of the school's grand leader, the guy who even intimidated the principal, Yakuza. The protagonist simply stands up and says he won't participate in that nonsense anymore. And Yakuza is sitting there acting all high and mighty. The bully is trying to explain how they'll take over all the schools. I'll summarize it because even the protagonist didn't want to pay attention. Imagine us. Basically, there are a bunch of psychos in the schools. In every school, the leaders are insanely strong. And the bully's idea is to unite gangbuk, so they won't be swallowed by them. While the protagonist is asking if they can't just swallow each other up, Yakuza is there, asking the guys for water and making them fetch it for him. He sure knows how to take advantage of power. And no, the guys can't swallow each other up because they're currently watching this school. They heard about a guy who walks around with an X-shaped tank top but goes around punching everyone. No way he's being recognized for that ridiculous X-shaped tank top he wears. Even the protagonist gets annoyed at this. But the guys only know about it because the delinquent himself is spreading these rumors. Who needs enemies when you have allies like that? The protagonist gets very annoyed and tells the guys to stop following him. And the guy's still there, asking if he'll be going to the gangbuk meeting. The protagonist says he won't, that he has more important things to do. And already back at the protagonist's apartment, here's the important thing he had to do. Yes, he's selling K-pop. And while he's happy with that, he's thinking about the meeting. And out of nowhere, his sister arrives home, cursing him out like crazy, because she said at school she's only known as the sister of the school's leader. Wow, now the news is spreading far. The protagonist tells her to relax, that he's not going to that gangbang meeting. The girl doesn't even know what he's talking about, but says that if he goes, she'll tell their mom. Look at that, a real tattletale. But the protagonist is very happy that his life has finally returned to normal. But I don't think it'll be for long, protagonist, because little by little, we're seeing his future rivals. This guy who's beating someone up is the #1 of Gangbang Dong Hai. His name is Han No Jatar. Yeah, that's about what I got from his name. And this guy here who's not beating anyone up, just casually bowling from Gangbang Mam Hai is named Douglas. I gave him this name because he looks like a Douglas, right? Doesn't he? And on the beach, where the bully is thinking about the protagonist, wondering if what he said was another test for him, he gets a call. Yes, man. It's the protagonist saying he'll attend the gangbang meeting. The system forced him again. The protagonist has become a hostage to the system. Maybe it would have been better if he just stayed a loser. But look on the bright side. This time, the reward is juicy. A gold card and 10 bronze cards. He'll probably even learn ballet with these cards. And to me, the protagonist has been acting like Yakuza lately. The guy's clever. No doubt about it, he's using the protagonist's henchmen to fetch water and do other things for him. The protagonist needs to use the spying ability on him to see if he's got an A in intelligence, because this guy's a genius. And the one who's going to arrange the meeting for him is the crazy delinquent. The guy who's probably going to get the protagonist in trouble. And the one who's most screwed in this story is Johnson himself. But he has no choice. He'll have to go back to being the biggest loser. And then the delinquent gives a sly smile, saying he'll set everything up. The protagonist immediately realizes he's going to do something reckless. There's no denying it, but it's not like he has any other choice. And now in the classroom, the protagonist is there spying on the others. Yes, that's right, he's spying on everyone in his class. And according to him, it's fun to spy on people. But it's not fun for those being spied on. They feel embarrassed, like they're really being watched. And only now does the protagonist, the failure, realize this. However, he also discovers he can improve this spy card. It'll take a long time to level it up, but eventually, he'll get there. We just need to figure out what changes when this card is upgraded. Out of nowhere, the protagonist glances at the brunette and uses the spy card again. But this time, he aimed for beauty and hit Yakuza. The protagonist just wanted to understand why he reacts that way and also wants to know why our friend Yakuza has an S-rank potential. His other stats are quite low, but that S leaves us wondering, who is Yakuza? I don't know. Then we find out his real name is Yang Guksha. So we'll need to stay alert because we might get some clues from his name. And today is the big day of the meeting, folks. The protagonist only needs to attend, grab the cards, and leave quickly. Well, at least that's the initial plan. So Yakuza goes with him, and the protagonist only hopes to make it back in one piece, because the guys must be strong and he wants everything to go well. Then Yakuza says things going well will be difficult. Because the protagonist looks ahead, all his henchmen are there. If he takes all these guys, there will surely be serious problems. The delinquent says he's prepared the guys in case anything unexpected happens there. They even brought someone whose grandfather is in the hospital about to kick the bucket. It's looking like they're heading to war. Yakuza has already warned the protagonist to brace himself because tonight's dinner will be in hell. Oh my god. Yakuza is really the best character in the series. The protagonist tries to convince the others to stop the chaos while the other students just watch. At that moment, the protagonist told everyone to go home, taking only 3 with him. The delinquent saw this differently, thinking the protagonist doesn't need more than 3 people to take on everyone. So everyone is sent home, including the guy with the grandfather. The team this time will be Yakuza, the tough guy, Johnson, the scaredy cat, and this nutcase. I have a slight problem. There's no way this will work. No chance. And as always at another school, if guy is getting beaten up by rank 1 from there, apparently for no reason. This guy will be a problem for our Shinobi Alliance. We'll have to seal him like Madara. Luckily, this old guy here restrained the guy by grabbing his arm, although the old man also took a beating. And that's when another one of his henchmen arrived, saying the meeting would start soon. Yep, folks, this crazy guy is going to the meeting. And here's the location. An abandoned building where the gangbang school's meeting will take place. The protagonist mentions that even if a meeting happens there, no one will know because the place is so isolated. The delinquent asks if the protagonist plans to finish everyone off that day since he's talking like that. This guy already got it all wrong. There's no way to tell if he's just playing dumb. And the protagonist enters the place nervously, afraid of getting hit as soon as he walks in, but the guys welcome him warmly. When a guy introduces himself as Kang Seok, the protagonist makes a joke, saying his name has only 1 syllable. Seok, Kang Seok. After that, the protagonist sits down for the meeting. But why are you talking about this joke? Because the guys thought the protagonist said, such Kang Seok, which translated would mean something rude like suck, Kang Seok. I think the guy's going to get pretty mad at the protagonist now. I'm going to finish you, man. But the protagonist just wants to complete the mission and leave, but it's not done yet. The reason it's not complete is that not everyone has arrived. And speaking of which, look who just showed up. Now things are getting interesting. The guy already comes in talking nonsense. Douglas greets him calmly, and the others just lower their heads to avoid being noticed. When the protagonist realizes he's completed the mission and gained all the cards, he gets up to leave, but halfway through, the guy grabs him by the neck, asking where he thinks he's going since he only came there because of Johnson. Now things just got worse. He says that since the protagonist defeated Hajun, he now has to fight him too. But I'll tell you, without opening the new cards he earned, he doesn't stand a chance of winning against this guy. And besides, the cards he earned are also bronze. I don't think even the cards will help. I take back what I said. The Fujoshis watching this scene right now must be like, is this the part you wanted? Yes, that part exactly. I have to admit, this show is trash. But now I want to see the protagonist use that spying ability on this guy just to see if he's really that strong. However, if he uses it now, he'll have to run for at least 3 days and nights. So I don't think that'll work. Let's save it for next time. But out of nowhere, the guy gets impressed with the protagonist because he's laughing in the face of danger. But he hasn't gone completely crazy like the Joker to be laughing like that. It's just that if he acts any differently, the system will probably complicate his life again, forcing him to fight this guy, just like it did with Hajun that time. And the K-pop band member is looking at him. So the protagonist stands frozen and still to avoid being bothered by the system again. But the guys see it totally differently. They say the protagonist not only provoked Lollipop Kang Seok, but also isn't backing down from Han no Jatar. They even say the protagonist is studying the guy's movements, looking for his weak spot. Look how I see this scene in just 2 seconds. All right, I can't take it anymore. But the guys are blinded by Johnson in the tank top. The rumors are only growing and they're getting bigger each time. So much so that last time they said Yakuza beat up the principal. Now they're saying Johnson in the tank top holds other people's families hostage. Look at that. The stuff people come up with. But the one who's going to take advantage of this situation is Douglas himself, who'll attack them while they're tired. And just look at the protagonist's face, like he's the one who's going to get tired in this fight. Are you kidding me? Then Han no Jader himself starts laughing because no one's ever provoked him like that before. And suddenly, another guy shows up saying they can't fight. Han no Jatar immediately grabs the guy's head, asking if he's lost his mind. And let me tell you, he didn't even take his hand out of his pocket. This guy's tough too. Han no Jatar was about to take him down, but then the guy says they should be cautious about Douglas because if the two of them fight, Douglas will surely interfere at the worst possible moment. Then he asks Han no Jatar to calm down, saying this won't be the last time he'll see Johnson in the tank top. There will be other opportunities. The guy's sensible. You can't deny that. He laid all his cards on the table, literally. His intelligence must be at least an S rank. And when Han no Jatar looks over at Douglas, he's there waving shamelessly. Then he looks at our brave protagonist and says he's not interested anymore. You're lucky you chickened out. Otherwise, we'd be having from for dinner tonight. And that's it for the meeting today. Then Douglas says that if they see each other again, they should greet each other since they know each other now. But why do I feel like they'll greet each other with a flying kick? I don't know. And there's also the fact that one of the schools didn't even show up. But the protagonist is very happy because he managed to leave the meeting without any broken ribs. That's progress. But he doesn't want to leave the meeting empty-handed either. So he decides to use the spying ability on the guys. But what he sees is absolutely nothing, because his spying rank is still too low, so the guys must be very strong if he can't see anything. So the next day, the protagonist is looking like a zombie, and when he looks forward, he sees all the bullies crying, saying they know everything. The protagonist is very humble. Then Johnson seems very confused by all of this, and you might already guess what happened here for them to be saying this. What they know about the protagonist is that he used the Tiger Dragon Fist to knock out Han no Jatar. In fact, the whole school had already heard that news. Let me ask you, who could spread this nonsensical information? Who could it be? That crazy bully spreading it all. That's right, Johnson, your little nightmare is just beginning. And the rumors just keep growing. This time, they said the protagonist defeated his own master and stole his move. For me, the best rumor still has to be that Yakuza is a principal beater and the son of a real Yakuza. That rumor is the best of all. And since the protagonist is very sick, he heads straight to the infirmary. Johnson has a fever and is full of aches due to stress. And this is the protagonist before remembering he has cards to open. And this is the protagonist after remembering he has cards to open. He's miraculously cured now. And look at the huge number of cards he has. So he goes straight for the gold card because he doesn't want to waste time. I think I'm the only fool who starts with the least tasty part of the food, saving the best part for last, and then out of nowhere, someone shows up asking for a piece. Right when I get to the best part of the food, the unlucky one asks for a piece. The urge to laugh is big, but the urge to drop kick them is even bigger. It's true. And the protagonist is impressed because the card he pulls out is called the Master of Cards. He can now combine in separate cards using it. The protagonist is confused at first but quickly understands what it's about. Then he reveals all the bronze cards. And here they are, but unfortunately, none of them are particularly useful. So Johnson uses the combine ability on 2 of them. Successfully, he combines a silver card. Amazingly, he gets lucky right off the bat, obtaining a boxing cross punch. Now his arsenal of punches is getting interesting. Another skill for the protagonist. Johnson blushes a bit, realizing he has the biggest treasure in his hands now. All he needs is the luck to open it without finding anything rusty. And with the remaining cards, he decides to combine 4 more. And once again, he's lucky, pulling 2 silver cards from the 4 bronze ones he combined. The 2 cards are about sports, making 3-point shots and taking penalty kicks. They wouldn't be bad in other circumstances, but they don't help the protagonist at all at the moment. So with the silver cards in hand, he briefly considers combining them, glances at the gold card, afraid of messing it up, and finally decides to combine the 2 silver cards. Amazingly, he gets another gold card, and when he checks it, the card is called Master. Please, its description reads, "How dare a servant answer back." Does this mean the protagonist will start building a gang of bullies? The protagonist, as if he didn't care, suddenly smacks himself. Looks like this chapter is about masochism, and of course that slap he gave himself hurt like crazy. But why didn't it have any effect? Probably because he hit himself. Still, the main mission starts. We just hope it doesn't involve something like beating up Goku, Saitama, or someone like that, because that would be impossible. This time, the mission is to recruit 4 members for his group. By doing so, they'll earn a gold card. But the protagonist is suspicious. There has to be a catch. It can't be this easy. "Hey, Yakuza, do you want to join my group?" "Sure." That easy? And yes, he already has one of the 4 members. And then you see who's coming down the hallway. Of course, the protagonist asks if he also wants to join the group. The guy even drops what he's holding because, in his mind, the protagonist is finally forming a group to unify Gangbuck. This guy is really delusional. Meanwhile, Yakuza is just on his new phone, not even caring about the hallway. About the protagonist's question, if the guy wants to join his group. After kneeling and declaring he'll only call him boss from now on, the protagonist regrets inviting him and leaves with Yakuza. And Yakuza calls him boss, still mocking him. Right. Now it's getting complicated to think about who to invite to the group, as the missions will probably relate to these people. So he decides he'll use the spy ability more to find better qualified individuals. At that moment, as he's deep in thought, someone casts a shadow over him. And it's none other than the protagonist's brunette. Johnson stands up immediately. Not the Johnson you're thinking of, it's him. So protagonist asks what she's doing there. She's there because she lives nearby. She says she's leaving. The protagonist mentions he'll see her at school the next day. But have you noticed how she gets mad at him over anything? Suspicious, isn't it? That's when the protagonist remembers something and calls her back, saying he has a favor to ask. A favor? I thought. Is he going to ask her to join his group? He approaches her and asks if she can slap him. Man, things just got wild. He says it's something he needs to verify physically, but obviously he wants to test his gold card. But the girl blushes and asks if he likes that sort of thing too. Could she be a masochist, that girl? That's what it sounded like, didn't it? He says he feels like something good will happen if he takes a few slaps. Then, unexpectedly, she asks if he wants her to insult him while hitting him. She really does enjoy hitting people. Look what we've uncovered here in this story. Interesting. No, wait. When she was about to slap the protagonist, someone asks if he enjoys that kind of thing, saying he likes getting beat up. The protagonist was caught in the act. We lost this one. The protagonist asks who they are. Obviously, it's the guys he knocked out the day before. They're back to take revenge on Kang Seok, saying he's no longer with them. But the guy is right there, just speaking in a funny way. But he's there, isn't he? Is that what they meant by not with us anymore? Was the beating so hard that it made the guy go crazy? I don't know. And as usual, a secondary mission starts. Defeat 5 minions and a boss. And the reward is just a silver card. Does that mean it'll be easy since the reward is so weak? I'm not sure, because this time the crazies brought someone else along. And that's probably the boss. The guy is Kang Seok's brother, who's standing there, a bit nuts himself. And obviously, the protagonist uses the spying ability on him. The guy stands there, saying it's disgusting. Disgusting is this intelligence stat of yours, my friend. The guy's a total idiot, and from his potential, he's probably going to live under a bridge, right? Besides being a bit slow, at least he's got decent strength. But I think even the perverted psycho at school is better than him. And the bully seems to have heard of Johnson in the tank top. So watch yourself, friend. If you already know the guy's reputation, you should either fear or respect him, right? Just as the protagonist is about to say something, someone interrupts him. It's the brunette, trying to lecture the guys, but they don't let her speak. That's when the protagonist decides to step up and help. But on his way, he gets punched, clutching his stomach in pain. The guy says the tank top madman must be a bluff. The brunette is horrified. The noise was brutal. And the funny part is how the guy is holding her like he's sipping tea with his pinky up. But obviously, it's for a different reason, right, folks? The protagonist keeps complaining about his stomach. And when she asks if he's okay, if he's feeling better, the guy is blushing. It seems he activated his card. And out of nowhere, he says it feels great to take a punch to the stomach. The girl and the guys don't understand a thing. In fact, nobody understands. Neither do we. The guy starts saying he's crazy and so on. And then another one goes at him, saying you don't say things like that in front of a lady. But look at her face. I think she liked it. The level we're reaching with this manhwa. Things go from 0 to 100 really fast. And the guy starts pummeling the protagonist. And the guy's taking the hits calmly until his card reaches 5 stacks. In other words, he's taken 5 hits. And the card says something good is going to happen now. The guy asks him what he thinks of his punches, and this good thing that's going to happen is that one of Johnson's attributes will be randomly boosted. You can only see the protagonist's hand coming because his strength just went from E to C. The protagonist winds up a punch from way back and lands it square on the guy's face. This new card of his is Paradise because every time he gets hit, he becomes stronger. The guy is almost invincible now. He just keeps getting hit. I get the reference. The girl is in shock of the protagonist, and the guys are dumbfounded because I think the protagonist knocked out the guy with just one punch. The guy dropped all limp, and that's when the protagonist says he needs to confess something to the brunette. I thought, is he going to confess now? Has he finally gathered the courage? And the guy says he's happy when he gets hit. Man, what kind of nonsense is this? And the girl says he's crazy but ends up blushing. Looks like we found a new way to win over girls. Just go up to one and say, hey, you feel like beating me up today. And the worst part is in her mind, she starts wanting to hit Johnson. And I have nothing more to say. Even the guy says that if that's what he wants, he'll give it to the protagonist. So he is. My middle school mind is never going away. And the worst part is, comparing the two, this is going to be a pretty cool fight. Actually, now the protagonist has made the X with his tank top. So we've lost. Tank Top Johnson versus Park, Kang Seok's brother. Then all the guys rush in like vultures going after a carcass, because the protagonist knocked out Kang Seok. And Johnson, on instinct, lands a jow on the first one in line, and he starts thinking he needs to run to a narrow spot again. But then he realizes the guys are all in shock, saying this is ridiculous. It makes no sense, because he actually took the guy down with just one jab. Hello, is this the police? There are a bunch of delinquents here, and he claims he was still holding back. This arm is really powerful, isn't it? Why? I don't know. All thanks to the masochism card, of course. And the guys are still in shock when the protagonist calls the brunette, asking her to close her eyes. She's a bit confused, but says there are certain things women shouldn't see. But my dear, that tank top of his looks like it's on backward. It's a real disaster. If secondhand embarrassment could kill, I'd already be buried. Really, huh? And yes, she just told him to shut up. All she needed to add was, and who said I'm a woman? Get it? Out of nowhere, someone starts clapping. It's the big guy saying things are getting interesting. Wow, the guy just saw his brother get taken down with one punch and still thinks it's all cool. Yep, the protagonist mentions the guy's endurance is a C, while the other says he wants to see who's the strongest here. At that moment, the protagonist lands a cross punch on him. But then the situation changes because the guy doesn't even flinch. And why is that? It's actually because the protagonist's strength has dropped back down from a C to an E. This happened because he's gone too long without taking a beating. Yep, folks, it's time for him to get roughed up. The protagonist says he can take it. The guy quickly punches the protagonist in the mouth and then follows up with another one to set his brain straight. The blow was so strong it knocked the protagonist down. And the guy keeps mocking our protagonist, until Johnson asks for a timeout. He requests a timeout to check a card that isn't activating, of course. But the other guy responds that time waits for no one. Did he just drop a truth bomb? He almost deserves a higher intelligence rating for that. Just kidding. When the girl sees this, she runs over to help, but the big guy tells her to wait her turn. End of the line, all right. Then he delivers another punch to the protagonist, even with him asking for a break. That's the little bully. The guy even used the timeout sign. Doesn't he know how to respect the rules? Note, the brunette is in despair as always. Then the guy gets scared, because look at the protagonist's little hand coming up. Johnson starts landing solid punches on the guy's face and thanks the brunette, because he's only able to rack up the 5 stacks when trying to defend the girl. Meanwhile, he's consuming the Dragon Ball beans. Out of nowhere, he backtracks, saying he was kidding about protecting her. He was just embarrassed to get beaten up in front of her. And this relates to the card. He needs to get hit and be humiliated. That's why the card has such a weird name. It's truly a masochism card. And out of nowhere, the guy grabs him by the leg, saying he's known for being good at wrestling. For those who don't know, it's a fight involving throws where you grab here and throw there. And when he tries to lift the protagonist, the guy doesn't budge. Of course, Johnson is using overload. And he lands a strike on the guy's back to adjust his posture. Speaking of which, straighten up, folks. I know some of you are slouched over like a fishing hook. The guy is relentless. And with that added weight, plus the masochism card, I misspoke. The protagonist threw a punch at the guy's face. If the brunette doesn't fall in love now, I think she never will. The two cards combined gave him a status in strength and endurance. If he always had this status, it would be totally overpowered. Just like he did with Haju, and he starts doing it with Park, until the guy can't take it anymore. I just didn't understand why the protagonist was so close to the guy. Wow. Actually, I think I get it now. He's showing the guy of his boss, landing on him backward. Now it all makes sense. With the victory, he completes the mission and will earn the silver card. The next day at school, the protagonist is downcast, thinking about the creator of the system and the death of the goat as usual. Suddenly, he gets grazed by a hit, activating a stack. Right away, he turns to the person and asks, "Can you hit the right side too?" What? But the one hitting him is back Charon, calling him useless for doing that and asking why there are rumors that they're dating now. The guy is speechless because he didn't do anything. And others say maybe the rumor that they have 3 kids is also a lie. I admit that rumor was funny too, but I still prefer the idea of the Yakuza beating up the principal. But think with me, who could be spreading these rumors? Who could it be? I don't want to say more than that. It has to be the bully again. The guy again making up a bunch of nonsense. And that makes the girl mad. More blushing. Maybe she actually likes the protagonist now. I don't know anything, but outside the school there he is. You all must remember him. If not, you'll see him shortly. Because everyone is looking at the big guy who lost to the tank top Johnson. The guy making excuses, saying Johnson is a master of deadly moves and whatnot. And that now he's tarnished the name of West Gangbuck. He apologizes for it, but then he arrives. Hand no Jatar. The guy asked if you remembered a while ago. Yeah, I feel trouble brewing soon. He arrives saying no one expected anything from the big guy, and that if he got beaten up now, he'd feel like he was part of the group. So he doesn't even deserve to get hit. Then he asks if it was Johnson who spread those rumors. The guy confirms it was him. So since Johnson spread these lies, he's going to personally fetch the protagonist right now. And here we see his stats. Actually, we only see one of the stats, but it's an S in speed. This guy must be really fast. Back at school, the protagonist is checking out the new silver card he earned. His card is called To the Moon. Could it be that the punch Hand no Jotar will send him to the moon? Hand no Jotar said he'd look for the protagonist at school, but someone called him first and it was Gordolfo, asking why use a sledgehammer to crack a simple nut. I already see where this is going, folks. I always say it's better to have more than less in these situations, Gordolfo. If you try to crack a nut with your teeth, you could end up toothless. Just saying. Consider yourself warned. And yes, he asked to take care of the protagonist alone. Han no Jadar himself asks if he knows the guy managed to beat a June, and Gordolfo asks if he still doesn't trust in that, and what he's referring to is his body fat. Could it be that this guy has a secret technique to absorb hits with his body fat? For sure. But even a June liked the idea. He sends the others ahead. I'd say when Gordolfo comes back, it'll be in a coffin, and it'll have to be a big coffin. Playing it well. And back at school, the protagonist is there playing with a card, thinking about how he's going to reach the moon. And the protagonist is still stuck on the mission to recruit 4 members. However, this won't be easy for him. Man, this mission seems harder than the one to beat a June. Suddenly, the protagonist mentions that he needs to buy another slipper because the nail he put in his slipper came loose. What do you mean, buy another slipper? Just get another nail, dude. And guess who showed up right when he bent down to pick up his slipper? The brunette of our protagonist. And yes, he is literally. I don't even need to explain much here. He starts trying to explain himself, but, as always, gets punched in the mouth. He says everything's been going wrong for him lately, but she just responds that she'll see him at the police station. Damn, man. I'm unlucky, but this protagonist managed to beat me in that. The guy can't even grab his slipper without something going wrong. But it wasn't all that bad, thinking about it now. Suddenly, the protagonist feels a chill down his spine, and the reason for it is right behind him, obviously. Yep, Hajun is back at school, folks. Now I'm curious. Does he still want to be a school leader? I don't know. The protagonist, trying to make conversation, asks if Hajun had coffee this morning. And the guy interrupts him, saying they're not close enough to ask that. And that's when the system created another side mission, recruit Gu Hajun. The reward is just a silver card. But as they say, no risk, no reward. Hey, Gu Hajun, do you want to join my Straw Hat crew? And I'll tell you now, the chances of the protagonist getting beat up just went way up. But the guy just ignored him. And that's what he's telling the Yakuza now, saying that spying doesn't work on Gu Hajun. So Yakuza wants to know what spying is, but he changes the subject and the Yakuza throws out there that he can't use that on him. Do I sense trouble? Suddenly, a guy shows up saying that the Eastern Gangbuck gang took their bully. The protagonist just tells him to call the police and starts to say goodbye to get on the bus. The poor guy is left standing there. And I think Guvajun saw everything, but the protagonist doesn't care. If only he had a mission to deliver a letter to him, he might consider it. But since he doesn't, he'll just enjoy the ride. Even the bully is enjoying the ride, getting beaten up by 4 or 5 guys. Must be great. And the guys are still mocking him, saying he's following Johnson, the tank top guy. And the guy came out with the phrase, I'll tell you, in a river with piranhas, the alligator swims backward. In this case, Johnson is the alligator. And Gordolfo, hearing that, starts laughing and pulls out an iron pipe. Then the bully starts mocking him, saying he had to bring all these people to still use a weapon against him. But Gordolfo says no, that the weapon is for the guy to hit him with. Are we getting another masochist? Is everyone turning masochistic here now? The bully, not being stupid, hits the guy in the stomach but does nothing to Gordolfo. But come on, you idiot. Hit the head. I want to see if the guy can handle that. At the very least, he'd get a bump the size of a belly on his head. And the guys don't waste any time and start kicking the bully. The poor guy gets thrown to the ground and the guys come at him with a pipe. Take that in the nose. The protagonist actually came to save the bully, saying the guy made him worry. The bully even sheds a few tears. The guys just watch. Johnson takes the chance to spy on the guys, and they're pretty weak except for Gordolfo. Gordolfo is super strong. Check out this guy's stats. The protagonist even asks how strong he is given his resilience is a plus. Sir Johnson, he's strong enough to take an iron blow to the stomach, but the protagonist says that even so, he still has a chance against the guy. And if you compare their stats, he might be able to win against this big-bellied guy thanks to the cards he has. Then Gordolfo starts taking off his jacket, but I'm curious. For him to take that off alone, it wasn't a jacket. It was a curtain wrapped around the guy. Then he says he's going solo against Johnson. And Johnson starts to get suspicious because these days, villains who go solo for a fight are hard to find. It's true. And the protagonist is slowly losing his cluelessness. It only took Gordolfo opening his mouth to talk nonsense for the protagonist to quickly throw several punches to his stomach. I like it that way, less talking and more punching in the mouth. Or in the stomach, whatever. However, it was more than obvious that if an iron pipe didn't do anything, Johnson's rank E punch wouldn't either. And let me tell you, if you rub that hand on a frying pan right now, you could easily fry an egg, because the amount of oil inside this Gordolfo must be no joke. The protagonist realizes that 2 punches didn't do much and quickly throws about 30 punches in a row, looking like Luffy. So the dude just stands there, taking punches. And when the protagonist realizes that if he doesn't aim for the head, it won't work out for him, Gordolfo throws a punch at him so strong it made my house shake. That's the truth. And the protagonist wasn't finished off by it. This protagonist must be made of air, it can't be possible. In fact, Nami activated the weight limit card. Look at his face hugging Gordolfo. Meanwhile, Gordolfo doesn't seem to be too happy about it. And to top it all off, the card fails. Help me out here. Gordolfo grabs the protagonist and slams him to the ground. After this, he's going to need at least 3 pins in his spine. All because the genius forgot he used the card against the bully, and it hadn't been 24 hours yet, as it can only be used once a day. Yeah, honestly, if he's an animal for his lack of memory, what am I then? A seal. The gangsters start mocking the protagonist because he's lying on the ground like trash with the big guy sitting on him. That's a weight-based move. Now it's clear why this guy looks like he's almost giving birth. And now that I think about it, Gordolfo is sitting on top of Johnson. I mean the other Johnson. So he's. And the guy says he'll leave the rest to the others. After a sit-down like that, there's not much left for the boys. And to complete the night's awkward moment, the bully stays on top of the protagonist to protect him. Look at the protagonist's expression. He seems to be enjoying the situation. There's a slight hint of discomfort in the air. Then someone appears with a bat to do what a bat does, right? But just in time, our savior shows up. The boys can hardly believe it. Jun himself has come to the party. Now things are about to get intense, my friend. He arrives asking Johnson if what he said at school was a joke. And of course it wasn't. With that answer, Jun starts taking off his jacket because now he's part of Johnson's gang. Hold on to that. Never doubted it. And welcome to the silver card pocket. Mission complete. Send it our way already, my girl. But we're not going to use it yet. Stay calm, because soon will be the time, folks, because now the fight has just begun. Gordolfo is calling Jun to fight, but he's surprised when Jun says he's not going to fight him. He states that the great tank top Johnson isn't yet adapted for this match, and Johnson only uses the seed of life to recover. And look at the protagonist's expression. It seems this time's going to work out. Did someone put something in his toddy this morning? We'll never know. Gordolfo arrives with a punch to the protagonist's face. I thought, well, there goes the outing. But this is all part of the plan, folks. Relax, everything's fine. Then he takes another and another, until finally 5 stacks. Now things are heating up. With strength from E to C, the punch the protagonist threw actually pushed Gordolfo back. And don't even say it didn't hurt, holding those melons like that. When Gordolfo looks again, and even Jun is surprised because the protagonist is way up, far above the big guy. And that's thanks to the moon card he earned. It makes him jump higher. But Gordolfo is happy because he's already grabbed the protagonist midair before. But this time it's different, folks, because the protagonist is finally taking it seriously. The last card he earned by recruiting Jun was a taekwondo spinning kick. Watch the impressive kick. It landed squarely on the big guy's nose. And best of all, look at the protagonist's triumphant expression. Yeah, big guy, it didn't work out for you. Someone should call a crane to get this guy off the ground because hands won't do it. But literally, no one believed it. And with his magnificent spinning kick performance, the protagonist earned his gold card. And he quickly orders the gold card reveal. Folks, I got chills. What an amazing chapter. From the protagonist's expression, it seems like he's finally waking up to life. Could it be that we finally have an ultra mega powerful protagonist from the galaxies? No. After Johnson asked to reveal the golden card with that psycho look, the mission gave him 2 cards, but he's only allowed to choose one. The other goes straight down the drain. Obviously, Johnson starts freaking out, not knowing which one to choose. I just play a my mom told me and be done with it. Meanwhile, Gordolfo is on the ground, knocked out with his eyes open. I'm not sure if this dirtbag is finished off. When one of the lackeys looks up, there's Jun telling him to grab Gordolfo and leave. So me, Jun, you don't even know if they'd run a forklift this time to take the guy. Imagine having to carry Gordolfo in their arms. Someone's going to get back pain, no doubt. And by the way, folks, fix that posture. I'm watching. Back at his house, the protagonist says he's really tired. And out of nowhere, he hears a strange sound. He then finds his sister listening to and dancing to some K-pop. Johnson thinks, what the heck is this? And he goes straight to his room because she starts spouting a bunch of nonsense at him from the other side of the door, asking if he's doing drugs with the school bullies. Next, he goes straight to the cards. He has to choose between a card called Inside the Card, which will literally reveal what card he'll get for each mission from now on, and the Welcome card. This is by far the best Grandmaster card and seems eager to goad him. But to us, it makes no sense. I didn't understand any of it, but apparently, it seems better than the other. At least it's the one that piques our curiosity more. But then you've asked, which card did the protagonist choose? Strangely, none. He went to sleep and hibernated. I mean, after today's fight, I'd probably sleep for 3 days straight too. I wouldn't even get up to eat. That's a lie. Now the second last gangbuck, I think Gordolfo is about to have a heart attack, especially when he sees Han no Jetter coming. The guy already throws himself to the ground, saying he's ready to be beaten. And that's when the little Han appears. I think things have turned sour for Gordolfo now. At school, the protagonist is sucking up to Hajun, and I can't even tell in what way because Hajun himself is asking what he's doing there in the bathroom staring at his equipment. Just testing you, right, Hajun? You know how it is. Dude, are you gay? Then Hajun asks if he should go after them alone, but at first it doesn't seem like a good idea. And when Johnson asks if Han no Jetter is going after him, wanting to tease him, Hajun replies, pretty annoyed, that he should stay away from that guy. Han no Jetter is no fool. Hajun himself has never actually fought him. Just to give you an idea, he only sees him as a huge son of a mother. Yeah, you thought I'd swear, but not this time. And speaking of the guy, he's still there to smack Gordolfo. The chubby guy was even prepared to lose a few teeth in one hit, but Han no Jetter wants information about Johnson first. He says he won't beat Gordolfo up if he tells him everything Johnson did. And you see, that's why Hajun says he's very smart. And he's this smart because he's a master manipulator. Gordolfo gives a half-hearted answer and immediately takes a punch to the stomach. And yes, he left his face in bad shape with a single blow. This guy's a beast. If the protagonist had seen this, he'd just say we lost, get it? And why do I say he's a beast? It's because one more of his stats is now on display. He has an A+ in intelligence, folks. This guy must be exceptional, no doubt about it. I have no idea how the protagonist is going to beat this guy. And by the way, he's at school with the guards bowing to him. As always, he doesn't want a fuss. Meanwhile, the Yakuza is there, acting like the boss. The Yakuza had been kind of absent lately. I hope he starts showing up more. By the way, the protagonist's nickname was updated after he defeated Gordolfo. Now he's called Tank Top Johnson, the extra character ear. While explaining things on the board, he starts deciding which card to choose. However, as he makes these moves with the card, others think he's just miming since they can't see the cards he's looking at. So it makes sense they're all paranoid. Out of the 2 cards, he decides to choose the welcome card, the one that will come to him. But suddenly, the guys get worried because the protagonist is frozen, like Chave's famous freeze frame. For the protagonist, everyone disappears. He starts running around looking for them, but doesn't find anyone until he gets outside the school, and what he sees is literally hallucinatory. Don't worry, you didn't get that wrong. It really is hallucinatory. The whole thing makes no sense. There's a giant card talking to him, the Grand Master card. It says it will clarify all his questions. Man, I need some answers to because I'm more confused than the protagonist right now. The guy is in shock asking questions. Suddenly, Johnson hears the voice of another person in the card saying he's a lucky kid for already getting a welcome card. Look, to me, he'd be a lucky kid if he had a card to boost his tool, right? This makes the protagonist think there must be other people doing missions too, not just him. Then the MasterCard mentions he doesn't need to know that info at the moment and that even though he has lots of questions, it doesn't trust him enough to answer them yet. Is this card mocking him? It said it would answer everything and now it's dodging questions. This is the first time I've seen a card dodging questions. The card says that if he unites all of Gangbuck, it may trust him more. The protagonist starts complaining and the card gives him some hard truths, saying that his vision has improved, he's taller, and he's freed himself from bullying. And that was just from the gold cards. He's satisfied with just that. There are still diamond cards, master cards, and grand master cards. Imagine the abilities that could come with those. The guys were all worried, thinking he had been finished off, except for the Yakuza. The Yakuza wants them to set up matching uniforms to wear, but for the protagonist, that's enough. He just wants to go home today. But before leaving, he calls the bully over and says he's going to unite all of Gangbuck. In the bully's mind, that already gives him the authority to spread that news everywhere. I think I'll change his nickname to Gossip Guy now. What do you all think? When the protagonist leaves school, he sees a couple, and suddenly the girl starts hitting the guy. That's thanks to our protagonist's spying ability, and he uses this spying ability to even level up the card. And now I ask you, is there anyone better to test this card on than our brunette back Charon? I totally ship this pair seriously, but now he sees something different. The way the stats are displayed has changed, now also showing weight and height. He also sees her all blushing. By the way, this girl literally weighs like a sack of cement. I just hope he doesn't let her know he's aware of that, or things will go south for Johnson. And it's in this alley that our protagonist is analyzing his cards. Am I the only one who feels like this is going to be trouble? What is he doing in an alley? Anyway, so he's thinking about which cards to combine since he needs stronger ones now. Not that he knows Douglas or Han no Jetter. So he even says out loud that he has to avoid Han no Jetter as much as possible. And guess who was right in front of him, hearing everything he just said? The guy arrives with a kick that leaves him breathless right on the spot. He starts taking off his jacket, asking if he's not going to fight back, and the protagonist uses the recovery seed to run faster when the guy attacks. But this is the end of the line. Han no Jetter just wants to know how he defeated Gordolfo being so weak. Then the protagonist says, spy. The guy doesn't get it because it makes no sense. But check out the monster's stats, my friend. 1.8, 1 meters tall, 68 kilograms, 3 A's and 2 S's, and one of them is an S+. There's no way this guy is smart, good-looking, and strong. He must have some flaw. At the very least, the tool. It has to be a small tool. If it's not, life's really unfair. If the guy doesn't have a small tool, we're done for. And check out the protagonist's appearance next to this guy. Anemic, all bruised up, 3 screws in his spine, busted knees, and still with 7 kids to take care of. And it was at this moment that the system created his side mission. Fight Han no Jatar and win. If successful, he'll receive a platinum card. There are also secret conditions to be met. But to beat this trickster, forget it. The protagonist approaches the guy and asks to set a day to fight, since if they fight now, no one will see it, and there will be no proof afterward. Actually, yes, Johnson. We're here, you can fight. We're watching everything. And would you believe it? The guy agrees. The protagonist says he'll personally set up the match, and Han no Jatar bids him farewell to see you next time. Yeah, my protagonist, this time you got away. But suddenly, out of nowhere, the protagonist uses the To the Moon card. Yes, folks. He's found his courage and is coming down from above to attack the guy from behind. Look at that cruelty. If he doesn't finish him now, he won't get another chance. It'll have to be a direct hit. So he adds extra strength along with his taekwondo kick. But the guy, still with his back turned, dodges the protagonist's attack. Yep, folks. Things are about to get complicated now, my friend. The guy comes at him, and now it's his turn. He sends a spinning taekwondo kick to the protagonist's face, who instantly loses consciousness. Han no Jatar says his footwork is weak, but the technique isn't too shabby, and the protagonist is there, lying on the ground, totally destroyed. He failed the side mission. However, he achieved that secret condition. First loss to a strong enemy. He received the card while still lying on the ground. And he got a diamond card, folks. Damn man. If he had won, he would have gotten a platinum card. Losing, he got a diamond card. The guy assigning these missions deserves a round of applause, right? Kudos to you. But I hope this card is really good because otherwise it'll be impossible to beat this maniac. When the protagonist starts to wake up, he already finds the gossip guy patting his face. What's with this nonsense, man? The protagonist wakes up like Rapunzel, saying Han no Jatar pulled a sneak attack. Now the guy did a sneak attack for sure. Who came to surprise him, huh? I'm telling you, he deserved that beating. Good thing the gossip guy found him lying in the alley and brought him back to school. Otherwise, he'd still be lying there. And the protagonist admits it. He was totally defeated. He's a failure. But why was he able to beat Gordgolfo and get crushed by Han no Jatar? Maybe strength in the stats isn't what we think, huh? And suddenly someone comments that he's really lucky. And it's none other than Hajun. Now I ask you, what does Hajun want with him? The guy's always showing up wherever the protagonist is. And since the protagonist isn't a fool, he immediately uses his spying skill on him. And this guy's strong too, right? 1.86 meters tall, 83 kilograms. Check out the guy's stats. A fight between Han no Jatar and Hajun would be interesting to watch. It'd be 2 hours of intense brawling. But now the protagonist wonders if he should take a bus or buy a guava. Buy a bus and grab a guava. See you next time. Folks, don't ask me unnecessary questions. It was better to see this dialogue in this way than in the embarrassing way the protagonist always does. Trust me, the protagonist tells the gossip guy to leave the room because he wants to check out the new card he got. And it's a diamond card. But he won't always take a beating and get a good card, right, folks? We don't even know if he'll get a card every time he loses. So it's not always wise to rely on luck. But since he got it, let's make good use of this thing too. Reveal card, this time it's Save to the Cloud. It's a summoning card, but what it does is still a mystery. Hopefully, it won't summon the devil. Otherwise, it can do whatever. So in Han no Jatar's gangbuck, everyone is praising him. But he says it wasn't that hard. Yeah, we really have to agree with him. Then he tells the guy to go conquer Johnson's school, but he asks the blonde to take him along since Hajun is there. And this that Han no Jatar is talking about is this guy Park Gun here. This guy must be pretty crazy. He was even taking some meds, and he sends them to Johnson's school because now he's going to personally take over the South School, Douglas's school. Finally, he plans to conquer the North School, which has a monster, folks. The guy must be huge. Back at the protagonist's house, his sister is begging him to stay in his room. But look at his expression as if he's really going to listen. The poor girl keeps begging, saying she'll do anything if he doesn't leave the room. Soki says he's going out in just his underwear now since she's asking so much. I really got it, huh? And once again, she's yelling at him from outside the door. But what matters now is the card, right, folks? Not Johnson showing off his tool. And since he's in a completely safe place, his own home, he starts using his card. The whole room lights up and things get chaotic until the copy cloud is successfully summoned. Yes, it's a copy cloud. So his sister goes to answer the door because her friends have arrived with a packed lunch, folks. They came with food in hand to visit. They've already scored points with me. So feel free to come on in. And the girl came to help the protagonist's sister with Tigo Tigo. Do you remember that she was dancing the K-pop earlier? Exactly. So she asks if the extra character eater is home. The sister immediately gets embarrassed, not wanting to show her friends Johnson. Meanwhile, the other friend has her eye on the bedroom door. You're interested, huh, girl? We're noticing this interest. And there's Johnson in the room, desperate because the cloud is talking to him. and the cloud says that the moment it's activated, it will automatically copy. So he quickly activates the card just as his sister enters the room, saying that her friends want his autograph. You can imagine the mess this will cause. And she sees the cloud. The cloud even grabs her to make a copy. It was too good to be true, right, folks? There's bound to be that famous fan service moment now. Honestly, I wanted to see some action instead of fan service, but if there's no rat, you hunt the skunk. You can't always have it all. Afterward, the girl is released after being copied. Then Johnson asks his sister if she's okay. The protagonist wants to know how she's feeling if she saw the cloud. And she says it's like something grabbed her. Maybe there are ghosts in this house, bro. All right, now we're safe. She didn't see anything. In fact, she went to the living room to tell her friends who just laughed at her. Well done. And the protagonist in his room staying quiet, holding the cloud, wondering if it went wrong or not. Suddenly, the system alerts him that he can pace his sister. And he immediately tests it, because here we test everything, my friend. And check out this magic here. The protagonist, unexpectedly, starts to freak out because the cloud literally copied his sister. To be sure he wasn't losing it, Johnson goes to see if his sister is actually in the living room, and she is. But she's also now right behind him. The only differences between his sister's copy and the real one are this mark on the neck and the fact that she isn't yelling at the protagonist. The rest is practically identical. And Johnson, out of nowhere, literally out of nowhere, sticks his finger up her nose and just stares at his finger. That was kind of gross, right? Then suddenly the copy slaps him across the face, feeling offended. Copies have feelings too. And that slap, in turn, immediately triggered his masochism. Hit the other side too, please. So and the copy, on her own, decides to return to the card. And that's the power of the diamond card. Now, how will the protagonist use this? The truth is, we still don't know. At school, Johnson is feeling down because he expected more from this diamond card. Having two sisters now will only make him twice as annoyed. I don't see any advantage in this. In the end, that card was just a trick. Suddenly, his boss shows up, almost finishing off our protagonist with a scare. Our eyebrowless gossip comes to warn him that East Gangbuck has started moving. They immediately sent the school's two best, Park Gun with his remedies and Kang with the big hair. And if they come now, their school doesn't stand a chance at the moment. The protagonist starts to worry, knowing that with only 3 attack cards, if those guys show up, he'll be crushed. So what will he do to get stronger? At that moment, someone calls him. It's Hajun asking what he's doing there since he doesn't even smoke, and this is his smoking area. So the protagonist seizes the opportunity to ask Hajun to train him, but of course, Hajun simply refuses. And that's when the protagonist has an idea. If Hajun won't do it, he has no choice. And in a random house, Kang with the big hairstyle came to pick up Park Gun with his remedies. In no time, he convinces the maniac to go with him, and they decide to head to the school right then. Well, folks, I think things are about to go down if the school is. I get the reference. And on the school's ground floor, so if Hajun and Johnson are on the rooftop, Johnson lands a jab on Hajun's face, landing it perfectly and increasing his punching mastery. But why is the protagonist so happy to hit Hajun? Of course, it's because this is a copy of Hajun. It's not the real Hajun. He wouldn't take a punch so easily. But even as a copy, he maintains the stats. Couldn't he send the copy to fight his enemies? Imagine making 3 copies of Hajun and sending them after those guys. They wouldn't stand a chance. And Johnson says the cloud can block punches. I'd just like to know what Hajun thought when he was caught by the cloud. Doesn't he want to finish off our protagonist now? Now that he has a puppet at his disposal to improve his techniques, he can boost his mastery as much as he wants. He's there, punching, kicking, raising his mastery like crazy. And that's when he hears a sound. The sound of you hitting the like button. Well, it wasn't exactly that sound, but I also want to hear that sound, okay? No, but it was the sound of the strength stat going up to level D, folks. Look at the joy on the boy's face. The problem is that the guys are already arriving. If they'd taken longer to get here, he could have significantly improved his technique by trading punches with the fake Hajun. Now I'm curious to see what his status will be when the guys arrive to see if it'll be a good fight. And this time, we're already at the protagonist's school, where Johnson's sister's friends are chatting casually. And I'm already shipping one of them with the protagonist, right? It's the one who was watching Johnson's door. We see you, sneaky. The problem is who's watching them, right, folks? I think things are going south now. The guy said he wants Hajun and Johnson, but I think when he sees Hajun, he'll end up regretting it. But now he says he's going to have some fun. Let's see him have fun after the protagonist puts him 7 feet under. And in the school courtyard are the 3 musketeers, Yakuza, Johnson, and Gossiper. And Mr. No Eyebrows is saying Johnson seems different today. He's looking like a mix of Ben 10 and something scary. The guy even says his energy feels different, asking if he's been training or something like that. My friend, you aimed at the turtle and hit the nail on the head, didn't you? And the protagonist says he feels like breaking a lamppost today for no reason. This protagonist seems different, right? Could today be the day, clan? And that's when some frantic guy came running in, saying that those guys have arrived. Yeah, folks, I think today's the day. The guy says they're harassing some students, and the protagonist starts thinking about whether it's worth helping them, since that's how he is. Until the guy says the lunatics are messing with the girls from our school. So the situation is more complicated, right? Those lunatics are going to have dinner in hell today. And as they're heading out, look who shows up in front of them. Gordolfo's back for another beating, folks. He's a regular, right? VIP client will have to start giving this guy a discount. The guy's there worried, asking why he's there. Obviously, it's to restore his pride. The guy got made a fool of his own school, and now everyone else is already saying they're going to help the protagonist, but he tells them to stay in front because he'll handle the problem here. So Gordolfo starts wondering if he's gone crazy, thinking that if Hajun hadn't distracted him that time, he never would have lost. Gordolfo even asks if Hajun is hiding nearby. He is. He's perched up on a pole. Don't you see him? The guy is like Spider-Man. He's toned and intense. And of course, the protagonist says that Hajun won't be coming. Gordolfo is surprised again because the protagonist says that he alone is enough to deal with Gordolfo. I think the protagonist has gone insane. Meanwhile, nearby in an alley in front of the school, some guys are bothering girls, saying they'll give them money. And when they get closer, they finally see the girl's face clearly. Then the guy is captivated by her, saying she could be an idol or something like that. Whoa, this is the girl of my dreams. Luckily, the gossip guy showed up just in time, and the guys recognize him, but they don't understand how he knew they were there. Now the one who's impressed is the eyebrowless guy because, wow, look how many dudes are here. It's like 5 against 1. This is a gang up. Call the police, man. That they keep mocking him until one of them takes a makeshift defensive stance, and right after, they freeze. And it's not because they found out the guy has no eyebrows, alright? It's because one of the monsters has arrived, folks. The guy who fought for 4 days and nights with Johnson for the #1 spot at school. Huh? What? It's the Yakuza? No, we're done for. Wait, let me get back in character. The #2 of Gangbuck, Diablo, Yakuza. We're safe now, folks. The girls all get excited, saying that with a name like that, the guy must be good at fighting. So I ask you, why does he have that reputation? Huh, folks? The guy doesn't even feel embarrassed, spreading lies. And the worst part is he believes his own lie, thinking Yakuza is a skilled fighter. But look at Yakuza's expression. We're in trouble now. And the crazy guy gives him a thumbs up, which only motivates Yakuza more. The guys are like, wow, he didn't even take his hand out of his pocket to come meet us. This guy really trusts his fighting skills. So they decide to attack all at once. We're finished. And out of nowhere, they stop. Because look who just showed up, folks. With a red hand still and he's smacking one out, isn't he, you rascal? And he says the guy was stronger than he expected. He's learned to be Ben 10 now. Look at how he left Gordolfo all messed up on the ground. Yeah, man, show some respect to our protagonist from now on, or it'll just be jabs to the nose. He immediately swaps places with Yakuza, and Yakuza says he left some fun for him. Come on, Yakuza, you left all the fun. You didn't do anything. The guy's a miser. And Kang, the long-haired one, comments that he's stronger than Gordolfo. And indeed, looking at his stats, he seems to be stronger. But instead of going into the fight himself, he sends his underlings. Don't want to mess up your hair, huh? No. And everyone charges at Johnson. He's improved his cards so much that they now have critical damage attributes. Johnson simply hits the guys with full force. And guess who's all excited watching this? Yep, folks, I think we got her, huh? And here we get a new mission. Beat the long-haired guy. But it only grants his silver card. So I think it'll be easy, right, folks? The long-haired guy starts backing off, realizing he'll be beaten in the fight. The protagonist says he doesn't want the underlings and says, just bring hand no Javtar here. The protagonist has gone mad now. That's what I like to see. Here we speak through droptics, folks. And I'm bringing another one because these extras have all been defeated. Today I'm having frog for dinner. Then one of the good-looking guys sneaks up from behind. But he narrowly escaped being finished off. Look, he's a good fighter. What power in that man. But there was one person there who didn't consider him a good fighter. But the question that won't go away is, what level is the protagonist at now? Big Hair says he's at the same level as Gordolfo, because that's what Gordolfo told him, that he'd only lose if he let his guard down against Johnson. And I hate to break it to you, my friend, but you fell for Mario Game's trick. The protagonist throws a spinning kick that at the very least will leave the guy unable to move his jaw for 3 months, sipping through a straw, you know. He'll have to ask someone to choose food for him now. And do you think it's over? Yes. Look at the protagonist coming down from above, using the additional weight card too. The hit was so strong it even boosted the power of the blow. If this guy isn't finished now and he's immortal, no way. Yakuza and No Eyebrows are celebrating because the guy's going to need an ambulance to get home now. And the protagonist thinks this is the first time he's used his fists in front of some ladies. Wow, protagonist, don't say it like that. You'll win us over too. The girls, I don't even need to say, are already dragging the youngest one away against her will. He got lucky in this situation, and as they're walking away, someone calls out to him. And wouldn't you know, it's the girl asking for his number. We finally won everyone. But now comes that dreaded question. The masochistic brunette or this young one here? Which one are you rooting for? Comment with your thoughts. Now I'm curious. The girls are worried, asking if she doesn't know the rumors about him that he kidnaps girls, but she says she just wants to thank him properly. We've hit the jackpot, haven't we? And just when the protagonist was about to give her his number, a guy starts talking, saying they should laugh while they can't because soon they'll be screwed. I just want to know how this guy is still alive. He just got run over by the protagonist. And Yakuza, to scrape a bit of the fame, goes over and steps on him, asking what he's talking about. Then the guy says that number 5, John Park, will soon arrive and he'll take down Hajun. But I don't think it'll be that easy, right, folks? Hajun immediately tells him to leave because he wants to train now and check out the guy's muscles. The guy says Han no Jotar sent him there to crush Hajun since Hajun lost to Johnson. Then he says the next one he's going to take down is, but before he can even finish talking, Hajun quickly goes after him. This is the famous saying that the dog who barks doesn't bite. What? Wait, it's actually the dog who barks a lot doesn't bite. His stats weren't bad, but against our massive beast, Hajun, you're a long way from home, my friend. And since he needed an excuse to stay close to Johnson, he sent the little barker to inform Han no Jotar that he's now part of Johnson's tank top crew. And over at Soa's apartment, she's reading a little book while talking to her mom. Her mom says goodbye. This girl's name is Yang Soha, 17 years old. And it wasn't this gentle book she was reading, folks. She was actually reading something about prison behind this book here. So from what I understand, she's another masochist, folks. Does the protagonist have a knack for attracting masochistic girls or what? No way. And speaking of the protagonist, he's over at his building thinking about how he'll recruit the last person. Then he has the brilliant idea to summon the cloud, but he ends up summoning it right onto his lap. Do I even need to say anything? These authors are all perverts. They root for incest, no doubt. But the protagonist's idea now is to recruit the cloud to his crew, and she accepts since she has no choice. Because whatever the protagonist commands, she does. And so he just completed his mission and got the gold card on the crew, which from what I understand is a card that allows him to upgrade his crew members. My goodness, things are starting to get pretty intense, aren't they? His crew is already doing well. Imagine if they get an upgrade, right? Because we have the mighty Hajun in the crew, the incredible Yakuza of the legend, and the eccentric no eyebrows. Plus, now we have the cloud, of course. And he can upgrade the crew members right now. I just want to know what the protagonist's new status is, please. Show us, author, or else I'm going to have an anxiety attack, right? Are you trying to kill me with anxiety? Our protagonist managed to form his team, but to strengthen his companions, he needs nutrition cards, folks. Upgrade cards in this case, and he only gets these cards by completing upgrade missions. But he still has a little silver card to reveal. Are you the card that boosts his tool? No. And when he reveals it, it's a boxing card called Weaving. Not this time, folks, the tool boosting card still hasn't appeared. And this card is none other than a boxing dodge. He moves his head up and down side to side. This is going to be pretty OP, isn't it? And of course, he gets a side mission. He has to dodge and then land an uppercut. With that, he'll earn a gold card. It's a boxing combo, isn't it, folks? But he doesn't yet add the uppercut card. So he'll have to use his fusion card, the Card Master. He has a few cards he doesn't use for anything, and he starts combining them. But of the 2 cards that came out, none were the tool boosting card, folks. And they weren't good cards either. With this fusion card, he can also break cards, but that's a gamble he shouldn't make. But try telling that to our crazy-headed protagonist. It's like talking to a wall. And as always, the guys are bowing to them because the 2 showed their true strength yesterday. Well, kind of. Yakuza keeps telling the guys to make sure he doesn't have to come next time. This guy is a comedian. But why the celebration here? It's because the areas controlled by the guy they defeated are under their control now. But Johnson himself says that if he goes there now, Han no Jotar will definitely come after him 100%. And it's not that easy to catch a frog in its own pond. But the browless guy says he'll have free time now since he contacted Douglas from Gangbot Man. As usual, he gossiped a bit with Douglas. And Han no Jotar at his school just found out the guy's lost. One of his henchmen says the schools were taken over by them. And what should they do now? Of course, Han no Jotar wants to go there immediately. But suddenly, a guy comes running, shouting that Gangbot Man has started moving. They probably know they're at war and will take advantage of this moment. Of course, all of this was part of Browless Guy's plan. I mean, Browless. He informed Douglas' school that everyone was at war and that he should take advantage of this now. Han no Jotar quickly sends the number 2 at his school to Gangbuk Seo, because in his mind, Johnson is just a weakling. He can always take him down whenever he wants. So now he has to get that son of a gun Douglas first. Keep thinking Johnson is weak. After you lose all your men and are left alone, there'll be no use crying. It's true. Browless Guy is there asking Johnson to praise him for the good job he did. But Johnson can only think about how to beat Han no Jotar now. Browless Guy even asks if he wants something like strengthening the organization from within. But he's not looking for another bodyguard. He wants something different. And then some girls pass by saying the rumors are that he doesn't even flush the toilet alone anymore. And I don't blame anyone for saying that, do I? Look at how many henchmen he is walking around with him lately. But he needs to keep an eye on the commanders of each school that just took over. Because since they were Topatuto's subordinates, they'll probably rebel against Johnson and side with Han no Jotar. So it'd be good if he showed up there and calmed those guys down. And it's at this moment that a personal nutrition mission appears. Talking about nutrition is weird. It sounds like he'll need to eat now, but it's to nourish his status. And this mission is to discipline the school and bring the guys over to his side. The rewards are several status nutrition cards. Folks, hold on, I see Yakuza becoming monstrous. The guy already thinks he's a big deal. Imagine Yakuza punching someone and knocking them out. His ego will skyrocket. He's already got the tough guy pose down. Now he just needs to be a fighter. And of course, the protagonist wants those cards. He's all happy saying they're going to the schools right now, but No Eyebrows suddenly tells him to look ahead. Because Masochist number 2, Soha, is right in front of him. He asks what she's doing there and the wild guy there. Meanwhile, No Eyebrows is starry-eyed about the situation. The girl tells him she has plans with Daehyun today since they're friends and go to the same school. The protagonist just says everything's fine, have fun then. And out of nowhere, she calls him again, asking why he didn't reply to her message. She mentions that she sent him a message, but he didn't respond. Look at No Eyebrows' face. Oh, bad boy, you're total trash, aren't you? The guy teasing the protagonist is hilarious. And the protagonist says it's all good that he'll respond to her. So see you later. Damn protagonist. I'm liking what I see. Unlike guys who become lapdogs, the protagonist is making the girls chase after him. And the poor girl is standing there, all happy that she got to talk to him today. And guess who was watching all this? Saying, look at that loser Johnson. Humph, I don't have anything, do I? Pretty soon, we'll have a showdown of sadistic beauties fighting for one protagonist. And suddenly, we cut to a group eating and drinking, wondering what they should do, if they should follow Johnson or what. And out of nowhere, one of them asks if they can't shut up. This guy is the school's number 1, Jang Jinsu. He says they'll stick with Han no Jitar to the end. If Johnson shows up, he'll finish him off. But not with those stats, right, my dear? All porky. Speaking of stats, I really want to see the protagonist's stats. It's been ages since they showed that stuff, and I'm dying of curiosity. And suddenly, someone says he should go after Johnson if he wants to be finished like that. The guy starts saying it's a joke, and it's actually Johnson who showed up asking what they're doing on a mountain. And probably the one who said those things earlier was No Eyebrows. I need to stop smoking, are you crazy? And suddenly, the wild guy tries to hit the protagonist. He uses his wave recklessly and look at the protagonist's face, like he's about to pop a wheelie on a motorcycle. And the one who gets annoyed with this guy is No Eyebrows, saying he's even more cowardly than Johnson himself. No one can be more cowardly than Johnson himself. And suddenly, the protagonist throws an uppercut. But how does he have an uppercut if he didn't have one before? I don't know. It's because he got one last night, right, folks? After making countless combinations, breaking almost all of his cards, even that high-ranking card he had went out the window. But now he's going to get a gold card as a reward. And it's punches to the left, punches to the right. This is thanks to his new boxing gold card, Dempsey Roll. This lets him strike while dodging, making it harder to be hit and causing way more damage with body rotation. Mike Tyson used this a lot, right, folks? And this leaves everyone there speechless. The protagonist tells his friends to wait for him because he's going to get Daddy's card. I didn't fully understand this part. I think it's a reference to those nutrition things. Or is it those kids who grab their dad's card to buy gems and games? Our protagonist throwing punches at the guy, right, folks? And striking a real alpha pose, of course. Since nobody's crazy, they all surrendered. And that's how he managed to discipline the first school literally through fists. Who said hitting doesn't teach? Your mom. Just kidding, folks. Don't go around hitting people, you misers. That'll be my fault. And quickly, the folks from School 2 surrendered too, because they were tired of Han no Jatter's tyranny. School 3 also surrendered, but they did it while begging not to have their dues raised. But of course, our protagonist doesn't want money, folks. This makes him the savior of these schools now. And now, yes, everyone. Now the mission is complete. You can throw all those nutrition cards here to Daddy, and our Yakuza is going to become monstrous. The protagonist, when he arrived at the school, even thought of boosting a June to make him an absolute monster. But how could he control a guy like that in the future? It's impossible. The guy's already incredibly strong. Imagine if he got even stronger. Of course, the best choice is really Yakuza, the trembling one. And he quickly applies all the nutrition cards to Yakuza. This is what it means to be a friend, right, folks? But Yakuza ended up having a strange reaction. Could it be that Johnson used the tool-boosting card on Yakuza? No, impossible. We're friends, but we're talking about the most important card. Nobody would just give that card away like that. The protagonist's concern now is finding out who the leader of Gangwut Nan is, their number 1. And for the first time ever, the gossip guy doesn't have that information. Because when someone becomes the leader of an area, there should be some background, some information about the guy. But the only thing known about this guy is that he's extremely strong. I'm really hoping it's just some gossip from their side spreading that around. Because I believe they think Johnson is like that too, you know? The amount of stuff this guy spreads is insane. And browless guy, upon leaving, starts thinking that everything is calm now. But he knows Johnson can't handle things inside and outside the school simultaneously. He needs someone to handle things for him here while he's out there beating others in a fight. But who would be fit for that, folks? Of course, it's the protagonist, Brunette. So guess who just had an idea involving Bak Charon? You two need to go on a date. What do we think about going to Pooh Villa? That's a terrible idea you've got in your head, you unlucky guy. I'm going to tell my mom and you'll see. The girl gets furious, saying they're not that close. And the worst part is that even the protagonist doesn't know what this Pooh Villa is. And browless guy explains it's a popular place where girls take photos in bikinis at the pools and post on Instagram to gain followers. Now it's clear why she slapped you. Johnson himself says he deserved that slap, and while the guy was sulking, someone sneaks up behind him. and it's none other than El Diablo Yakuza, asking why he was left out of this conversation. Could it be that Yakuza changed after improving his personal stats? I admit I'm already excited to see this guy throwing punches, right? And remember the brunette who didn't want to go to the pool? She didn't want her friends coming to her job, saying it'd be fun to use the boys to get followers by the pool. See, folks, it's these types who keep tormenting us, mere mortal warriors. And after the girls kept insisting, she agreed to go. We did it, folks. Soon we'll have tsunders in bikinis. Now check out the guy's style. Yakuza even came in a suit to go to the pool, and he only wants to know why the June came along. And it's because Johnson here said he only invited him out of politeness. Nobody expected him to actually come, and there are the girls. This manhwa artist really has a knack for drawing characters, doesn't he? I'll tell you folks. And out of nowhere, the protagonist starts looking at Bak Charon's bag. Then she suddenly comes over and slaps him. What healthy relationship, huh? I like it. And that's a true tsundeer. Soon, if she notices him looking at the ground, she'll slap him again. And not far from there, in an area known as the Babel Zone, a guy comes running in a hurry to give a warning to Kang Seok. This guy is the #1 of Gangbuk Man in the north. He tells the guy that Gangbuk CO, Johnson's side, is on the move. The guy just says he thought Johnson had a brain. It looks like Johnson's people are already inside their territory. Now, I get why the June came along. At the very least, he must have noticed that this territory belongs to that guy. But the question that won't go away now is, does the protagonist, with all this strength, or Hajun himself, monstrous as he is, stand a chance against this Megazord? Because look at those veins bulging from the guy's arm. I think we lost, right, folks? Cancel the pool, cancel the bikinis, let's go home because now I've got a stomachache. And I was just about to ask you all. Help spread our work. Share it in your grandma's WhatsApp group, tell her to come give me her blessing or something like that. Send it to the neighbor's dog, I don't know. Any help is welcome. And we're back to where the sadistic girls in bikinis are going to show up, right, folks? The guys are all excited about this meetup. I just don't understand why Yakuza is all flustered because Arjun is looking at him. Is he Yakuza's girl, maybe? He's already playing hard to get. Now he just needs to go all the way. It's true. The girls start planning to split off from the boys. But why is our protagonist following them? I don't know. Obviously, he gets hit for it. He gets hit and even likes it. No Eyebrows tells them to hurry up because time's short. They'll be staying for 2 days and 1 night. The guys will sleep there. I thought it would be like a water park. So a lot's going to go down in this pool dormitory, including, as we can see, a lot of fighting, folks. And this here is probably the crew that'll start getting crushed. We can't start straight with dessert. We have to ease into it. As you know, extras are strange beings. They go looking for places to get beaten up. They could just leave, but they insist on taking a beating. It's impressive. And since our protagonist is generous, he decided to give them this gift. Already in the pool, the girls are just taking photos to post on social media, and it seems they've taken about 30,000 photos just to pick one. What's that about? I think this is something unique to women because when men take photos, even if our eyes are closed, we'll post it. We're daring, no doubt. Suddenly, they start commenting on Ajun's physique, saying they'd even go on a date with him if he were friendlier. But you must be wondering, where are the sadistic girls in bikinis? And where's the protagonist brunette? Here she is, and I really don't know what to say. Johnson is one lucky guy, we have to admit. Her friends were left speechless, especially since they expected everyone to come in bikinis. They had messaged Bake, telling her not to come in a bikini anymore, and that's when our bikini sadist ran off, not knowing where to hide her face. Instead of seizing the moment to make a video for social media, right folks? Not this time. The boys are here, ready, asking her to show the bikini. Yes, you heard that right. Actually, that's what she thinks because when she asks Johnson, he says that's not it. But if she wants to show it, they're ready. No one's going to say no. Conversation goes on, and the brunette starts saying the environment is getting boring and maybe she should go home. You say that right next to the most eccentric guy in school. No Eyebrows immediately suggests a game, and whoever loses has to shave an eyebrow. Hey, I'd like to see who's going to say they're bored now. The guy even asks if she wants an easy game, but she replies that she just doesn't want anything boring. And 5 minutes later, she's arguing with Johnson, bickering and claiming that he lost. And he doesn't back down, asserting that she lost too. It's looking like a couple's quarrel, isn't it? I wouldn't know. After some analysis, No Eyebrows decides who the loser will be. Even the girls noticed the mischief because when No Eyebrows said no one lost, Bak Charon was almost about to shave Johnson's eyebrow. That's when the guy suggested another game. She gets curious to know what it is. This game, my friends, takes place in this closet. I think the dirty-minded ones know what's coming. They'll have to go into the closet, and whoever comes out first loses. The loser has to imitate the handsome No Eyebrows by shaving their eyebrow too. But just staying in there will be easy. It's just a patience test. No, they'll have to hold hands in there. Whoever lets go or leaves first loses. Both open their mouths to complain, and No Eyebrows warns that if they want, they can shave their eyebrow right then, and the game's over. If that's what they want, damn, No Eyebrows, you got done yourself. Her friends comment that if she doesn't feel anything for him, holding his hand should be easy. Now that's what I call friends. Those are my kind of people, folks. The situation is heating up, and here I am, throwing more fuel on the fire. The girl gets irritated, calls Johnson, and grabs his hand and tells him to prepare to shave his eyebrows. Hey, now this is getting interesting. Wouldn't it be a shame if the chapter ended right now? Just teasing you all? No, it's not ending yet. Calm down. My heart even skipped a beat. The two of them enter the closet and the guy locks them in. Good luck, Johnson, because things are about to get intense. And let's be honest, browless guy is smarter than we expected. Now we understand his intelligence stat. This guy's a genius, he's gone up in my book. However, someone not too interested in this little game is Yakuza, who suddenly notices that Johnson has grown a lot and is getting very strong. He chuckles and comments that he's jealous. Could he actually know about the system? That theory that he had the system himself has never felt as likely as it does now. Too bad he mentioned this right in front of that crowd at Extras. And instantly they recognize him, Diablo Yakuza. Could it be that Yakuza will finally take down some extras? Is this what I'm seeing? Meanwhile, in the closet, they're stuck in there with no Wi-Fi signal. Her question now is, why is Johnson sweating so much? He says he thinks he saw this exact situation in a show once, the same scenario as theirs. Suddenly, the system creates a mission. He takes a deep breath and she gets startled, asking what's wrong with him. The two are very close with our protagonist right in front of the goal. If the referee hadn't blown the whistle, I think he would have kicked it. The referee this time was the system, telling him to get out of the closet, letting Bakcharan win the game. Okay, losing the game isn't a big deal, but the system wants Johnson to come out of the closet. Are you losing it, system? Though things are getting steamy inside this closet, we have to choose between the sassy brunette or the silver card. Logically, I know everyone would pick the brunette, but if the silver card is the legendary tool boosting card, we can't risk passing it up, right? Imagine living with the regret of discarding the tool boosting card. No way. The brunette just asks him to stop looking at her, and he responds that he can't, as it's pretty cramped in there. There's not much else to look at. Of course, there are other reasons too. You know that I know that you know. We're all aware. Don't try to fool us, Johnson. She asks if he could at least try not to look. And suddenly, the protagonist asks if she's sick, as her forehead is sweating a lot. She tells him to shut up as always. But in the end, she even asks if they could let go of each other's hands. The protagonist, who isn't dumb and wants to keep holding hands, says rules are rules. She gets irritated, asking if he could just leave the closet. But of course, he doesn't want to end up like the eyebrowless gossip guy. She says that if that's the problem, she'll draw his eyebrows back on. That's when the protagonist realizes something is very wrong with her. Man, this closet must feel like an oven baking bread. It must be 200 degrees in there. And the protagonist asks again why she's out of breath. Is she sick? Or maybe she just wants to steal a kiss from Johnson? Of course, she yells at him for that. But he insists on knowing the reason for her current state. And finally, she reveals that she can't handle small spaces. Yes, folks, she's claustrophobic. For those who really don't know what that is, it's when people feel extremely suffocated in tight spaces. We always ask if someone has claustrophobia before taking them into our basement after all. So she tells the protagonist that she's been through this before. In the past, she was bullied around halfway through high school. She was bullied simply for having fierce eyes. They forced her to eat until, one day, they locked her in a cleaning closet and left. Ever since then, she's had this phobia. Poor thing, right? Appearances can be deceiving. She regrets sharing this with him, as she didn't expect the time in the closet to drag on so long. And the protagonist, hearing all of this, starts to recall all the times she helped him. Then he says he's leaving now, which leaves her confused. He also mentions that he had no idea about all of this, and if she was struggling, she should have said something sooner. And he praises her, saying she's done well until now. Well, protagonist, don't come out with these speeches or you'll even win us over with that charm. But it was the moment he went to open the door that he discovered it was locked from the outside. He starts shouting for someone to open the door and asks Bakcharan to wait a moment. However, when he looks at her, he realizes the poor girl is crying. Oh, come on, this is too much. He doesn't hesitate and activates his additional strength, breaking the closet door with a single punch, completing his mission to earn the silver card. Of course, he lost to her, which is why he earned the card. So get ready to be eyebrowless, my guy. And besides losing his eyebrows, he injured his fist. He was threatening the gossip when suddenly the brunette grabs him from behind, thanking him for everything. She says that if he shaves his eyebrows, she'll draw them back on for him. And you know things can't just go well for our protagonist, right? He has to make some kind of blunder. He quickly clarifies to her that he didn't punch the closet door because of her. He did it because he got a slow reaction. I think that's roughly what he meant. How tactless. Dude, at least that's what the translator interpreted. She starts thinking about what kind of reaction he had until she realizes, and she blushes all over. And of course, the curses that followed were from Son of a Peach and Upright. But our protagonist is a bit slow, we have to admit. Instead of just saying something to her, he let it slide. I get that this isn't a romance story, but I'm starting to get frustrated here, man. Single Johnson isn't the path we want here. And suddenly, we cut to Bakcharan's friends who are crying. They say they didn't know Bake was claustrophobic. The protagonist says it's all good and that he'll never forgive them again. Whoa, cold-hearted guy. And he says this while flashing a huge grin. Now that I notice, he really is eyebrowless. This is unbelievable. The girls comment that he seems very happy to be without eyebrows, asking what happened inside the closet. I'm not telling you. Nothing much happened. And suddenly, the gossip appears saying they're in big trouble now. The protagonist wonders, big trouble? What's happening here? Tell us. It seems, folks, that Yakuza was surrounded by 3 guys from the local school. They waited until Yakuza was alone to attack him. So the protagonist asks if these are the same guys who were waiting for them at the entrance when they arrived. The gossip confirms that yes, it's them. Then the protagonist very calmly says to leave Yakuza alone. The 2 start freaking out, begging him to save Yakuza. But he assures them it's okay, everyone, because today's Yakuza is not the same as before. Man, could today be the day Yakuza unleashes on some extras without mercy? Yes, it is. The guys stare at him, asking if he's scared, and he very calmly just observes. The guys even start to doubt, thinking this guy doesn't look like Yakuza at all, more like an idiot. That's what they say. These guys have pretty average stats. However, their leader wearing an NFC shirt has a decent status. Very good. But suddenly, the guy charges at Yakuza. You know when your life flashes before your eyes? No. Well, it was at that moment that Yakuza heard Johnson's voice, telling him not to doubt because if he didn't doubt, he could really become a Yakuza. This time, he bets his life on the nutrition card. And we have to agree, both cards are incredible. But the one that stands out the most is this one, the Sistema card. The group member can now use the system, which consists of military and martial arts styles. Yakuza suddenly lands a punch on the guy, combining a move I can't even describe. He almost did that famous martial arts move. Yakuza has become Jet Li, folks. We finally won, folks. With one strike, the guy found Jesus. This is Yakuza's new strength, and even without fully understanding what happened, his body moved on its own. He comments that it's so cool. The guys start asking if he was hiding his strength on purpose, but hold on a second, everyone. Are you all scared now? Don't be afraid, guys, or do I need to teach you how to breathe again? I think I forgot to introduce myself. I am Diablo Yakuza of Gangbuk, and the fight's about to heat up. Finally, our monstrous Diablo showed us his strength. Yakuza still has a lot to show in this manhwa. As for the brunette, I'm even happy with their relationship now. Even though this isn't a romance story, I'm hoping there's a little romance. Am I the only one who thinks this way? I don't know. Our Yakuza showed us his true strength, and now he's threatening this crowd, saying he'll close his eyes. So come at him. I'm telling you, Yakuza is too humble. The guy is doing everything to balance this fight. The guys come at him talking nonsense, and he just gives them a tap on the nose. I can see them heading straight to a place that does nose jobs after this. Not to mention Yakuza's hand positions. The guy's a bit rock and roll. But suddenly, one of the guys says he's bluffing and lands a punch on Yakuza's face, saying he doesn't know his place. But look at Yakuza's expression. He's not going to go easy on them anymore. He manages to knock the guys around laterally. He even asks if they weren't Warnie's Diablo Yakuza of Gangbuk. The guy strikes a pose looking like a clumsy crane. This was the debut of our great Yakuza. His ego must be hitting the ceiling now. So much so that browless guy keeps asking him what happened. And in his mythic stance, he says he only did it for the girls. It's really gratifying to see Yakuza getting the attention he deserves. He's a true icon. Even Johnson feels happy because before it was just him getting stronger, and now Yakuza is evolving too, especially in his negotiations. He starts asking browless guy to get him some water. The girls say no one is getting water right now and tell him to leave their room. Browless guy stays formal, wishing them good night, while Johnson just says, see you tomorrow. The girls were even changing, asking each other if they'd brought comfortable clothes. And Johnson answers yes, he brought a nice outfit. Another girl says it's good he brought that outfit. Wait a minute, what's Johnson doing here? Of course the brunette slaps him hard, and off he goes, all sad. There are 2 possibilities, to succeed or not. I didn't succeed. It really wasn't my moment. But it's all too quiet today. He starts to feel weird, as he should be fighting the guys having invaded their turf. But where's Hajun? It seems he went to meet someone who knows him. The guy himself mentions it's strange that Hajun called him, but he was curious, so he came. Apparently, Hajun came because he was worried about his friends, thinking the guys might attack him. However, the other guy says he only left him alone because they had Hajun with them. And he adds one more thing. Take your hands out of your pockets when you're talking to me. Now you can go, who Hajun? Whoa, this guy demands respect, huh? He's probably that top one we saw. I just don't get why they're being dramatic about hiding him now when we already showed him before, but okay. Still, why do I have the feeling that this guy is Guva Jun's brother? Is it just me, or am I going crazy? And I think Johnson is far from even scratching this guy for now. He'll still have to face Han no Jatar and maybe Douglas before he can think about confronting this one here, as this guy must be very powerful. And here's our protagonist back home. His sister is super curious, wanting to know what the pool place was like, and his mom finds it strange that her son has friends. Exactly. So Johnson doesn't even argue with them, does he, folks? He really is different now, but it's clearly because he's so tired. And what about that card the protagonist got when he came out of the closet? He immediately goes to reveal it. The card is called Boomer, and it's a card that increases the probability of things. As always, it's not the tool-boosting card, right? And at Yakuza's house, he announces he's home. And look at his dad's face. It's identical to his. How creepy is that? No way. My mind is going to explode now. There are 2 Yakuzas. The good thing is that at least the older Yakuza will look the same as he does today. Nothing will change. Suddenly, Yakuza mentions that he got into a fight today. His dad is shocked, and he starts talking about how his body moves the way he wants now, feeling like he awakened something. Then, out of nowhere, he asks his dad about the truth, asking if he was really just an office worker. His dad confirms that yes, he's just a regular worker, nothing different. And that's when the man got a strong slap on the back out of nowhere. It was Yakuza's mom calling him to eat. No, to hold on. I think I get what's happening here, folks. It's not Yakuza's dad who's the Yakuza. It's his mom. Damn, man. I wasn't expecting that. Look at the hidden tattoos on her arm. Not to mention the slap with massive strength. Does this make sense now, or am I just imagining things? I don't know. Comment and let me know. Back at the protagonist's school, everyone's whispering about him because now he's eyebrowless. Imagine the embarrassment of walking around without eyebrows, especially at school. That must be really weird. And suddenly, someone grabs his arm. It's our back Charon pulling him somewhere. The girls start speculating that they're going off to kiss. What? The rumors at this school are going from 0 to 100 real quick. The poor guy wants to know what's happening this time. He's going to get in trouble again for something he didn't do. And she just told him to sit down because she promised to draw his eyebrows, and now she's going to do it. He thanks her, but she mentions that this position is uncomfortable. And then, folks, she simply sat on his lap to draw. Okay, I admit I didn't see that coming either. Is the brunette taking the initiative, or is it just me? I'm rooting more and more for this couple. There's no doubt. And suddenly, the guys open the door, saying they shaved their eyebrows for the protagonist. Not only did they kill the mood, but they also messed up. Everyone shaved their eyebrows for nothing. Now that the protagonist has his drawn back, these guys were already ugly. Now they look like a squash crab. And the reason for today's meeting is to begin Johnson's power expansion. But where should they start? Suddenly, the system creates a main mission. They'll have to choose between 3 options, and once chosen, there's no going back. The missions are a silver card to attack Gangbuk Dong, which is Han No Jetter's school, the gold card to attack Gangbuk Man, which belongs to Douglas, and a platinum card to attack the Gangbuk of the monster. I take the platinum one off the list right away. That's not going to work. But the protagonist reflects on what would be best for him. He concludes that attacking Han No Jetter's school would be ideal. However, the problem is that it's just a simple silver card. I don't know if it's worth it. Douglas isn't a bad option either, but breaking the good relationship they're building apparently wouldn't be great. And the best option for business would really be the last one, which is a very good platinum card. However, the mission likely means he'll be finished. True enough. So the protagonist declares that he's finally made up his mind. He's decided to attack right now. Let the games begin, folks. As always, punches are going to fly. It's finally time for war, folks. But where to start attacking? I'd go straight with my mom said and be done with it. But the protagonist says he's heading straight for Gangbuk Buck, the northern one where the monster is. However, gossip mentions it's not wise to do that because those guys Yakuza beat up in Pol Vila were nothing compared to the real members of Gangbuk Buck. There's a place where they play pool and there are only monsters inside. And their leader, ranked 39th in the school, is said to be frighteningly strong. Damn, number 39. Imagine the 5th, the 2nd, or the top one. We're done for then. No way around it. But the protagonist is aware they'll be destroyed if they attack Gangbuk Buck without thinking. So they're going to get stronger first. But then where should we start, folks? The best would be to finish off Han No Jatar for good. So get ready, everyone, because we're heading to your mom. At Han No Jatar's school, Gangbuk Dong, the same terrified guy, arrives again. He's the messenger boy, always the one delivering the news, announcing that Gangbuk see you. In this case, Johnson's school is making a move. Han No Jatar is thrilled, so he orders everyone to stand up because they will likely be Johnson's target. He announces to everyone that the war is about to start. Looks like a showdown is about to begin. But before he leaves, someone calls him to say something. However, it doesn't show what this guy says. Instead, it cuts to Douglas at his school, and he's also finding out that Johnson and his school are on the move. The guys are speculating that Johnson is heading to Han No Jatar's school, and they wonder if they should help take him down once and for all. Or maybe they should attack Gangbuk Siu from behind. But Douglas tells them that they're staying put because this could be a trap set by Johnson. They'll only act once they see what happens. Then, out of nowhere, some guy rushes in, saying he knows where Johnson is planning to attack. And it's not Douglas's school, nor Han No Jatar's. This explains Han No Jatar's expression when that guy called him over, they're actually going to attack the big monster's school. Johnson's idea here is to make the leader of this place his ally to strengthen his group. Browless guy can't believe it. This will cause the guys to retaliate and destroy them completely. But the protagonist has a personal plan. Trust him. Of course, the main reason he's attacking this place is for that marvelous platinum card. Browless guy says he believes him, but things look tricky now. And he's talking about this here. Folks, look at how many guys are here. I don't think they'll be able to handle it. You need to stop getting into these messes. I got the reference. But Johnson knows the leader isn't there. And as he goes to check, someone's coming through the door. No, wait. Maybe it'll come through the second floor window, of course. Then someone arrives asking if they're customers, and that person is Songharu, number 39 of the school, the one everyone's been talking about. The protagonist is shocked because she's a girl, The clever protagonist quickly asks if she wants to join his group, saying he loves her and everything. Dude, what's up with that, protagonist? You're quick on the trigger lately, huh? She's left confused. Even the gossip guy scolds him for saying something like that out of the blue, but he says it's love at first sight. Suddenly, she kicks the protagonist in the face, probably leaving him toothless. The guys start to freak out, and she says she's number 39 of the school and asks if they came to entertain her. She or he? I'm not sure now. Let's say it's he. Gossip guy steps forward, questioning how she could be a woman, but he's cut off by a punch as he clarifies he's a man. And the guy's just standing there like, how do you have a woman's body? As expected of Gangbuck Buck. I'm not a woman, damn it. Are you stupid? But she knows gossip guy held back because he thought she was a woman, or is she? Now I'm confused, I don't know either. Help. But the real gentleman here is Yakuza, who says he'll fight her. Our great Diablo. But someone tells him to stop. It was Johnson himself saying he'll handle this. The guys ask if he's okay, and he says it's his first time. I thought his first time being knocked out or something. But he says, all happy, that it's his first time being run over by a girl. What? Is this a fetish? I think Johnson likes a trap, folks. Not the music kind, if you know what I mean. She gets mad, saying he's not a girl, and punches the protagonist. But he dodges and even says, nice to meet you. Mid-fight, calling himself Tank Top Johnson as he jabs her. Dude, if this lands, people might say he's sexist, unless it's a trap. Or not. I don't know anymore. I'm all glitched out. The protagonist is more impressed by how charming she's while dodging than the dodge itself. So in this case, he throws a strong kick and she dodges again. Everyone is stunned, including the pool table guys. They genuinely don't know who will win and just cheer them on. The protagonist says she's really incredible, asking if she does any sports or anything like that. But she says no. And he says, so she trains a lot with that girl's body of hers? Huh. No way. There must be a story behind this. And he tells her to pay attention now. He spied on a lot of people, but he thinks she's better than them. And he's not saying that because she's pretty, no. He says it because he believes in her. Then he proposes that if he wins, she'll join his team. Let's give it our best, Sasan Haru. And Haru Haku. Both are traps. Coincidence? Yes, it is. She just doesn't understand why the protagonist wants her so much. The protagonist is into a little trap action. It's pretty enjoyable. But he says he can see it in her. She asks what he sees while throwing a punch at him. But the protagonist dodges it with ease. And here we see her stats. Actually, they're not bad, right? What the protagonist saw in her folks was enormous potential, and he says this while landing a solid punch to her stomach. Protagonist being a macho, and now a submission is created to recruit Song Haru. He says she keeps surprising him with attacks, so he can assume the bet has started. So what do you think, folks? Do you think it's a good idea to have this girl on the team? Or is it a boy? What do you think? Comment and let me know. Is it a girl or a boy? I think it's a girl. But the girl says she doesn't want to join his team while punching him. However, the protagonist once again dodges easily and throws a punch at her guard that almost bends her arm back. The protagonist is determined to recruit her, no matter what. Then she punches him, telling him not to get distracted. It's the classic, you snooze, you lose. Only she's startled when the protagonist falls against her. Is the protagonist just a flirt, or did he really lose the fight? The guys are all clueless about what's happening here. Not even his own friends understand. The girl doesn't know what to do. But why do I feel like the protagonist is taking advantage of the situation? So much so that, unexpectedly, he hugs her, smiling and saying her fabric softener smells nice. Look at this guy, and he's doing all this while using the additional weight card. The girl asks why he's smiling when, out of nowhere, he picks her up, and you know the rest. Then the protagonist leans close to her ear and says she can't escape from him. What does that mean? Has the protagonist gone crazy? I think we really should call the police now. Me too. And that's how the mission was completed, folks. Throw the platinum card right here. Today, I'm confident it's the card that increases the tool, right, folks? And suddenly, we flash back to something from the past in an abandoned building. The trap is talking to someone, saying she can keep fighting, that she wants another chance and won't accept just being number 39. But this person here is number 2 in the Gangbuck Buck school. Let's just say he's not very interested in talking. The only thing he said was that she should be grateful for at least earning the 39th position at school, and that she'll be responsible for a pool bar, because the place for rejects is down there. From what I understood here, he granted her the 39th position because she's a woman, got it. That's why she insists she's not a girl in this context. Mystery solved. Now we're the Sherlock Holmes gang, or maybe I just got it all wrong. That's possible too. And she wakes up startled on top of a table, with someone telling her she can't get up yet. And this person is the crazy gossip, heating up some needles, saying he knows Oriental medicine. Personally, I wouldn't trust gossip much. But she only wants to know where she is at that moment. And the protagonist, striking a Ben 10 pose, says they're at his school and that she doesn't need to worry because he'd never touch a girl in that way. So if he'd touch her in other ways then? The girl was about to leave, but he tells her that now she's part of his team. She insists she doesn't want that, and then he gets serious, asking if she really doesn't want it. And he does this while using that boomer card he won, remember? This card increases the chances of persuading someone, folks. He quickly says it's for her own good, asking how old she is. She answers that she's 17, and the protagonist immediately follows up, saying that if she's 17, she must have a big dream, or is she just satisfied with the pool hall? When he was about to say, if you join my team, she quickly says she accepts. What? He quickly touched on the girl's sore spot, or is this card stolen too? I can't say right now. However, she says she'll want him to grant her wish later. So there it is, everyone. The trap is now part of the team. The protagonist, out of nowhere, goes and hugs her, and the guy without eyebrows is even crying with excitement because Johnson made a new friend. But she starts saying that they now have a big problem. They're in serious trouble. Since the protagonist invaded their space and even recruited her, the guys will come at them like bulldozers. What will he do to handle this? She even says she doesn't have the courage to fight rank 1. If he doesn't solve this problem, she won't want to work with him. And he starts complimenting her, saying she's cute. Because it's all planned out, don't worry about it. Should I trust everyone? I don't know. This feels like a trap, doesn't it? Both trusting the protagonist and not knowing if she's really a woman. Back in the pool hall, the guys comment that they expected nothing less from her. She managed to return after going alone to Johnson's school, but they feel she's been acting strange lately, and the reason for that is that it's not Haru here, everyone. It's a cloud copy of Haru. They fooled us well this time. The good thing is that if needed, the cloud can even beat up the guys, and even the gossip doesn't know how he managed to shake off the guys. I won't tell you. The protagonist quickly puts a bow on her head, saying it's a disguise. But you're all aware that this is just one of Johnson's fetishes, right? The guys say they're going to spread the rumor now that she betrayed them. But according to her, everyone will be taken down because the guys will come after everyone. So the protagonist decides to leave, heading straight to the bathroom. What do you think he's going to do, everyone? Reveal his new cards? He's bald. What? Bald? You're going bald? I didn't get that ending. One of the cards he got because he invaded Gangbuck Buck and another for recruiting Haru, right? And he immediately reveals the silver one first, which is just a tennis card. It'll probably be destroyed later so we can see if the tool upgrade one comes up, right, everyone? Speaking of the tool upgrade card, that's the one we want. Who's with me in trusting that the platinum one is the tool upgrade one? Type tool upgrade in the chat now. I trust. It has to be the one. The protagonist grabs his throat a little because even the Wi-Fi signal doesn't pass through now. And the card that came out, everyone, is the diaper, as in diapers. The description reads, I wet my pants. What the heck is this? Wasn't this supposed to be an attack card, says the protagonist, because the tool upgrade one isn't everyone, and it's really weird on top of that. And suddenly, the system creates a nutrition mission, probably related to the new card. Or not, I don't know. All I know is that I know nothing now since the tool upgrade card didn't come. I'm even a little sad. Suddenly, it cuts to Gangbuk Nam, where a guy is training. The number 1 in the school, Douglas in this case, thinking everything is ready for Johnson now. No one messes with that monster and gets away unscathed. Maybe. But that doesn't apply to Johnson. Things only end when they're truly over. Trust. And suddenly, his message boy arrives, terrified, saying they're under attack. Who comes to mind? Of course it's Han no Jotaro, right? But the one attacking is actually Johnson. The guy is uncontrollable. He wants to attack everyone now. He's gone crazy. Douglas thought they were attacking Gangbuck Buck, and the guy confirmed it, right? But it seems like the ones who were attacked didn't suffer any damage that time. And currently, Johnson is attacking the tunnel. If they don't send reinforcements, all their forces will go down the drain. And suddenly, the Yakuza tells Haru that if she's tired, she can lean on him. But, as always, she retorts that she's not a girl. And now, everyone. Haru is number 5 at Johnson's school. From 39 to 5, she's doing really well, isn't she? The protagonist went there because the nutrition mission now is to discover Gangbuk Nan's business and once again, gain a significant number of cards. In total, there'll be 6 cards. Then comes the question, everyone. Are we going to predict that Yakuza will become stronger or will we bet on the new team member? But enough small talk now. Let's smash Gangbuk Nan, everyone. The guys in the tunnel start wondering if they're dreaming because it's not normal for a girl to come to the battlefield like this. You're literally going to bite your tongue, right? Even if it's by force. Of course, she claims she's not, that she's not a girl, throwing a hard punch right into the guy's mouth. This trap is strong. Then she dodges another punch, using him as leverage to go higher. Yes, she actually started floating there, but at 50 kilograms, even I could do that. And the guy, out of nowhere, grabs her by the hair to obviously give her a beating, right? But she, even midair, manages to hit them both at the same time. And this doesn't quite look like a man's reach. I couldn't do that myself. It could be, in my case, an age thing as well. Could be. And suddenly, the girl starts to get furious, because Johnson, instead of helping, is jotting down some things in a little notebook. And folks, I think I finally found someone who draws worse than I do. Look at this sketch the protagonist made of Haru. It's Kurapera. Now check out my realistic drawing of Zed. It's incredible, isn't it? Of course, the protagonist is doing this to determine which status-boosting card would work best on her, specifically the strength and endurance cards, since her speed is exceptional. Then someone shows up with the famous devil's hand position and the classic kidney stone removal hand. And of course, it's the Yakuza, all stylish, taking down opponents. But the protagonist's concern is obtaining nutrition cards. For that, he'll need to go deeper into enemy territory. Not long after, individuals got tired of literally beating up extras. Yes, you heard it right. They managed to get tired from so much knocking out. And it's always at moments like these that someone shows up. The guy's all beat up, and then a crazy dude arrives. The one who just showed up is Gangbuk Man's number 18, Juninho Bang. He's got his eyes directly on Haru. Look at that, another one who likes the trap. And if we compare the stats of the two, Juninho is actually a bit better. But he's no match for our great Yakuza, El Diablo. And when the Yakuza is preparing to deal with Juninho, he gets an unexpected punch to the nose. And what a punch, huh? I'll tell you, the guy who attacked Yakuza is number 17, Juninho Bang Segundo. Yes, they're twins. I'm not joking, it's real. Like those market promotions, 2 for 1. We have to admit that even after taking a hard hit, the Yakuza keeps his style. And going through the stuff of the guy who was dozing off, the protagonist finds a bag. Probably inside here are the items needed to complete his mission. The problem is that when he tries to open it to check, the protagonist is caught from behind by a big guy. What's this? This guy is the school's number 10, named Wong. And before the protagonist can react, the guy uses the famous move, Spine Tear. By the way, fix your posture, bro. You're sitting worse than L in a chair. I can see it. I can see it. Our protagonist even tries to use that energy recovering pill, but the big guy shows up out of nowhere and sits on him. And you know what that means. There's no way out. The guy starts pummeling the protagonist. Well, you can't win them all. When the guys go to report to Douglas, their fear was losing the bag, but when he sees one of Johnson's photos lying on the ground, the story changes. They grab the bag and prepare to leave, but guess who was awake there? And there's no better time to use that last card you won, the one that says he wet his pants. And it couldn't have a better name, for the love of God. But to use it, here's how it works. All group members must be incapacitated to fight. Then, all those members gain an incredible status bonus for 1 minute, plus recover all physical exhaustion. The downside of this card is it can only be used once a month. And I'd say, depending on the status it offers, it's at least fair. This skill is on the same level as Seojaen's skill, even with the same cooldown time. Coincidence? Because look at what this card does. Besides reviving the fallen and recovering them, check out the guy's new stats. The Yakuza's stats are truly impressive. The guy is as strong as Guva Jun, and now the roles have reversed. Look who's lying on the ground now. The game has changed, hasn't it? That's exactly what they reported to Douglas. Johnson from the tank top won and is taking the bag away, and Douglas, desperate, sends word to Han no Jatar that the war will start now. The guy said this with his eyes wide open. This must be something huge for him to have his eyes open like that. He was always walking around with his eyes closed. Now the net is closed in on our protagonist. I invited Han no Jatar. Tell him that the real war is about to begin. We're going to take down Johnson first. After our boy Johnson grabbed Douglas's bag, they head to a park deciding if they'll really open the case. Finally, they decided to open it. The trap, upon seeing it, starts asking if it's a bomb. But what was in the bag, folks, even they didn't know what it was. They started saying it looked like a pet, like a bandage, something that sticks to your body. The girl begins to suggest it's probably because Douglas gets hurt a lot, but Johnson claims it must be used to open Douglas's eyes. Now I get it, and he knows how Douglas makes money with it. He probably takes elderly people for bus rides and only lets them get off if they buy these bandages. The funny thing is that the trap is going along with his idea. Johnson's mind is more twisted than mine. Look at that theory. Luckily, the Yakuza called Johnson over to clarify, saying it's called fentanyl, a narcotic painkiller. In other words, it's a drug that leaves people hallucinated. When I'm really out of it, I lose control. The two just watch Yakuza speak, and he explains that Douglas probably bought it from a doctor and sells it to students to make money. Strangely, Yakuza seems to know a lot. Of course, they ask him how he knows all this. He replies that, strangely, his mother knows about these things. I really want to see Yakuza's mom in action, or maybe she's already retired from the Yakuza since she's getting older. So since they uncovered Douglas's school business, they received nutrition cards. Now is it Yakuza's turn to surpass Hajun? I'm not sure. Then we cut to a cafe where Han no Jatar receives a call from Douglas. Douglas starts saying a few things like he's going to attack Johnson's school and wants his help. But Han no Jatar says that to cooperate, he wants Gangbuk Mound land. It's that piece of land in the corner of the map. If he gives that territory to Han no Jatar, he will defeat Johnson along with him. And wouldn't you know, Douglas agrees. He says they should go together now. But Han no Jatar asks if he doesn't know his style yet. He's going there now and alone. I have a feeling this will be a major headache for our dear Johnson. But this time, he has the nutrition cards. I hope it saves the kid's skin. He even considers using all the cards on himself, but he has plenty of ways to get by on his own. So he doesn't need them. He should use them on Haru, since Yakuza already has those martial arts cards. Yakuza is on track, everyone. Let's make him stronger. I support him 100%. Me too. After thinking it over, Johnson realizes something. Someone is trying to contact him, and it's one of his henchmen telling him they're under attack by Han no Jatar. This is where the son cries and the mother doesn't see. 3 of the strongest are already in their area and are already hitting our friend without eyebrows. He even tries to take one last breath, but soon takes one to the face and another to the ribs, plus a blow to the back. The guy is really being beaten up. I'm done for. And it even ends with the big guy sitting on him. However, Big Guy is talking a lot for someone who was once beaten up by Johnson. Even so, he keeps getting into our eyebrowless friend's head, saying he's spoiling the strength of Johnson's team. He's the one responsible for weakening the team. And let me tell you, that really got into his head. He's even crying. Suddenly, Johnson gets a call. It was the junkie, with eyebrowless guy's phone informing him that a war has begun. As Johnson runs there, he gets a message from the system, saying that eyebrowless guy is now full of confidence and his awakening is about to start. And the guy begins to stand up with a piece of wood because he's awakened. His potential, which was F, is now shining brightly. And observe the crazy guy's expression, full of determination. The big guy charges at him to smash him, and since he's awakened, our guy without eyebrows earned his own card, allowing him to wield a weapon with ease. His strength will increase depending on the tool he uses, and he quickly breaks Gordolfo with several strikes. Could you be our new wooden boy? I don't know, the guy is even glowing with that wood in his hand. I've never seen anyone so happy holding a piece of wood. And of course, check out his new status with the wood in hand. And now he's no longer without eyebrows, as he now has ketchup-painted eyebrows. So come on up and take a hit. However, the two crazy guys aren't intimidated, stating that he's still outnumbered. In fact, he would be at a disadvantage if Hajun hadn't arrived on the scene. He came fast and, unfortunately, forgot his lighter. So light him a cigarette. The guys start asking why they should light his cigarette, but it's not for them to light it. Call Hando Jaitar here. He'll light it for me. Oops, now it's time to trade punches face to face. This is one I want to see. Hando Jaitar versus Hajun. Let the punches fly. We quickly return to our wooden boy facing Gordolfo, who tells him to drop the piece of wood. Let's drop the wood on your head. But the big guy has good resistance and learned to defend against the strikes. So he struck back, hitting the eyebrowless guy's nose. Yep, the wooden boy was defeated. In fact, the 200 kilograms Gordolfo is now coming to crush him. While Johnson was running, he saw eyebrowless's status. Even awakened, he wouldn't beat Gordolfo with that status unless his status changed again. And you know why it changed now? We just evolved from wooden boy to turbo guy. This one wouldn't pass a checkpoint, right? And now it's just used motorcycle exhaust on the big guy. He dropped some catchphrases because if there aren't any catchphrases, it's not our eyebrowless guy. And then he fell onto Gordolfo. I'm not even going to talk about what these guys are doing anymore because it's becoming normal to throw themselves onto each other in this manhwa. And he knows there are still two guys left to face. One of them is this odd one here, Park, and the other is in the hands of the monster Hajun. Now there's only one left to smash, since the other needs to go to the hospital. Park wastes no time and comes at him, saying that last time he was caught off guard and that now it'll be different. He grabs onto Hajun and says he's going to show him the difference between himself and the other guys. With a furious expression, he headbutts Hajun, and you could hear the impact from home. The sound was nasty. He shuts his mouth when Hajun stares at him and says he sees no difference between him and the other trash there. Hajun then grabs him by the mouth and slams him in the ribs, making them crack. That's the power of Hajun. He starts delivering several blows to the ribs to tenderize the meat. And when he was about to deliver the final blow, Hando Jaitar appeared out of nowhere, attacking him with a flying kick. The guy went flying and hit the car, and then Hando Jaitar arrives, saying Park is from his gang. You're crazy to mess with us, Hajun. And as you might remember, Hando Jaitar is Gangbuk Dong's #1, and he asks if Johnson is present. Hajun confirms that he's not. Then Hando Jaitar declares that Hajun is finished, as he brought these three guys here known as the Action Team. And these three guys, according to him, I'm not interested. Hajun just asks him to shut up and light his cigarette. This is our #3 from Gangbuk Seo, Hajun. The guy, even apparently down on his luck, has style. I think he's a true peaky blender. Hando Jaitar laughs, saying he'll be finished soon and sends the three crazy guys at him. But our Hajun is cool and calculating today. He lands a right punch on the first one who didn't have bad status. He throws a left punch at the second, whose status was even a bit better, and delivers a classic uppercut to the one who seemed to be the best of them. The guy beat the three and asked for his cigarette to be lit again. But we know Hando Jaitar just wants to tire him out to then take him down with punches. That's the famous war tactic. That Johnson received a call saying it's 3 against Hajun. This makes Johnson think hard about what to do, trying to find a way to help Hajun, until he finally comes up with something. Meanwhile, Hando Jaitar keeps praising Hajun as he's beating up the three guys, though he's gradually getting tired. So Hando Jaitar proposes that Hajun join his school, promising to give him anything he wants if he does. But Hajun just says he wants someone to light his damn cigarette. This makes Hando Jaitar furious, and he orders the guys to keep attacking him. And it was even working. However, from where he was, Johnson says he's found a way, a method to help Hajun from a distance. Those extra cards he had, he says he's going to use all of them on Hajun. Absolutely. Let me tell you, if the guy was already a monster, now he's glowing like a firefly. He was paying attention to what was going on until he took an elbow to the nose. And then he receives a wild sequence of hits. The guys are in shock, including Han no Jotaro, as he realizes this is the Kizi fighting method created by the Spanish Special Forces unit, my friend. This method is where your body becomes a weapon. So Hajun gets straight to the point, saying that Han no Jotaro is sending those guys after him who can't handle him, is that having plans to take over the school with this ridiculous plan. And that's when he said that Johnson is stronger than him. This will be impossible for you, Han no Jotaro. This school is impossible for you to conquer. And notice the difference in Hajun's new stats, everyone. The guy was already a monster. I don't even know what to say about him anymore. He's now transformed into a Megazord. To give you an idea, the authors of the story are even drawing lines beside the stats as there's no more space to add power. And I'm even more impressed because he's praising Johnson, stating that Johnson is stronger than him. And Johnson is wondering what's going on. After using so many cards, why haven't Hajun's stats increased significantly? Probably he needs more cards to level up to an S rank or even a more powerful card. Therefore, the only thing he can do now is run to help the guy as there's still no teleportation card. And meanwhile, Hajun is just pummeling the guys. He's throwing punches from all angles. He's like a sugarcane grinder. None of the three there are a match for him. It's just punch after punch, smashing noses inward. The guy is literally a side character who crushes side characters. When one of the guys tries to catch his breath, he comes back furious and finishes the guy. But we only see a little foot in his view. That little foot was Han no Jotaro swatting a fly off his head. And what a strike. He starts saying that the feeling of kicking is nice, and that's why he was expelled from a contest. But of course, my friend, kicking guys in the temple, you definitely deserve to be kicked out. That kick, folks, was right in the temple. I call it the power button because, like a computer, turn it off there and the whole computer shuts down. And he's all dazed, seeing three Han no Jotaros. And it's the famous Moscow knockout. Han no Jotaro loves the cowardly approach, and Hajun was defending all of them. If the guy didn't have the famous Sarakura leg, Han no Jotaro is landing long-range kicks with his legs. That's it, folks. Hajun is close to defeat. Han no Jotaro comes running and delivers several kicks, then climbs on top of him, taking the highest belay position to finish off Hajun. And he almost would have if Hajun hadn't grabbed him by the leg and punched him in the chin. Take that, you deserve that one. You thought it would be easy to invade Gangbuk Seo. At least you'll be going home with a missing tooth. But Hajun is wrecked, folks. He actually says he lost. Han no Jotaro asks, what? But Hajun didn't say that to him. He actually admitted that he lost today, but it won't be like this next time. He said that to Johnson from the tank top, who has just arrived. He asked Johnson to finish this, and look at Johnson's face. Is there going to be a fight today? Then I'll go get the popcorn. Han no Jotaro starts asking if Johnson thinks he can win today, and I think, one-on-one, he might, right? Johnson himself says that this time it will be very different from the last time. He says this while adjusting his tank top. Yeah, Han no Jotaro, I think you're done, my friend. Lower your guard and hurry if you don't want to get hurt. And one-on-one he could, right? But since when does Han no Jotaro play fair? He brought the entire school to join the fight. Yeah, Johnson, I think now we're in trouble, right? Han himself says that if he went around without plans, he'd never unify Gangbuk like this, you know. And to make things worse, Eyebrowless says they have a problem now. Doubtless group is coming for revenge and Han no Jotaro says this is war. Don't you know when you'll be hit from behind or ally with the enemy? He says Johnson just jumped into this mess without knowing anything. Yeah, I agree. He says he's being nice today because Johnson's school will disappear from the map. And to prevent him from recruiting people again, he should at least take one of Johnson's members here and now. But Johnson asks him to wait. He suggests they make a deal. Just let us go. Han no Jotaro starts asking why he should let them go. And of course it's because of the bag, right, folks? In exchange, he could give them the bag. This bag could do significant damage to Douglas's school, and Han no Jotaro can get Johnson anytime. He doesn't need to worry about that. And in the end, he even uses Han no Jotaro's own words against him, talking about being hit from behind or forming alliances. This is the moment. But Han no Jotaro says he just needs to take this by force. Look, you can try to take it by force if you want, but come here and try now then. I'll set the bag on fire, and you lose everything, bro. Man, even Han no Jotaro laughs at the kid's cleverness, you know? Looks like we're making a deal, right? I'm just sad I won't see the two of them fight now. But it's better to leave alive and fight later because otherwise, this crowd might turn sour. And here was Douglas when he received a call from Han no Jotaro. He tells him over the phone that he's not going to beat Johnson anymore and that Douglas is even sneakier than him with the stuff he's been getting into. Looks like I'll have a lot to talk about now. Well, Douglas, looks like you missed the scene. And once again, we're back with Johnson's Gangbuk Seo. He's apologizing to everyone for surrendering like that, you know. But since they haven't lost their territory, everything's fine. However, now they realize they need a strategist because the situation is complicated. And that's when Eyebrowless says he knows one. Someone very powerful, both in internal and external strategies. The former number 2 of the God Dogs, the former overseer of Gangbuk Seo. The guy's name is Jing Jiang. Many people tried to recruit him, but no one succeeded because he was a loner. And this, of course, is what was made up about the guy, right? And that's when the system created a new nutrition mission. The system wants Johnson to recruit this guy. With him on the team, he'll be able to conquer this world. And as a reward for recruiting him, guys, Johnson will receive 4 high-level upgrade cards. Is this the one we used to go beyond rank S? And of course, I really think a nerd was missing in the group. We already have a trap in the group, but I still want to see Johnson fight Han no Jatar. We return directly to Johnson, wanting to know where Jing Jang lives. But Eyebrowless gets all tongue-tied trying to talk. He says many of tribe, but no one has managed to recruit the guy, because the guy himself says his talent shouldn't be used for war anymore. Man, judging by how it sounds, the guy is a genius of the continent. He's the new Albert Einstein. Must be. Of course, they're not going to give up without trying. So after a while, there they go to see Jing. But they're stopped by this kid here, who tells them to go back, saying the guy is currently in a promotional match. The Yakuza begins asking if the guy doesn't know the famous Johnson from the tank top, because the Yakuza loves causing a scene. If there's a chance for trouble, he's already got a piece of wood in hand. However, Johnson instructs him to stay calm. After introducing himself, he asks the man to inform his superior of his presence. They were already leaving, even commenting that after the 3rd visit, the boss will definitely agree. Then Eyebrowless tried to speak, but Johnson interrupted him non-stop, until Eyebrowless pointed to the man and claimed he's the notorious Jing Jang. Impressive, isn't it? If Eyebrowless weren't there, he probably would have lied about his identity. The group soon started saying it was a mistake to come here, as the man is somewhat intimidating. Meanwhile, Johnson is thrilled to have found the guy. If he's crazy, then what is Johnson? The man states he hasn't changed his mind and doesn't intend to get involved in another war. When looking at his status, Johnson notices the man is completely out of place. However, his intelligence is impressive, and he keeps insisting he won't back down until he sees Trap fixing her hair. So I ask you, what's the best way to win over a nerd? I don't even need to comment. Hello, my sweet dream treat. You're delicious. He quickly invites Johnson to come in and bring the lady along. After listening to Johnson's whole story, lamenting over his impulsive, unplanned actions, the man comments that things will resolve themselves, because he knows Douglas would attack Han no Jatar to reclaim his business. However, it involves territories or money. In short, the attack will be aimed at them after all to conquer territory and continue the expansion. But if both attack simultaneously, it will be game over for Johnson. It's done. However, there is a way to block the attack and even expand the territory at the same time. For this, he will need to get borrowed power from the outside. Of course, Eyebrowless mentions that everyone on the outside is an enemy, but the man says he needs to connect with a partial group of Buck High. The gang Buck High is a powerful faction, and they should ask for help to defend against Han no Jatar. Naturally, they will only help if a promise is made to share everything captured from the enemies. Nobody would turn down such an offer. So he explains the plan for how Gangbuk C might survive this. Yes, the guy even has a board, and he states he didn't want to get involved in the war because he already had everything planned. The idea is to place Hajun on the front line of the division with Han no Jatar, along with all his allies, while the rest of the group attacks Douglas, looking for an opening. And when they see that the upper school is helping, the real war between the 3 groups will begin. And the number 2 of God I mentioned earlier isn't the slimy one here, but his brother. It seems he's from another work by this author called Luquism. By the way, check out the young man's status. He's not bad either. Now on the battlefield, there's the monstrous Hajun until someone calls out to him. 2 low-rank individuals approach, mocking the fact that Hajun lost to Han no Jatar and now needs their help to stop him. Look at that. They even mention he should know who's in charge there as they're asking for help. Hajun doesn't hesitate to punch one of them, stating he really needs to clarify who's boss here. Take that. He was about to deliver a lesson that would hurt more than any punch if one of the guys of slightly higher rank hadn't shown up, advising him to save his energy for Han no Jatar. It's worth mentioning that all of this is happening under the radar. The school leader doesn't know this is going on here. This is a partial group that wants to climb the ranks, even if it means allying with Johnson from the tank top. So the famous deal was made. Buck High and Seo are now in an alliance, and that was the call Johnson received from the monster Hajun. Hajun was about to hang up when Johnson asked him to wait. He mentions that if it weren't for Hajun, they would have been in serious trouble back then. He thanks Hajun for always protecting their school, explaining that he didn't have time to express this before. But Hajun responds that he shouldn't get the wrong idea, as he's only doing it because he doesn't like Han no Jatar. So they say their goodbyes, but Johnson realizes it's a lie. The man is genuinely interested in the school's progress, or maybe even in him. Now that the team is growing, he needs to become stronger and make them stronger too. When he spots a bus, Johnson has a brilliant idea. The guys from Buck High are noticing something strange. They're puzzled by the presence of a guy with a bag over his head. Of course, this man is Johnson, who invades Buck High to get more missions. That was his genius plan. And it didn't take long, the system created a mission for him to check the strength of this Buck High. For this, he'll earn a diamond card. Whoa, could that be where our legendary tool upgrade card is? The guys try to attack Johnson, but he dodges and counters with a strong punch to the guy. There's the famous old man with the sack, and then there's Johnson's sack. No, wait, that sounded a bit strange. Johnson with the sack. And the guy he punched didn't fall. Instead, he came right back at him. He dodged easily, if it weren't for another guy kicking him from behind. Yeah, Johnson, it looks like you walked into the lion's den, my friend. Everyone is pounding him. Of course, most attack him from behind in a sneaky way, but he chose this himself. He's got to deal with it now. To top it off, he got kicked by the bald guy. He's confused about being in gangbuk territory, but those guys from the pool were so weak before. Why are they so strong now? I don't know. Anyway, the 5 came at him again. And history repeats itself, 5 against 1, and in the end, it's Johnson who ends up battered. Coincidence? I'm noticing a pattern. After beating Johnson, the guys were leaving, but one of them heard something. Johnson's sack starts to rise. Of course, it's thanks to that masochism card, where the more he gets hit, the more he likes it. And after consuming a recovery seed from Dragon Ball, it's Johnson who charges for the attack. After a while, he calls the Yakuza out of breath. This leads Yakuza to make jokes, of course. Are you getting one off, you rascal? This irritates Johnson, and he says he'll continue the conversation. He informs that he's training in enemy territory as Han, No, Jatar, and Douglas must be in serious tension. This will buy them time. And this time should be used to get stronger. The situation is complicated, but Yakuza asks if it's safe to trust the nerd giving out strategies. And that's when Johnson hears something strange on the line. He heard Yakuza making an awkward noise. What's that about? Yakuza's joking around. But Johnson knows he can't fully trust the nerd like that. However, Eyebrowless got pretty beat up this time, and that of course was because he acted without thinking, without a strategist. He doesn't trust the nerd much either, but in the end, he has a plan. The plan is to get strong. If you get strong, you can just go around punching everyone, and that's it. And that's exactly what he's doing right now, folks. The mission was updated. He's already checked the guy's skills, and now he needs to make Johnson's sack famous. And the reward you already know, a diamond card. Is that the tool upgrade card? Well, for now, he can't be seen, so he'll continue this mission after school, folks. He's going to get stronger no matter what. But now it's time to go home. Until next time. And suddenly, we cut to a nightclub where a DJ is playing electronic music. Then someone tells him to stop the music. The boss of the place himself asks why he stopped the music like that. And this guy here is ranked 20th in gangbuk. They stopped the music to announce that a suspicious guy, let's put it that way, was attacking their forces. And when the boss asks for this suspicious guy's name, Johnson's sack, sir. It was Johnson's sack. He's the one who attacked us. And this guy isn't so insignificant. Well, maybe just a bit insignificant, actually. And back at school, guess who sat on Johnson's lap again to do his eyebrows? I know. Of course, it's our protagonist, Brunette. She's all annoyed saying he should have done it himself, but she's fooling no one. She wanted to sit there, didn't she? He says he tried to paint them himself, but his cat scratched him all over. Oh, a cat. Sure. It wasn't from some fight out there, right? And of course, the scene plays out as always. She says she's not going to draw his eyebrows anymore. She storms out angrily, leaving him with a slap on his face. Classic as always. Nothing more beautiful than love, right, folks? The lovebirds as always. And that's when his mission was updated. Now Johnson's bag is famous. The protagonist doesn't know how that happened, but I believe there must be a rumor going around about a maniac with a bag on his head beating people up out there. Maybe that's why. But when the mission updated, folks, the system now wants him to befriend Soha. What's the system planning now? Wasn't the mission to explore gangbuk? So does this girl have some connection with the school there? And wherever Johnson goes, he grabs attention. I'm talking about things like him stealing toilet paper. I don't remember that, folks. Am I going crazy, or is this what made him famous and we just don't know it? My goodness, I'm lost. Hello, help. And Johnson was already thinking about how to get in touch with Soha. He doesn't even know how to respond to the girl on the phone since she was always chasing after him. In short, he has to give her more attention now. And here was the protagonist, Brunette, sipping a coffee when her friends asked if she likes Johnson, which made her really annoyed, right, folks? But if she's offended, that means she does like him, doesn't it? She even says he's playful, very interesting, and that hitting him is fun. It's just that ending that's a bit odd, but oh well. Then one of the girls says he's like her boyfriend then. And right at that moment, she looks out the window and sees Johnson talking with Soha. And Soha is even lightly flirting with Johnson, but the guy's practically asleep on his feet. The brunette, all desperate, calls out to Johnson. But from where you are, he can't hear you, my dear. And then she turns away to sit, thinking, it's Johnson. There's no way the guy is on a date. But as they say, folks, who forgives a hole is the city council. Is that right or not? Johnson's on the scene for business, folks, and she says he can feel comfortable with her. Then he asks where she'd like to go, but she says she doesn't have any specific place in mind. So how about a coffee, right, my dear? And then we cut suddenly to Johnson's mom talking to her daughter. In this case, Johnson's beautiful sister, asking why she doesn't go on dates and get a boyfriend. She says her friends must be dating right now. But the protagonist's sister says they don't care about love. And then the mother asks, what about Soha? Does Soha care about love? But the protagonist's sister says she only cares about her studies. And she even tells her mom that Soha is a perverted, crazy, and troubled girl. The mother even says she doesn't seem that way. But the protagonist's sister studied with her since elementary school. And when she started high school, she was different. The mother says she must be dating at her age. But someone like Soha, she's crazy. There's no way she's dating, says the protagonist's sister. Well, folks, from what I'm seeing, the fight between the girls over the protagonist is about to begin the way things are going. But the question that won't go away is, will the brunette finally realize she likes Johnson, or will the maniac take that trophy home today? No. Johnson asks what's going on because the girl is undressing in front of him, saying he's the one who wanted to get closer to her. Not wrong, but our Johnson is a bit slow with these things, my dear. Take it easy, or the kid will have a heart attack right at the start. And suddenly, he's in the living room watching TV, talking about how cool her house is. But he's getting bored because he's been on the couch for too long. Yes, she brought Johnson into her house. Is something going on tonight, folks? For sure. Except Johnson is in the living room and Sova went to her room. He even asks if she's asleep as she's taking a long time. But she's holding the door handle, thinking she's going crazy for bringing a guy there. And not just any guy. It's Johnson from the tank top. Then Johnson himself says he has an idea since she's too scared to talk to him face to face. She can talk from behind the door if she wants. And she agrees with that. Then he asks about her hobbies and she says she likes reading books. Just needed to add masochism at the end, didn't you, my dear? Our masochism, books what you like to read. The protagonist keeps going with basic questions like what food she likes, always checking to see if the mission updates, but no luck. Then he starts to remember that when they were little, she was shy and quiet. The only friend she had was the protagonist's own sister. The protagonist himself didn't talk to her. And that remains the same even in high school. They only communicate from a distance. Online dating works, trust me. Then, out of nowhere, she asks if he remembers middle school. He says not really. She asks if she can keep talking then. He says sure, but he's already yawning the guy. Could this be the real story for putting someone to sleep? Folks, the guy's already snoozing before they even start talking. And she says that one day he walked her home. The story went like this. The protagonist's sister was hitting him with a tablet, smacking him on the head because it seemed like he was teasing her. He even starts mentioning that hitting your brother leads to jail, and the scuffle is about to start all over again. But out of nowhere, they come to an agreement and make peace. The protagonist's sister asks if Soa really has to go home now. She'd like to play more but needs to go home. The protagonist's sister then offers to take her home. But Johnson intervenes, saying he won't take her because there's a scary man in that hallway. So they say their goodbyes and Soa heads home alone, saying she'll be fine. Next, we see the two siblings going home peacefully, talking about various things when suddenly they hear a scream. They even call the police about the incident. Among the gossip, the citizens comment that it's a middle-aged man once again doing something wrong and that the child's parents aren't fit to raise a child that way. Fortunately, the neighbors heard and came out to help. Otherwise, something bad could have happened. And let's be honest, it's not the first time this has happened. So his parents do nothing to change this situation. They always make her go home alone. And Johnson, in turn, was just listening to it all while Soa called her mom, asking when she'd come to pick her up. But her mom replies that she has an important meeting and that Soa should go home alone. And once again, the story repeats itself. And this frustrated the girl, maybe explaining her behavior now. Then suddenly, someone calls her while she's crying. It's our boy Johnson with his impressive vehicle, asking her to hop on, saying he won't ask again. I have to say, even back then, the boy already knew how to strike a pose on his bike. He says he's going to pedal hard today, and even if she cried, he wouldn't stop. So it's better for her to be ready. It's her choice if she wants to go or not. And that's how Johnson took little Soa home that day. And today, he's the reason she forgot about that hallway. She doesn't remember if the ride was long or short because her heart was racing. She says this while in the room where Johnson is lying down. She mentions he probably doesn't remember it because it was only for a week. She wanted more memories with him, but ended up moving away. He might not remember her since they were young, but above all, she didn't expect him to fall asleep while she was telling the story. She's disappointed to see him asleep. Still, she feels happy. Suddenly, she puts on the protagonist's jacket and quickly grabs it. Like every maniac, she has to smell the collar. She even says she doesn't mind if he doesn't remember. It's more fun that way. And there he is, passed out on the couch. We need to review a few things here. I admit I've changed my perspective about her quite a bit. Before, she seemed like just a maniac, but now she's a childhood love for the protagonist. In this case, he's hers, right? Of course, she's still a bit of a maniac for sniffing his things. However, it didn't come out of nowhere. It's something that goes back to childhood. I really don't know who the protagonist should end up with anymore. And what about you? Do you prefer the brunette, the blonde, or are you as undecided as I am? We need to see more about the two of them to decide soon. I just don't know if she gave him a peck while he was sleeping because the final scene was a bit strange. Then back home, this time the mission is complete. He only found the shampoo scent on his body strange, wondering if she had sprayed something on him. And on top of it all, she's not responding to his messages. He thinks this might be because he fell asleep and she got mad. But now, what's done is done. At that moment, the mission was updated. The mission wants him to conquer the Gangbuck pub. Right away, he realizes there must be many adults in there. The mission is even guiding him this time like a GPS. So inside the pub again, the boy asks the DJ to stop playing because Johnson's bag has arrived at the party. Yes, he must be crazy in the middle of so many men. And out of nowhere, he hears someone saying he's a man with great tactics, and the one who said it was the leader who's always reading something, the 20th in the ranking. He says what he just said is a quote from Nietzsche. Then the protagonist says he doesn't care who said it. He'll take the place for himself, and that's that. The other starts saying Johnson's bag can't handle him. He should leave now because he'll forgive Johnson. And then it's revealed that this guy is Yang Chin-hack. To me, if there's a hack in the name, the guy's already dangerous. And there's something I just deduced here. See if I'm not a Sherlock Holmes here. This guy's last name, Yang, if I'm not mistaken, is the same as Soa's. Her name is Yang Sova, so maybe he's her father or something like that. Coincidence? Yang like her, and the guy's always reading something she also appreciates. Or am I going crazy? The protagonist is truly startled to see the guy's status. The guy is strong. In terms of comparison, we must admit that. Just look at the side-by-side comparison of their statuses. However, of course, Johnson has some tricks up his sleeve, right? Not everything here is about status. As you may remember, the mission is to take down the guy's bar. But with this crowd, I believe it will be a bit complicated, especially if they all attack him at once. If that happens, Johnson will undoubtedly be in serious trouble. At that moment, Yang, full of confidence, intervenes, saying he's surprised. One of the lackeys even asks, surprised with what? Our boss? He replies he's surprised by everything. The guy's presence there alone and the fact that he's not intimidated by all these people. And the most surprising thing of all is that he was defeated in less than 3 seconds. Yes, they beat up Johnson in the blink of an eye. My God, what did I do in my life? And the leader, addressing him, says he should pay respect to the man who showed up knowing his defeat was certain. However, a fight isn't won with excuses, but with results. He says it's time to see what's behind Johnson's bag. This isn't wise, my friend. He was already reaching out to grab Johnson's bag when suddenly, Johnson grabs him and uses the Strength Boost card. Now you already know, the famous move to break spines is underway. This was Johnson's plan, to bring the bar down. And if only one guy controls it, why fight against the whole crowd? If Johnson defeats this one, the game will be over. And then comes the famous spine-cracking blow. The lackeys are terrified. That's because the individual is lying on the ground behind Johnson. And when Johnson went to check the mission, it wasn't complete. As I mentioned, he was just lying behind Johnson. So the guy already starts talking from behind him, quoting Nietzsche. You must ensure your prey is finished. I think things are looking grim for Johnson, right? Because either the guy's an invertebrate without a spine or he's a megazord, my friend. And look, the second option is the right one. The crazy ones say he's a judo practitioner, meaning throwing him here and there on the floor as if it were nothing doesn't affect him. He's used to being thrown to the ground. The guy's name already suggests he's full of advantages. Who am I to disagree? The guy himself claims he was born this way. But born with what? With this S+ rank and endurance status? Look at this unfair situation. I've never started a game with unfair items or skills or anything like that, much less in my real life. It's quite possible I was born bald, my friend. Dan, I'm a total failure, my brother. And the guy comes up to Johnson, claiming his skill worked well. Like I said, it really seems to have straightened his spine. But Johnson isn't too keen on chatting. Next, he starts throwing jabs at the guy's face, but the guy says that's weak. Yeah, Johnson, now you've got 2 options. Resist and take a beating or get beaten with dignity. I got the reference. The guy starts grabbing him by the collar, but he prefers to take a beating while resisting, right, folks? All I know is Johnson took a step back, which makes the guy wonder what kind of idiocy this guy is up to. Then he comes at him with a taekwondo spinning kick. But guess what? Not even that works on the guy, folks. The guy is Iron Man. I really can't believe it. And now, yes, he grabs the protagonist by the collar for real and slams him onto the table. The crazies are thrilled to see their boss standing and Johnson on the ground. But Johnson was just sleeping with one eye open. And since the hacker saw this, he's coming to finish the job. Here, the job is done completely. And I tell you, for sure this one would hurt. But of course, as I mentioned before, our protagonist takes the beating with dignity. Then he consumes a recovery seed. At the same time, he remembers that when he recruited the trap-loving guy, he got 5 cards. And no, none of them are for boosting any tools. Forget about it, folks. Not yet. Anyway, let's have some patience, man. But the protagonist decides to use the 5 cards on himself. That's what I want to see. And in the end, he lands a kick in Cheonek's mouth. Yes, folks, no one can have more skills than our protagonist, because he leveled up 4 times in strength and 4 times in speed. Our guy is a big deal now, buddy. But neither Cheonek nor I understand what the heck Johnson's doing in that weird stance. I think it's the classic hold, squeeze, and hang stance. He's just not going to squeeze right in front of these guys, is he? For now, he's just holding it. And check out our protagonist's new status. The guy's starting to get huge. From status A to S, it's just around the corner, folks. And this holding pose he's doing is thanks to this card here. So I did some research and found out that Taekien is an ancient martial art, considered a predecessor to Taekwondo, folks. This one, we have to admit, the author pulled out from the depths. And the protagonist goes all out on Cheonek in every way. And the guy starts getting annoyed, saying he's never seen this martial art before, and neither have I, buddy. Cheonek's plan now is to close up his defense to try and counterattack. But the protagonist closes his fist in a weird way and starts bombarding the guy with punches. And yes, he got into the guy's guard and even crushed his nose. Now it's the protagonist who says that Nietzsche once said, you can't just carelessly let your guard down. Then the brawl kicks off, right, folks? With stomping on the head and everything. And he says again, Nietzsche once said, you must finish well what you started. And he pounds the guy into the ground. Yeah, Nietzsche, take that. And now the tables have turned on him. announcing us the mission is complete. And we wrap up with our protagonist talking to the system, saying their place is the best. Pocketing the diamond card. Boost card, is that you? Certainly. Then the guy appears lying on the ground, contemplating life. He starts remembering why he wanted to get strong, and it's because of his little sister. Yes, folks, he's the brother of the blonde Masaka's girl. I would have sworn he was the dad, but this works too. I almost got it right. Seeing her bad situation, he started learning judo. He even formed a gang to get stronger. And he said he has no regrets about it because, instead of bothering good people, he'd go after the bad ones. He would intimidate those who intimidated others who get it. He was that super protective brother who'd burst into her room out of nowhere, asking if she was hurt because he'd heard the other school invaded theirs. He even said he'd go beat the guys up, but Sova told him not to worry that someone had already kicked them out. And she says all happy that the one who did it was Tank Top Johnson. And that's why he didn't want to lose to anyone before meeting Regattas Johnson. And he's not going to lose again, he says. Little do you know, you just lost to Regattas Johnson himself. And all that talk from Johnson about my place being a good place or the best place is because he claims he's the only one who can protect Soha. As far as I know, Soha isn't looking for protection. She wants other things with you, Johnson. Open your eyes, my dear. After arriving home, Johnson takes off his mask, which is full of saliva because it must be sticking by now. Gross. And he falls onto the bed. Folks. Johnson himself admits that guy in the top 20 was really strong. So imagine what's below the 20th spot. And after analyzing the new Takian card, he has quite an unusual thought. Should he now merge all of his boxing cards, folks? Would he gain the skills of the great Muhammad Ali or Mike Tyson in person? It's a tough gamble to make. But he says he worked so hard to acquire them that he won't do it now. It's the famous saying, nothing ventured, nothing gained. But changing the subject, it's time to open the card he got after bringing down the guy's pub. The big diamond card, folks. Is there a card to enhance the tool? Is that you? He quickly reveals the card. And this time, the diamond card is a summoning card. The card's name is Festival Card. This card is truly a show, guys. More details will be in the description. In the card description, not in the video, dude, stop looking down there. But this is something we'll see more toward the end of the chapters, right, folks? After all, there always needs to be some drama. And they finally fixed the names of the schools there. The pervert Jang is claiming that a war is about to start. However, the people aren't too interested in paying attention. Johnson himself is asking the guy to start dancing, and Haru mocks him, asking if he's some kind of war monk. However, it's not time for jokes, folks, because Vijun is now blocking Han No Jetter's forces at the border, and this is the moment to attack the southern school, Douglas School. The Treps enthusiast is devising an attack plan where they won't be able to call for reinforcements. And so the war begins, folks. A shy one without eyebrows will guard their school in case anyone needs support. Diablo Yakuza with the first years will follow Path A, and Johnson with Haru will go by Path B. However, they have no idea who will be defending. And Johnson, suddenly, casually says, "It's strange being alone with you, dear. I'm beginning to suspect that this Johnson really likes a trap. Trap is the music, you dirty-minded bunch." And Haru is excited, eager to fight. Yes, she's addicted to fighting, folks. However, when they open the door, there's a crew inside. The fat guy and the two twins. Haru immediately gets terrified because they're the guys from that time who blocked them under the bridge back when they had the briefcase, remember? On that occasion, there were 3, and now there are only 2. And those 3 together are pretty tough. In fact, if we observe the status of the 3, they were strong for that time because it was only a blink from Haru, and Johnson quickly delivers a strong kick to one of the guys' mouths. The crazies didn't even understand anything. And do you know why Johnson is so strong now, folks? Remember the Diamond Festival card? The description of this card says that all cards will receive an upgrade. Yes, all his cards seem to be in a true festival, because in the end, all the cards really got stronger. Man, that diamond card wasn't for enhancing the tool, but it was quite impressive. Then Johnson tells Haru that he'll handle the 3 by himself. She tries to argue, but he asks her to trust him, which as always makes her say she's not a girl. Sure, this note is true, and this excites the 2 who are left. Ordolfo even says Johnson has a weak physique and that he can take him down. But he's in for a surprise because today Johnson is in serious mode. And check out the kid's status. He's almost unlocking rank S. Suddenly, the guy announces they're being attacked on Path A at the same time. But who would be attacking there? It's someone who makes a horn gesture with the left hand and delivers powerful slaps with the right. El Diablo Yakuza making his entrance for you all. And he's in the best scenario he could wish for, with several first-year students praising him for being strong, which makes him all cocky. However, that's when another enemy appeared, folks. A woman with a katana, tattoos all the way down to her legs. Lee Ji-yeon, 9th in the ranking of South High School. She arrives cursing Yakuza. And take a look at the woman's status. She's intense. Yakuza says he's not sure if she's stronger than him, but he finds her charming. Wow, Yakuza, are you in love now? She stands before Yakuza, and the guys start saying she's a master of kendo, but he tells them not to make him laugh as he sees her as nothing more than a deer holding a twig. All right, Yakuza, that was stylish and all. With your status, my dear, I think that deer could break you with that little twig. I have a feeling the girl is going to give Yakuza a beating, but she's just telling him to shut up and come to fight already. and it's literally coming to fight, if you know what I mean. Until suddenly, she looks to the side because there's a crazy guy saying she can't do this because she has a soft heart. And Yakuza just wants to know who this guy is. And when he turns, the guy is already in front of him. This psycho here is number 8 from South High School's Yuhakshin. And I think Yakuza is done for, right? And over on Johnson's team, Haru is in shock. There are crazy people lying on the ground all around her. She can barely believe Johnson got this strong. She had even heard he'd gone off to train, but this is too much. A guy tries to throw a punch at Johnson, but he dodges and lands a rib punch that I think would be enough for a barbecue, because that meat is tenderized. Folks, it's literally no chance for this guy. And look, his status wasn't that bad. But Johnson says he can see all of his moves. Plus, Johnson's own status is looking great, almost reaching S. Hold up, is Johnson using Sharingan now to see the guy's moves? This is getting a bit much, I think. And to finish him off, Johnson advances using the Dempsey roll, attacking with everything, no chance for the guy. At least for that one because Gordolfo got him from behind. And that's when the system created a revenge mission. The system wants Johnson to get revenge on the guy, and in return, he'll get a gold card. Man, pure humility. Whose card is that, you? The guy thought he'd crush the protagonist. Haru was already running to help him, but he tells her everything's okay. And you can just see the glow in the protagonist. You all know what that means, right, folks? It means he's getting hard. No, wait. He's getting resilient. Can someone erase that, please? The guy, even with decent status, is already sweating against the protagonist. Or maybe it's because he's a little chubby. I'm not sure. He even starts remembering how easy it was to defeat the protagonist before and wondering how it's possible that the protagonist now has strength similar to his own. At this moment, Gordolfo must have felt that chill in his stomach because the protagonist had already lifted him up. Strength similar to his. Here, we've got at least the double. Check out the protagonist's status. With the card activated, he's already burst into rank S, making things insane. Way too impressive, folks. And now it's showtime, isn't it? The protagonist grabs the guy and slams him into the ground, probably creating an earthquake in Korea. It's true, folks. I was Korea. And the guy, before blacking out, starts thinking he's felt this power before. It's the same as that northern monster. This means Johnson is almost there, folks. Of course, he's using the card, but soon he won't need it anymore. So we're very close to the monster. And Haru, I think she was completely confused. Johnson just defeated the 3 who previously couldn't be beaten even by their whole group. That's how Johnson earned a gold card. The man's insane. Hold Johnson down. And the funniest part is when he asks Haru if something's wrong, honey, if she was worried about him and all that. He says they need to go now, but Haru is frozen there because she realizes that Johnson is extremely strong. Maybe what she witnessed will really come true. He really will unite all the schools, or at least that's what we hope. Could little Haru be starting to take an interest in the protagonist now, folks? I don't know anything. This trap is dangerous. But back to the subject, it seems we have a problem here, guys. Haru asks what it is, and it seems that Yakuza isn't answering the call. We lost Yakuza. I already warned you this would be a problem. Sometime later on Path A, we see No Eyebrows meeting Johnson, and he wants to know what happened. But No Eyebrows says that, unfortunately, Yakuza lost this fight, folks. And not just him, all the first years were defeated. It seems they were hit by a piece of metal or something like that. So right. Johnson even asked if it was a tattooed girl, but it wasn't her. No Eyebrows says it was probably number 8 of the school at Yuhakshin because he's known for being cruel. According to what No Eyebrows saw, it seems Yakuza got hit more than necessary. That must have hurt him a lot. What do you mean, man? We need to catch this guy and beat him up, folks. Let's gather and beat this maniac to a pulp. It's not possible, man. Poor Yakuza. Immediately, memories come to Johnson's mind from the time Gordolfo used to beat him up at school for everything. And whenever he was about to get hit, Yakuza was there trying to help him. Of course, Yakuza got hit too, but at least he tried. And it's the thought that counts. Not always. Sometimes, getting beat up isn't that great either. But he did all this and they weren't even friends yet. It seems that's when they met and became friends. The protagonist calls No Eyebrows and asks him to take care of the kids because he needs to handle a mission. I'm predicting this will be trouble. Meanwhile, at the Southern School, Douglas School, the girl says he didn't have to do all that. He just needed to scare them. But Yuhakshin says that if they hadn't done this, they would keep coming. Then Douglas agrees, saying it was necessary. Necessary, yes, completely unnecessary, that's for sure. You'll see what will be necessary soon. Until suddenly someone comes in saying they're having problems again with Johnson's school. It seems numbers 13 and 15 have already fallen along the way. Douglas immediately asks if it was Guva Jun who did it or if, at least, he was with them. But it's not quite like that. It seems the one who caused all this mess was just Johnson of the Regatta alone. He single-handedly brought down 3 points of the Southern School and is now coming to where they are. No one can stop the guy. They don't know what happened, but someone really managed to provoke Johnson. Run for the hills. Johnson is enraged. That's what we need. The guy is crazy. I'm just worried he'll enter the madman's lair and won't be able to get out afterward. He should have at least brought Hajun with him. The damage would be greater. But even so, I'm already eager to see the mess this will cause. He needs to at least get in there and beat up the psychopath who did that to Yakuza. And the one who's desperate about this is Douglas himself. The brunette says she'll handle it, but someone in the back says she doesn't need to go. He'll handle the problem himself. And you already know it's this idiot here who beat up Yakuza, right, folks? The school's rank 8. He's the one we want, right? Johnson is after this maniac. And already under the bridge where Yakuza was defeated, Little Wart is furious because Johnson went to the battlefield alone. And that wasn't part of the plans. He even asked why No Eyebrows didn't do anything to stop him, but he replies that there was no way because it was the first time No Eyebrows had seen this. Johnson, for the first time, was truly furious. So that's why he's beating up everyone who appears. And at these moments, he gets a few flashbacks, some from the embarrassing school days. As always, Gordolfo back then had a field day with the bullying. And at this point in the story, Yakuza was already part of the group that was targeted by the bullying. It all started when he tried to give the tablet to clear Johnson's name, if you remember. From then on, it was all downhill, right guys? Johnson, as always, was already in shock until Yakuza suggested they try running like maniacs to escape. And even though Johnson was getting messed up every day at the hands of these crazies, he still went to school because of Yakuza, not because of the teachers or his parents. In short, before the system appeared, he was very grateful to Yakuza. He owes his survival to him. To Johnson, he's not just a friend. He's his savior, because if it weren't for him, he would have given up on school a long time ago. And that's why Johnson is there with fire in his eyes, beating everyone to find out where Ju-Hakshin is, the guy who beat up Yakuza. He wants this maniac. Until suddenly, he hears someone saying they know where Ju-Hakshin is. And as you may remember from the scene, it's him in person, right folks? He takes advantage of the fact that Johnson doesn't know who he is and sneaks in a punch using brass knuckles right in Johnson's face. Only after hitting the protagonist does he start saying that he's Ju-Hakshin. This guy is seriously sneaky. Will you really be ranked 8th in South High School if you play fair? I don't think so. Also, remember how Yakuza got hit multiple times with something metal on the head. It was probably those brass knuckles. Now it all makes sense. And one thing we have to agree on, this guy's got quite impressive status too. And out of nowhere, he starts mocking the protagonist, saying he shouldn't be looking for someone without even knowing his face. Plus, the protagonist went down with just one punch. He even asks if there's something wrong with his resistance since one hit was enough to knock him down. Man, the protagonist made it all the way there, taking down everyone along the way. He's probably exhausted. But then the guy gets closer and says he knows why Johnson came after him. It was because of that Yakuza kid, right? He starts saying that Yakuza is a pig for making him look like a fool while being on Johnson, saying that's why he hit Yakuza so much. I don't want to say anything, but if he's going to fight back, now would be a good time to start. Johnson, you're taking a beating. The guy stomps on his head, saying Yakuza was begging for his life, calling himself a pig and making pig noises. This guy is going too far. Then he grabs Johnson by the hair and says it's his turn now. But Johnson tells him to stop lying because Yakuza would never do that. He's a man who never complains, screams, or cries over things like this. So it's obvious that's a lie. It's just something you like to see, isn't it? And Johnson's words instantly irritate the guy, and he punches Johnson in the nose. But this is where the tables turned, folks. The guy is shocked because the protagonist just took the punch with his nose, telling him he messed with the wrong person. Remember the revenge mission he had against the big guy? By completing that mission, he won none other than a gold card, and this time the card is called Berserker. It basically makes a person feel no pain for 2 minutes. The guy's wondering, what the heck is this? I just punched the guy's nose and he didn't go down. And of course, it's because of the Berserker mode that's already activated. In short, the suicide mode is now on. So he goes all out, the guy's coming, but Johnson stops him with 2 fingers in his eyes, because if you're going to play dirty, you know how to. And before starting the fun, Johnson even warns him that from now on he's going to take punches non-stop for 2 minutes. The guy was still holding his eyes when Johnson came in and landed a solid blow to his stomach, and there were still 116 seconds left. He landed a chop to the back of his neck from above, and there were still 115 seconds left. At that point, I think the guy already felt his soul leaving his body. Johnson even slapped him, and there were still 114 seconds to go. He starts running at the guy, and all you can see is his foot on the guy's face. At that moment, I thought he's already humiliated him. Now he's probably going to preach like Pastor Naruto. But no, he had both feet on the guy's face, flying kick style. And yes, there are still 112 seconds left. He grabs the guy by the collar, warning him they still have plenty of time to play minus 110 seconds left, not even halfway through this. And then for us, time went by fast, didn't it, folks? We blinked a few times and it was all over. And that's when Johnson's Berserker mode ended. The protagonist finishes by telling him not to touch Yakuza because otherwise you're done for. He beat the guy to a pulp. For us, it passed quickly, but the guy took 2 full minutes of punches straight to the face. And Johnson passed out right on top of the guy because it's the reverse effect of the card. Using this Berserker mode causes him to pass out just like that. But it's worth it, right, folks? You can do some serious damage with that thing. The problem is that the first one to arrive on the scene and see Johnson knocked out was the 7th in the ranking at the Southern School. Now the situation just got messy. The West loses contact with Soo-hyun Kim, and Chung-il-chan worries something happened to him and wants to send help. But Ju-Hyuk-jang realizes he is deep in enemy territory, surrounded by many of the South's strongest fighters. Sending average members would only slow things down. Ju-Hyuk already sent the right person, the only one in all of West Gangbuk who might survive there. and brings Soohyun back. Songmin Lee, rank 7 of South Gangbuk, asks if he thinks he's like Jihyun trying to fight his way out alone while dragging dead weight. But this is Hajun Gu, rank 3 of West Gangbuk. After leaving the unconscious protagonist behind for a moment, Hajun is about to face the full force of South Gangbuk alone. But right after the fight starts, Songmin Lee gets a message. He heads straight back to South Gangbuk's headquarters. Kang Seok asks, confused, weren't you dealing with Hajun? Then why did you come back? Songmin's men are still fighting Hajun, but he got word that East Gangbuk was attacking, so he rushed back. Kang Seok tells him East Gangbuk hasn't made a move at all. He quickly realizes South Gangbuk fell for West Gangbuk's trap. It was all to help Soohyun and Hajun escape. Back in the west, Chung Il-chan keeps pushing strategist Ji Hyuk-jang to send reinforcements. Still, he knows an army can't move its forces carelessly. The message about East Gangbuk attacking was leaked by Ji Hyuk. Now all he can do is pray. Hajun brings Soohyun back. Kang Seok also knows this is his only chance to catch them, so he orders every strong fighter onto the road to West Gangbuk to chase Hajun. Today, they're wiping out West Gangbuk for good. South Gangbuk's rank 14 and rank 16 fighters arrive fast, and endless waves of South Gangbuk members rush in. Hajun doesn't even understand one thing why he's fighting this hard. He's only trying to protect Soohyun. Hajun can't even remember when they became friends. To him, MC is just a funny kid with a weird kind of charm. This is the first time Hajun has fought to protect someone. He tells South Gangbuk to come at him all at once, but they know they only need to grab Soohyun. Right when a wooden club is about to hit him, Hajun rushes over and shields him with his own body. The pain makes him flinch. Back in the west, Hajin Dongli also can't understand why no help has been sent after all this time. He knows that if Kang Seok joins the fight, Hajun won't be able to handle it. Hajang wonders if the strategist has another plan, but Ji Hyuk really has nothing left. At this point, they can only trust Hajun's strength. Chung Il-chan can't sit still anymore. He wants to act as bait and split up South Gangbuk's forces. He's confident in his speed. Then they hear a door open. It's Hajun, covered in injuries, carrying Soohyun back. He barely makes it to West Gangbuk before collapsing too. By himself, he really made it through that hell. Kang Seok arrived too late. In the end, he underestimated Hajun. Still, that's fine. Kang Seok plans to take West Gangbuk right now. With Hajun and Soohyun unable to fight, West Gangbuk is an empty fortress. Then a subordinate reports that South Gangbuk is under attack. This time it's real. Jae Ha-han believes he can swallow up West Gangbuk whenever he wants, so South Gangbuk is his main target. While South Gangbuk was distracted, East Gangbuk had already started moving. If they attack West Gangbuk now, South Gangbuk's headquarters will be in danger. Kang Seok roars, Jae Ha-han, that idiot. When Soohyun wakes up, he's in his own bed. He decides he'll properly thank Hajun tomorrow. The protagonist never expected so much to happen in one day. Completely worn out, he quickly falls asleep. Then, all of a sudden, Copy Cloud appears. After being upgraded by the Card Festival, Copy gains self-awareness. Now Copy can act on its own. Feeling movement, Soohyun opens his eyes. Seeing his annoying sister, he quickly asks what she's doing in his room this late. Idiot. MC can't help thinking South Gangbuk paid his sister to kill him. Then he notices Copy Cloud's mark on Kim Tae-yoon's neck. Soohyun wonders how it appeared when he never summoned it. Suddenly, the copied Kim Tae-yoon calls him brother. He is shocked. How can Copy talk? At that moment, their mother hears the protagonist talking and starts coming in to check. To avoid getting caught, he quickly says he's watching videos. After learning Copy gains self-awareness, Soohyun feels helpless. Of all forms, it just had to take Kim Tae-yoon's shape. MC tells the little cloud to stay quiet. After all, if two identical people showed up, the world might fall into chaos. The cloud was originally acting as Chung Il-chan's double, and if North Gangbuk finds out the double is Soohyun, they'll tear him apart. So he tells Copy not to go out carelessly until he finishes dealing with the double problem. But the little cloud says it doesn't want to go back in. It's too stuffy there. That makes the protagonist realize something. He never thought about the space where the little cloud stays when it isn't summoned. It's probably nothing but darkness. So Soohyun makes a decision. From now on, he'll summon the little cloud for up to 5 hours every day. With a hat on, they'll go out and enjoy the world together. MC asks if that sounds good. The little cloud calmly answers, good. So Soohyun spends the whole night teaching it what it can and can't do. Jae-hyuk takes one look and realizes he stayed up all night again. Of course, the protagonist is surprised. You okay now? Yudo confidently says the muscles he trained probably protected his bones, so nothing got broken. But Yudo's heart is hurt. It's clearly still beating in his chest, but it feels like it fell somewhere else. Yudo has finally found the answer to love. For once, Cherim Bake isn't late. Soohyun just turns to look at her, and Master of Ploy lands another hit. He doesn't get why he's being slapped when he didn't do anything wrong. More than that, MC wonders what's up with Sharon today. At lunch, Sharon's friends find out she dreamed about dating Soohyun, and it was a nightmare with physical contact. In that case, even someone you didn't care much about could turn into someone you do care about. He keeps telling Hajun to eat more. He won't forget what Hajun did for him. Meanwhile, Soo Kang gathers the top fighters of South Gangbuk High. They are Chang Yu-min and Jin Soo-jang, ranked 5 and 6 in the south, Beom Sang-jung, ranked 3, and Yu Gyeom-na, ranked 2. Sook brings them together because the Gangbuk conference is coming up. Everyone there is part of South Gangbuk High's elite. Sook wants them all to help him catch that bastard Sushian. After class, since they're heading to the same place, the protagonist naturally walks with Charon. He can tell she's acting a little strange today, but he has no idea what he did wrong, so he doesn't know if he should apologize. After Suhin keeps pressing her, an impatient Charon is just about to tell him off when a basketball flies toward them. MC instantly raises his hand and blocks it, then asks what she was about to say. He tells the kids playing nearby to be careful. After hesitating, Charon asks to go eat with him, but he says he already has plans today. Then he introduces her. This is my sister's friend. We plan to eat together today. Charon thinks Sohye-yang looks kind of familiar, so she asks what their relationship is. Under Charon's shocked stare, Sohye says they're close enough to sleep over at each other's houses. Sohye-yang hurriedly explains that Sohye is exaggerating. He only stayed at her house once, by himself. Then Charon says she and the protagonist have the kind of relationship where they can kiss. MC is trapped. Why are both of you making it sound worse? It was just an accidental indirect kiss. Sohye smiles and says she already has plans with him, so sorry but they need to go. Charon says she'll come too, but Sohye asks why she would. Sohye's sister will be there too. They've been friends since childhood, so eating together like this is normal. Sohye can tell Charon is acting weird. Normal friends don't react like this, so she asks if Charon likes the protagonist. Charon coldly says she just doesn't like Sohye's rude attitude. Whatever Suhin does has nothing to do with her. Then Charon turns away and walks home alone. After getting home, she complains to her friend about that crazy woman, Suhe, but her friend doesn't fully agree. Instead, she tells Charon to be honest about how she feels. Not right now, but how she'd feel if Suhe and Suhim were dating. Her friend thinks Charon still might not understand her own heart. Furious and embarrassed, Charon tells her friend to stop. Seeing she guessed right, the friend bursts out laughing. Charon grits her teeth, still unsure. Does she really like Suhin? The next day, MC also gathers the top fighters of West Gangbuk High. They are Jihoak Jang at rank 6, Chungil Chun at rank 5, Yudo at rank 2, Hyundong Lee at rank 4, and the most handsome one, Hajungu, at rank 3. He announces that today is the day the Gangbuk conference begins again. Just like before, every leader will be there. If they're lucky, they might even see the head of North Gangbuk High. Suhid asks the strategist to speak too. Jihyuk says the last conference was basically just everyone greeting each other, but this time is different. They now have Jihyuk planning things out. He says the West goal is to form an alliance with Jihyuk from East Gangbuk High. The war between the West and South is still going on, and even with Hajun holding off the East, it's draining too much of their strength. If they offer Jihyuk a deal good enough and join forces with him, even the South won't be able to stop them. In the end, this war should end with Suhing losing. Suhing tells everyone to remember what the strategist just said. After that, it's time to head to the Gangbuk conference. The South Gangbuk High group arrives early. Jaeha greets him warmly and asks how he's been. But Suhyun asks if Jaeha shouldn't be apologizing first. He hasn't forgotten how the East took that territory. It was the perfect chance to deal with the protagonist and Hajun. Instead of helping, Chera even ambushed Sake. Chera reminds him not to bring emotions into the Gangbuk conference. He also tells Seok to be nice to him today. After all, the East has the upper hand at this meeting. Then footsteps start getting closer. It's the West Gangbuk High group. Seeing Sugyeon and the others, Jaeha looks a little surprised. His subordinate asks what shocked him. Not long ago, West Gangbuk only had 3 people. Now in barely any time they've grown to 6. And all 6 are strong fighters. So of course Jaeha is surprised. Sugyeon keeps a calm face as he looks ahead. Seok is staring down at him. Jaeha lets out a sigh. The tension is already intense. Today's Gangbuk conference might get very interesting. Still, Seok makes the first move and offers MC a handshake. There's an unwritten rule that personal grudges stay out of the conference. Fighting is banned too, and Seok says he's only here to talk. So Sugyeon reaches out as well, putting their past issues aside for now. Then Seok turns to Jaeha and tells him to do the same. Jaeha refuses to trust him and wonders what Seok is planning this time. Seok calmly says Jaeha's response to his sincerity is pretty rude. The truth is, South Gangbuk High strategist Byung-sang had already suggested a way to bring down both the West and East. His idea was to first act friendly toward Jaeha and Sugyeon. He tells Seok this isn't the time to care about pride. The South is being watched by both sides. If the West and East surround them together, the South will be in real danger. So Byung-sang's plan is to offer them an alliance. Seok needs to convince Jaeha and him that instead of fighting over this small area, all 3 sides should team up and attack North Gangbuk. Seok is stunned. Byung-sang, are you serious? Even together, the 3 of us can't beat the North. Are you trying to get us all killed? Byung-sang explains that it's only a smokescreen to make Jaeha and Sugyeon lower their guard. By using the North as an excuse, the West and East will relax and the South can secretly set up strike teams to hit them. Once Jaeha and the protagonist are taken out, the South can easily swallow both sides without their leaders. In a war ruled by strength, being sneaky isn't shameful. The real stupidity is not knowing how to be sneaky. After finishing his speech about a 3-way alliance against the North, Seok asks the West and East for their answer. Sugyeon shuts the idea down right away. Before coming here, Jaeha warned that if the South got desperate, they might throw away their pride and ask for an alliance. That means this offer is probably fake and should be rejected. Besides, the West came to this conference for one clear reason. MC says it plainly, our strategist already predicted you'd try a sneak attack. Of course I'd trust the brain of the West. Right, South strategist Sang didn't expect his plan to be exposed. Sugyang completely ignores Seok. Jae-ha also can't figure out what he is trying to do. He reminds the protagonist not to come to the conference driven by personal feelings. Jae-ha thought MC had shown up to pick another fight with him. But instead, Sugyang holds out his hand. He says the West has decided to offer an alliance to East Gangbuk High. Let's take down South Gangbuk High together. Jae-ha mocks him. Why would I team up with you? I can crush both the West and the South myself. And besides, Sugyang and I go way back. If I had to join someone, it'd be little Seok, not some outsider like him. But of course he'll still choose Sukyang. Jae-ha's bond with little Seok is unusual, so he wants to deal with him first. But that alliance will come at a price. Seok listens in silence. He already guessed this would happen. Then more footsteps are heard. South Gangbuk High surrounds both the East and West groups. Seok realizes dragging this out will only make things worse, so he decides to end it now. Kyungdong shouts in anger, saying no fighting at the Gangbuk conference is their unwritten rule. Doesn't he fear punishment from above? Before he can finish, someone from the South throws a hard punch at him. A member of the West steps in and blocks it. West Gangbuk High's number 3, Ha-jun, speaks up. He's facing South Gangbuk High's number 2, Yu-gyeon the criminal. Jae-kyung never expected the South to launch a sneak attack during the conference. Seok smiles at Sukyang. What now? We have the numbers. Today the South swears to crush both the West and the East. Jae-kyung is speechless. These ants really think they can take down the East? Each strike he throws drops another person. Sukyang can tell right away that Jae-kyung has gotten even stronger since last time. Jae-kyung asks why the protagonist is still standing there. If the head of West Gangbuk doesn't show something soon, people will look down on him. A quest window pops up. Main quest, escape the Gangbuk conference with Jae-kyung. Reward, a gold card. This is the first battle of the West and East Alliance. The enemy has too many people, so the only choice now is to get out first and plan the next move later. The closest safe place is Jae-kyung's East Gangbuk territory. If they break through the South's encirclement and reach the East's turf, Jae-kyung's men will back them up. Jae-kyung says he'll open a path from here. Against this many enemies, he has to use reckless tactics. Jae-kyung calls over 2 of his lackeys. Then he kicks them towards Seok, using them as sacrifices to create an opening. Sukyang didn't expect that maniac Jae-kyung to use his own subordinates as bait. But outside, South Gangbuk's people have already surrounded them again. More and more enemies keep coming. This fight won't be easy. Then Jae-kyung suddenly vanishes from sight. He drives a brutal kick at Dongwoo with insane speed and heavy force. Even though Sukyang has grown much stronger, he still doesn't have what it takes to beat Jae-kyung head-on. The guy is a total monster, and MC is glad they're allies for now. Jae-kyung looks confused and asks if he plans to keep watching. The next second, the protagonist bursts forward so fast he leaves an afterimage. Jae-kyung can't help being shocked because he really can't follow Sukyang's movements clearly. It feels completely different now. He's far stronger than when he fought Jae-kyung before. MC has changed completely. Seeing that, Jae-kyung realizes that once this alliance ends, he's going to have a hard fight on his hands. Sukyang tells everyone to listen up. The situation is terrible, and the enemies keep coming. Escaping altogether isn't possible anymore, so they need to split up now and regroup later at West Gangbuk High. Jildo, who has been running out of breath, suddenly stops. A kitten in the street is meowing at him. He still can't resist kittens. But in the next second, sharp pain shoots through his body. It's Jae-kyung, South Gangbuk High's number 9. She's caught up to Jildo. He didn't expect her to be the one to finish him. Honestly, it isn't the worst ending. Thinking this might be his last moment, Jildo asks if she could at least tell him her name. Right then, the kitten jumps at Jawanyo. Startled, she stumbles. Jildo catches her like a gentleman. Then he sighs. I thought you were perfect, but now I've seen one tiny flaw. You're really just a naughty kitten. At the same time, Jawanyo finally break free from the South's encirclement. From here on, they're inside East Gangbuk's territory. The quest window shows the mission is complete, and the gold card reward reveals a skill called Swap. He stares at the card in his hand, confused for a moment. The insanely fast Ilchan also makes it there soon after. He says the others seem to be alright too. They should all be able to regroup safely at West Gangbuk High. Then the two of them suddenly realize something. The strategist Jawanyo gets tired even fighting ants, and right now, surrounded by South Gangbuk's men, he's covered in cold sweat. Kang-sok gets a call saying they caught West High's strategist. Jong Baem-sang reminds him this is the guy who's been messing with him the whole time, so for their future plans they should kill him now. But Kang-sok wants to deal with Yang Jawanyo himself. He tells the others to hold him down and tear his ACL first. Yang Jawanyo lets out a helpless sigh, dying before he ever gets to succeed. Then the guy about to punch him suddenly freezes. Elsewhere, Jawanyo feels annoyed since this skill was supposed to be for himself. The new gold card switch lets him swap the stats of 2 teammates once a day for 3 minutes. So the protagonist temporarily traded Hajun's stats with Yang Jawanyo's. Yang Jawanyo can't believe it. Is this a dream? My body feels weird. He even thinks he should be the one to unite Gangbuk. That huge power makes Yang Jawanyo's whole body heat up. His heart feels like it's about to jump out. The South High guys are stunned. What is happening? How can a strategist be this strong? Yang Jawanyok tells them not to worry. After you, Kang Seok is next. Somwanyo cuts him off. That's enough. Time's up. This isn't the time to show off. They need to get out fast and apologize to Hajun later. Meanwhile, looking at Gildo's chubby face, Lee Jawanyon decides to make sure he never opens his mouth again. But the kitten throws itself at her again, and Gildo realizes Lee Jawan is scared of cats. Looks like today just isn't the day for this fight. Gildo sighs. Goodbyes always come in the end. Lee Jawan snaps. You're running away? Gildo can't believe she'd call it running. I've already given you my heart, so how can you say I'm running? Back at Gangbuk South High, the underlings tell their boss he worked hard. They think Hanjia pushed things too far this time. Bringing so few people to the Gangbuk conference almost caused a disaster. Hanjia asks his subordinate, do you know why I only brought those people? He says he guessed long ago that Kang Sok would try a surprise attack because Kang Sok always acts recklessly when he's angry. That only confuses the subordinate more. Boss, then why didn't you bring more men? Hanjia only moves troops when there's something to gain. To take down Sawanyon and Hanjia, Kang Sok brought all his forces to the conference site, which means Gangbuk South High was left wide open. East High's main force is heading there now. The subordinate is amazed by how smart Hanjia is, but he didn't expect that guy to show up at the conference too. Gangbuk South High's number 2, the criminal, Ra Wujian. Meanwhile, Gilda finally reaches the meeting point. Suheon praises him for running that well with such a big body, and asks if he's hurt. Gilda coldly answers, I left my heart behind. Hajun and Haejong should reach Gangbuk West soon, and then the conference will finally be over. Just then, a beaten and injured Haejong appears in front of them, and the one carrying him is none other than Gangbuk South High's number 2, Ra Wujian. The East High underlings curiously ask their boss what kind of person Ra Wujian is. Hanjia says he must have gotten out of juvie at some point, and Ra Wujian isn't number 2 because he's weaker than Kang Sok. His strength is about the same as Hanjia's. The West High group immediately rushes at Ra Wujian. Gildo gets slammed before he can even use his system. Yang Jihyo, weak again, gets kicked aside too. Even Chung Il-chan gets hit by that overwhelming force. He's shocked. How can someone be this strong? Still, he refuses to give up. When it comes to speed, Chung Il-chan still believes in himself, but his power is too low to do any damage. A hard kick sends Chung Il-chan flying. Against Ra Wujian, he's completely helpless. Suheon quietly catches Chung Il-chan. In a low voice, he says, You criminal, you even hit women? At that moment, the quest window gives him a side quest. Defeat Ra Wujian. Reward a gold card. Seeing Ra Wujian stay silent, Suheon decides to make him talk. He starts with boxing slip, to dodge the incoming punch. That speed catches even MC off guard. Ra Wujian instantly follows with a low kick straight at him, and from just that one hit, Suheon feels like his leg got shattered. He knows he has to counterattack, but faced with this level of power, he can't even bring up the will to fight. He drops to the ground in miserable shape. Using the opening from Ra Wujian's forward rush, Suheon finally finds his chance and lands a hit. The moment Ra Wujian is pushed back, the protagonist uses stamina restore and instantly gets his energy back. Inside, he's shaken. South High really has a monster like this? Ra Wujian says nothing and keeps attacking with kicks. But in the next second, his cold expression shifts a little when Suheon dodges with a special stance and uses twin wind on his ears. MC realizes he has to keep attacking and never give Ra Wujian a moment to breathe. The biggest advantage of ancient martial arts, Taejung, is that almost nobody knows it. Suheon uses that gap in knowledge and lands real damage. Then he decisively activates Limit Break. Ra Wujian's endurance is SES rank, the same as Yang Chanseo's, and if he managed to bring down Yang Chanseo, then it should work on Ra Wujian too. Suheon starts using Ascension, then unleashes Descent of Heaven with 156 kilograms of force, but the result shocks him because Ra Wujian actually dodges, taking the hit only on his arm. Suheon suddenly realizes Ra Wujian is faster than Yang Chanseo. This time the protagonist was careless. At this point, his only option is to use his second restore. Soon Kang Sok gets another call, and when he hears the voice, he can't help but laugh. Why? Because MC keeps saying, I can still fight. He still has one last card left to gamble on, Berserker, but falling into a coma after 2 minutes would be even worse. Over the phone, Kang Sok tells Ra Wujian to just bring Suheon back. Then a subordinate reports more news. Gangbuk East High is attacking our South High base. Jung Beom-sang is impressed. Just like Han Jae-kao, he really guessed their plan. Even so, Kang Sok still orders them to deal with Suheon first. When Ra Wujian goes silent on the phone, Kang Sok asks what happened. The answer is simple. Gangbuk West High's number 3, Hajin, has arrived. For some reason, he suddenly lost his strength earlier. Now he wants to fight Ra Wujian again. Seeing that, Kang Sok decides to deal with Hajin first. But strategist Jung Beom-sang tells Ra Wujian to pull back. Their headquarters is in danger now. If they're going back to fight East High, they need Ra Wujian there. Still, Kang Sok hates giving up the chance to capture Suheon. Jung Beom-sang tells him not to worry. Last time I wasn't there, I promise you'll be able to catch him anytime. On the way home, Chung Il-chan is frustrated that he lost without doing anything. His desire to get stronger reaches its peak. The quest window also reminds Soo-hyun that the side quest to defeat Ha Wook-yeom failed. Luckily, failing a side quest has no penalty. The protagonist finally realizes he still has a long way to go. If South High's number 2 can beat me this badly, can I really unite Gangbuk? He even thinks about going into North High's territory in a mask and fighting everywhere to get stronger, but then the quest window gives him a training mission. At last, Soo-hyun's chance to grow stronger has come. The mission is to awaken team members with A-rank potential or higher, and the reward is great. Now it's finally time to start awakening. The problem is, MC still has no idea how to trigger it. Hae-jong seemed to awaken after getting beaten badly, and seeing someone with only F-rank potential become that strong after awakening really shocks Soo-hyun. Little Cloud doesn't know how awakening works either. He's been reading books lately, so now he talks in a weird king-like way. But he does need to remind Little Cloud of one thing. If you turn into Hajin again someday, don't lie down. Still, you're better than Da-hyun. Then Soo-hyun wonders in confusion. Can I awaken too? The next day, the teacher changes the seats, and Baek Jaryung ends up sitting with the protagonist. MC wonders if she's mad again. Is sitting with me really that gross? But actually, Baek Jaryung just doesn't know what to do because she's scared. Soo-hyun will find out she likes him, so she can't even look straight at his face. When he notices the bug bites on Baek Jaryung's hand, he pokes them with his finger. She angrily asks what he's doing, touching her out of nowhere, but he only wanted to press an X on the bite to stop the itching. In the end, Baek Jaryung says not to do that, but she still doesn't pull away. She doesn't even know why she can't refuse him. After class, Gangbuk West High's main members hold another meeting. From Yang Ji-kyaok's raid on things, Kang Sok's forces are split into 2 groups. Kang Sok is in the east with Lee Ji-hyun and others to hold back East High, while the west is left to Ra Wook-yeom, Jung Beom-sang and the rest. So before West High can fight Kang Sok, they first have to deal with Jung Beom-sang. That means they'll have to face Ra Wook-yeom too. Right then, Da-hyun comes looking for the idiot Soo-hyun because he stole from her wallet again. The protagonist grumbles that he did it for the greater good. From Jae-hyuk's explanation, they realize that woman is MC's younger sister. Anyway, he tells his sister to leave first. Just then, Da-hyun notices someone. She wonders why a girl that pretty is in a place like this. Before leaving, she warns Seo-hyun to give the money back soon. At that moment, Hyeon-dong reports that someone wants to see the boss. Soon after, the protagonist heads back to South High's territory. Several schools under South High want to join West High, since South High is close to falling apart. The biggest reason is the tribute money. Every school under South High's control has to pay state tribute once a month. They can't keep up with those crazy payments, so they want to switch to West High. Seo-hyun has no reason to turn them away. But the second he lets his guard down, South High's guys pull out iron bars and rush him from behind. Hyeoshin jumps in and drops one with a kick. Just like the strategist warned, they nearly walked right into South High's trap. Dong-woo shows up too, using the system. He quickly asks Seo-hyun if he's hurt. MC says he's fine, and figures Beom-sang must be the one behind this. That guy is seriously sneaky, and then a huge group from South High steps out of the shadows. He suddenly feels like thanking Beom-sang. A side quest just popped up. Wipe out everyone from South High here and earn a gold card. To him, that is basically free experience brought to his door. Now Seo-hyun has 2 missions at once. South High's crew clearly looks down on the protagonist and his team. But today, he's set on making Dong-woo and Il-chan awaken. Hidden in the dark, Beom-sang suddenly gets a call from Sok. Since Sok left the west side to him, he wants an update. More importantly, he asks how far the plan to catch Seo-hyun has gone. Beom-sang says that was only the appetizer. They're about to start the main course. He found out MC from West High isn't an only child. He has a younger sister named Da-hyun. Meanwhile, as South High surrounds them, Dong-woo strikes a weirdly seductive pose with his bulky body. The South High guys are instantly grossed out, and Dong-woo repeats that his heart is already gone. Even his enemies are stunned, fitting for the Dark Lord. Under that clumsy, heavy look is some real power. Dong-woo coldly says it's time to end this. Right then, Seo-hyun smacks him hard on the butt. Da-hyun turns to him with a hurt look. He tells him to keep fighting and ignore it. If he wants to awaken, just tell him. Il-chan is also going all out. He desperately wants to get stronger, because he doesn't want to lose again. Sooner or later, Il-chan plans to beat Yu-geum with his own hands. He wants to face even stronger opponents. Then Seo-hyun smacks Il-chan's butt too. Il-chan looks a little down and asks what that was for. The protagonist wonders why neither of them is awakening. There must be some special condition. By then, all of South High's men are down. Seo-hyun sighs in defeat. In the end, neither of them awakened. Still, the new gold card skill is really good. That week, MC has been worn out. Da-hyun complains that the family parasite is just sitting there watching TV. He fires back that she's the real parasite, wasting their parents' hard-earned money on streaming and extra internet bills. Their mom scolds him and tells him not to mess with his sister. She says he should treat Da-hyun better. After all, Minho invited her to do a stream together. Minho is a 19-year-old streamer who suddenly got popular not long ago. Now she's invited Da-hyun to stream with her this weekend. Seeing Soo-hyun's cold reaction, Da-hyun decides that once she makes it big, she'll cut ties with him for good. The protagonist tells her good luck, then thinks he'll expose her as a psycho when the time comes. Before long, the day of the stream arrives. Minho tells the viewers they're taking a short break, while the chat clearly feels Da-hyun is boring, even if she's pretty. Minho smiles and wraps up the stream. Embarrassed, Da-hyun apologizes to her. She was too nervous to talk well and feels like she ruined the mood. Minho gently says it's fine. The viewers are mostly there for looks anyway. She adds that first times are always rough, and with practice, Da-hyun will get better at keeping the vibe going. Da-hyun asks for a favor. She wants to bring some friends next time. She thinks she'll feel much braver if her friends are there. Minho says that's fine, as long as they're pretty. Then she says she needs to step out for a bit. Outside, Minho calls Biwom-sung. To her, Da-hyun is just an idiot, and once she gets even closer to her tomorrow, they can make their move. South High has already prepared everything too. Jinsu, South High's number 4, arrives here with something. Tomorrow, after Da-hyun finishes streaming, Minho will lure her over. First they'll pretend it's a celebration, get her drunk, and then give her addictive fentanyl. Once addicted and out of control, Da-hyun will become Biwom-sung's tool to threaten Soo-hyun. That way they won't lose any men and can take over West High and gain new customers too. Da-hyun's friends also arrive at Minho's place. One of them is Soha, another one is surprisingly Ilchin. He has no idea how he even ended up there. 2 days earlier, after school, Da-hyun approached Ilchan. She wanted to be friends with him, so they exchanged numbers. Since she's Soo-hyun's sister, Ilchan gave her his number. Da-hyun thought he was so handsome that she had to invite him to the shoot, so Ilchan still doesn't know why he's here. Meanwhile, while MC is fast asleep, the quest window gives him a main mission. Help rescue Da-hyun. Reward, a platinum card. North High's number 20, Chong-sok, is also wondering why his sister isn't answering her phone. Neither of them knows what's really going on. The next day, after waking up, Soo-hyun calls his sister, but she sounds totally normal. She's still getting ready to stream at Minho's place. He tells her to quit messing around and come home already. But Da-hyun already promised the viewers she'd stream again that night. Soo-hyun can't be bothered, but he still tells her to buy him a gift once she starts making money. Everything seems fine, so the protagonist can't understand why the quest is telling him to save her. After streaming all day, the two of them finally finish. Ilchan still has no clue why he's even there. Minho says everyone worked hard, and that Da-hyun's subscriber count jumped a lot over the last 2 days. She praises Da-hyun for doing really well. Then she suddenly asks where they plan to go after the stream. Her idea is simple. They should all throw a celebration party. After all, they worked hard for a long time, and Da-hyun's friends seem fun, so they should hang out together. Elsewhere, a reluctant Soo-hyun asks Ju-won if he wants to awaken. The result is just a picture of a handsome, muscular man. MC still has no clue how to trigger an awakening. Then his phone rings. Soo-hyun is shocked. How does this guy have his number? Biwom-sung sounds confused and asks if he didn't post it on Instagram. He demands to know what kind of scheme he's pulling now. This time, it's not another fake defection followed by an ambush. Instead, Biwom-sung asks the protagonist one question. You're not an only child, right? Your sister is still streaming, working hard out there. Soo-hyun coldly asks if he's really planning to go after family. Biwom-sung shrugs it off. If it helps him crush West High, he doesn't care. MC lowers his voice and warns him not to try it. Otherwise, even if he begs, he will beat him to death. But no matter what Soo-hyun says, Biwom-sung's plan is already moving. Da-hyun complains about what kind of celebration this is. It looks more like a baby party than anything else. A totally worn-out Ilchin has already left. Chong-yu from South High gives Minho a quiet nod. Then Minho complains to Da-hyun that making money is hard, right? She asks if Da-hyun wants to know how much she earns. When she hears Minho makes 8 million a month, Da-hyun can't hide her shock. Minho says she used to be just like her, with barely any viewers. But then she got more exciting, and people started watching. Want to know how? Da-hyun wants to make big money too, so of course she says yes. At that moment, Chang-yu takes out something he prepared earlier. He says it's basically like aromatherapy and will make her feel better. Minho backs him up, saying her subscribers exploded after she started using it because viewers like streams with a good vibe. She even asks Soo-hyun if she wants to try it too, saying it can improve focus and help with studying. Chang-yu thinks Minho really is a pro. Who knows how many people she's hooked. Their fentanyl is the kind of drug that's hard to quit after even one use. It doesn't matter how smart someone is. Chang-yu tells them to inhale it slowly. Right then, someone comes flying in with a brutal kick aimed at Chang-yu. Ilchin knows exactly what fentanyl is. Chang-yu explodes in anger. They were so close. Where did this idiot come from? Jinsu, South High's number 4, asks for the new punk's name. Ilchan obviously isn't going to tell him. After the stream ended, something about the so-called celebration felt off, so he called Soo-hyun. Once the protagonist heard the party might be a trap, he rushed over too. And now the only thing Ilchan has to do is protect the two girls with everything he's got. At the same time, North High's number 20, Chang-sok, has also traced where his sister went before she disappeared. Before his sister vanished, Chang-sok tracked where she went. He came to South High alone, without bringing any backup. Right then, Chung's Ilchan is surrounded by a huge group. Since he has to protect the two girls, he can't go all out. All he can do is hold on until Soo-hyun gets there. South High's numbers 4 and 5, Jinsu and Chungju, also realize who Chung Il-chan is. They quickly report this unexpected problem to Beamsang. But Beamsang knows MC won't make it in time. He already placed men along Suhyan's route, so getting through them will take a while. Even so, Beamsang tells them to finish Chung Il-chan fast. He hates anything unpredictable. Then South High's number 4, Jinsu, steps in. Chung Il-chan can tell right away. This guy is different. He may not be on Seok or Yugeom's level, but he's still the 4th strongest in Gangbuk South High. The sheer force of his attack leaves Chung Il-chan unable to stop it. In a sudden move, he spits at Jinsu to block his vision. When it comes to speed though, Chung Il-chan still trusts himself, so he uses his fastest burst. If he can land a hit on Jinsu's chin, he still has a chance. Chung Il-chan watches with a smug grin. Then Chung Il-chan freezes. His punch was seen through. Jinsu fires off a non-stop barrage of punches. That's when Chung Il-chan realizes this guy is even faster than he is. Once Chung Il-chan is dealt with, the next targets are the 2 girls. Since drugging them failed, they'll have to threaten Suhyun another way. Jinsu is ready to help them take some ugly photos. Dahyun snaps, calling him a psycho. A second later, Jinsu drops a heavy punch on her. Meanwhile, Chung Il-chan lies helpless on the ground. He remembers how powerless he felt against Yugeom, and how North High's number 2 saw him as nothing but dead weight. Dahyun goes down from a single punch, and just as Jinsu is about to move again, on the other side, Suhyun is still fighting hard. Beomsang sent a whole crowd after him, but a quest pop-up shows Chung Il-chan's resolve overflowing. His potential starts rising, and reaches its limit. His potential fully awakens, restoring a huge amount of stamina. Chung Il tells Jinsu to keep going while he handles this side. The moment his hand touches Chung Il-chan, Chung Il gets thrown straight to the ground. Seeing that, Jinsu turns and attacks Chung Il-chan too. Because of his awakening, Chung Il-chan gains a special attack card. It's called Capoeira, and it deals critical damage when the enemy is slower. Chung Il-chan immediately starts using Capoeira. Since his opponents are slower than him, every hit becomes a critical blow. Chungyu and Jinsu are beaten fast. Dahyun and Soha thank Chung Il-chan, and after awakening, his stats jump like crazy. Just then, a thug runs in saying Suhyun has broken through. But when he sees both bosses on the floor, he hurriedly claims he's just some passerby who took the wrong way. His voice gets cut off as he finally arrives. Chung Il-chan angrily scolds Chung Il-chan. What kind of idiot doesn't answer his phone? He even threatens to tell their mom that Chung Il-chan is always drinking. At that moment, Soha throws her arms around the protagonist. Crying, she says she was so scared. MC tells her she's been through enough, and that it's all Dahyun's fault. Chung Il-chan can only mutter that he was the one who got wrecked. Looking at Chung Il-chan's stats, Suha is amazed by how strong he's become. As So-So and Dahyun get ready to start the real celebration, Minho quickly claims it was all a misunderstanding and says she was threatened too. Dahyun doesn't care and slams her with a brutal punch. Chung Il-chan wonders what he is staring at. Suhyun suddenly feels that something is off. Why hasn't the quest clear notice shown up yet? Is it because the helper mentioned in the quest still hasn't appeared, or does it only end after they catch Beomsang? The protagonist doesn't know where Beomsang is, but then an idea hits him. He quickly tells the 2 girls to stop fighting because he needs everyone's help. Inside a warehouse in Gangbuk South High, Beomsang is counting fentanyl. Changyu reports that he escaped Suchun's grasp and barely survived. Only Silk and Beomsang know where this fentanyl warehouse is. But because Changyu said he would bring that person there, Beomsang had no choice but to tell him the location. That person is the quest target, Dahyun. If they use her as a hostage, they can control Suchun. Tied up, Dahyun shouts in rage, but then a mark appears on her neck. At that moment, Changyu trembles as he apologizes to Beomsang. He says he couldn't withstand West High's brutal interrogation, so he had no choice but to betray South High. A little earlier, Suchun had sent Dahyun and Soha home first. Then he woke Changyu and Minho. Neither knew where Beomsang was, but Msang had a way to force the answer out. The setup was simple. Dahyun would be captured and tied up by South High, while he would fail to save her. Then Changyu would call Beomsang and say he was bringing back the quest target. To secure the hostage, Beomsang would have to reveal his location. Suchun warned the 2 of them that if they failed to get the location, they'd be the first ones punished. Now, facing the protagonist and Chung Il-chan charging in, Beomsang only sneers. As far as he's concerned, his goal is already complete. MC's sister is his hostage. But when Beomsang turns around, the tied-up Dahyun is gone. The instant copy vanishes. Suchun covers Chung Il-chan's eyes. Earlier on the phone, he had already said that if Beomsang dared touch his family, he would beat him until he was unrecognizable. Beomsang mocks Suchun for acting like everyone else is stupid. He felt something was off the moment he got Changyu's call, so he contacted his subordinates ahead of time. This is Gangbuk South High's boss special force, a team made just to fight top leaders, similar to the strike team at Gangbuk East High. Beomsang handpicked them from different high schools because he knew they'd be useful. Today, a great strategist turns a crisis into a chance. Then the roar of a motorcycle engine cuts through the air. Changsek, ranked 20th in Gangbuk North High, arrives. In a low voice, he asks who dared lay a hand on Soha. The cigarette in Beomsang's hand slips out silently. He can't understand why someone from Gangbuk North High is here, Su Chao never expected the quest helper to be Chang Sok, but since they want the same thing, they may as well fight together. The team built to handle bosses can't even stop one person now. Chang Sok is overwhelming in endurance, strength, and even technique. Sang can't believe it, this guy is only ranked 20th. How can he be this strong? From the start, Chang Sok had his eye on one person. At first, he thought it was Chung Il-chan, ranked 39th in Gangbuk North High, but he quickly threw that idea out. There was no way Chung Il-chan could be that strong or that fast. If someone is that monstrous, he wouldn't be stuck at rank 39 in North High. Su-chan also clashes with Sang in close combat. Sang is annoyed though because he's one of South High's real fighters too, with solid stats all around. Then Su-chan activates a skill that adjusts to the enemy's power. This gold card raises the user's strength by 1 level if the target's endurance is lower than the user's strength. With his strength now at S rank, the protagonist smashes Sang with a brutal punch. He's about to make good on his promise. At first, Chung Il-chan thought MC was staying calm and wasn't angry, but once someone touches his people, this is what happens. Before long, Sang is beaten into a bloody mess. Su-chan lets out a breath. They really are a boss special force. Even with Sang down, they keep getting back up to fight. Then they notice Chung Seok is gone. The boss special force wasn't the only backup Sang called. Now the one who can really change everything shows up. Yu-gyum, ranked 2nd in Gangbuk South High, has arrived. Su-chan and the others instantly move to help, but the boss special force blocks their path. Yu-gyum looks over there. Chung Seok quietly asks what he's doing. This fight is only starting now. Chung Seok can feel that the guy in front of him has similar power but insanely fast speed. He can't counter at all. Since he can't keep up, all he can do is defend. A long fight is bad news for Chung Seok. Still, he has one crushing move, a single blow that can drop anyone. Chung Seok says a man's beauty lies in that final deciding hit, and now it's time to throw it. Yu-gyum gets cornered by the last attack. Chung Seok has no confidence in speed. There's only one thing he believes in, and that's his finisher. Putting everything on it, he refuses to accept defeat. Against a monster like Yu-gyum, even a draw would satisfy him. Then Chung Seok goes still, because Yu-gyum gets back up again. Chung Seok sighs in frustration. It's ridiculous. Yu-gyum doesn't just have speed and strength, his endurance is monstrous too. So the reason Yu-gyum never panicked even when trapped was simple. Absolute confidence. After finishing off the boss's special forces, Su-chan heads toward Yu-gyum. Then a hand stops him. It's Il-chan. He wants to handle this alone. Right then a new side quest pops up. Team member Il-chan must defeat Yu-gyum. The reward is a platinum card. Il-chan starts fighting with capoeira. His speed overwhelms Yu-gyum and he lands a critical hit. Sang is stunned. Il-chan coldly mocks him. Being this slow is actually pretty sad. Even Su-chan is shocked. Both of them are fighting way better than expected. Il-chan assumed Yu-gyum was just a wild brawler, but he didn't expect him to know grappling too. Still, Il-chan won't let him get close enough to grab him. A South Gangbuk High thug hiding in the shadows never thought Chief Yu-gyum would be pushed this far. At this rate, South Gangbuk High is really done for. Just then Su-chan's phone rings. Jihyuk, the strategist, urgently says this isn't the time to keep fighting. After hearing him out, his face changes in shock. Meanwhile, Il-chan and Yu-gyum keep clashing. Su-chan steps in with ancient martial arts and forces Yu-gyum back. He tells Il-chan to finish Yu-gyum fast and run. The South Gangbuk High forces are on their way. According to Jihyuk, this place is South Gangbuk High's storage warehouse. After Su-chan heard what happened, he sent a huge group here right away. With their stamina almost gone, the protagonist and Il-chan can't take on all of South Gangbuk High. They need to beat this guy and get out. Il-chan's fist slams into Yu-gyum's head, but Su-chan still can't land a clean hit on him. There's no time left, so MC activates every combat card he has. Hajun, whose stats were swapped, feels another wave of weakness. This is Su-chan's current peak state, with terrifying stats across the board. Watching from the shadows, the thug is sure Chief Yu-gyum is finished, but suddenly, a new opening appears. Just as he and Il-chan are about to rush Yu-gyum, the entire warehouse goes dark. In the darkness, the South Gangbuk High thug calls out for Chief Yu-gyum. Su-gyum quickly feels around and finds the light switch. But when the lights come back, Yu-gyum is already gone. Chasing him now would waste too much time, so the protagonist and Il-chan have to leave before South Gangbuk High's army arrives. Even so, this fight still ends as MC's win. By clearing 2 missions, he earns 2 platinum cards. The new abilities are called Camera and Lucky Bag. After that, Soka thanks Su-chan and Il-chan. North Gangbuk High now owes West Gangbuk High a favor, and he'll report it to the higher-ups. He is relieved that Soka didn't realize he's Kim Bag. Il-chan wasn't recognized either, since he's gotten way too strong. He lets out a helpless sigh. I fought all day and still got nothing. Su-chan doesn't see it that way. They brought back the boss's special forces from South Gangbuk High. Il-chan still doesn't get it. Since they already recovered the fentanyl, why not just let these guys go? Of course, the protagonist has another plan. He tells them that Yu-gyum and Sang were beaten into mush, but the two of them still aren't West Gangbuk High's real main force. If the Dark Lord Yu-gyum shows up, all of you will die. South Gangbuk High's fall is already set. The allied forces of West and East will tear them apart soon. Su-chan doesn't drag it out. He directly tells the boss's special forces to join West Gangbuk High. He activates ancestral liability and says in a serious voice that he's doing this for their own good. Under its effect, all 15 Special Force members there choose to join West Gangbuk High. After the weekend, MC drags his tired body into the classroom. At that moment, Jaha mutters that he got bitten by bugs again and it's itching like crazy. Sukeon sighs. No wonder famous doctors are always exhausted. He asks Jaewa if it's on the back of his hand again like last time. But Jaewa suddenly gets shy and with a red face says it's on the sole of his foot. He freezes when he hears that. He quietly says that even if they're friends, this feels really inappropriate. Jaewa suddenly turns serious and firmly says to forget it, if it's that embarrassing. Sukeon doesn't really mind, but doing it in class is a problem, so he plans to make the cross mark after class. But Jaeom insists on doing it now. The protagonist warns him first, if the teacher catches us, it's all your fault. Then he slowly reaches out his hand, feeling it on his foot. Jaeom's face turns slightly red. He grabs a pen and pretends to focus on class. Sukeon's method works, and the cross mark is applied perfectly. At that moment, the teacher notices something odd and asks what those two in the back are doing during class. MC and Jaeom instantly turn their heads and act like nothing happened. Inside South Gangbuk High, Bomsang bows his head and apologizes to Seok, ready to accept any punishment. Seok smiles and asks if he's ever seen him treat them harshly. Hearing that, Bomsang thinks he's been forgiven. But in the next second, Seok coldly says this is the first time. He can't understand what Bomsang was even doing. How could he lose with Yugeom and the special forces there? And now the West took the special forces too. Even the fentanyl was stolen back. So how do you still have the nerve to come back? Seok tells everyone to listen carefully. The situation is terrible. Suyeom beat Byumsang and took the west area. Jaeha is also pushing in from the east, so South Gangbuk High is being crushed from both sides. At that point, Byumsang says he still has a plan and begs Seok to trust him one more time. South Gangbuk High has nowhere left to retreat. If they fail again, it's over. This will be South Gangbuk High's final battle. Later, at home, Suyeom worries about what's wrong with Cloud. After all, Cloud was the one who said he wanted to come out, and he agreed to summon him. But then the protagonist tied him up and humiliated him, even handing him over to enemies. MC is about to explain himself when he suddenly realizes he'd be upset too if someone treated him like that. Cloud had always been waiting for him in the dark, so Suyeon tells Cloud to say whatever he wants to do. He'll listen. Then his phone beeps. He looks at the message Cloud sent, confused. It's about the Seoul World Culture Festival. Not long after, Suyeon takes Cloud to the crowded festival. He never expected Cloud would want to come somewhere like this. The protagonist asks if he's feeling better now. Cloud immediately nods over and over, full of excitement. Then Soha spots MC and calls out to him. He's surprised to see her there. It turns out Sohyo came with friends from school but got separated from them. She thought she had just seen someone who looked like Daehyun, but the person besides Suyeon had already disappeared. He apologizes to Cloud in his head. I'll summon you again another time soon. Sohyo asks him to help her find her friends. Feeling a little nervous, he starts moving right away. Then Suyeon gets a bit flustered. Having Sohyo hold his arm feels kind of weird, but she says she's worried about getting separated again. At that moment, the quest window seems to flicker for a second. The protagonist thinks he must have imagined it. Then a loud cheer erupts from a nearby stage. The idol singer Elisa has appeared. Down below, Cloud stares straight at Elisa on stage. Suyeom, stuck helping Suyo, can't get excited at all. He desperately wants to summon Cloud again, but people around them suddenly gasp because Elisa is walking right toward them. She asks Suyeon if now that she's no longer in the form of the people around him, she can stay by his side. MC is confused for a moment before realizing the real Elisa left after the performance ended, but Copy Cloud followed her. So the Elisa standing here now is actually Copy Cloud. Suyeom nervously asks him who she is. Cloud firmly says she doesn't need to know who he is, but this lowly thing is his master. Everyone watching is stunned. Suyeom can't believe it either, after hearing the word master, but Cloud still looks at Suyeom with total confidence. The protagonist is completely thrown off by this move too. By now people are already whispering about who Elisa's master is. MC quickly grabs Soha and Cloud and runs. After reaching a quiet corner, Suyeon explains that this is his relative from America named Cloud. She's mixed, and she just happens to look like Elisa. To prove it, he shows Soha something. The real Elisa is still live streaming from her car, but then Soha suddenly asks Cloud in English when she came to Korea. Suyeon is stunned. How could Cloud know English? To Soha, this is really suspicious. How could an American not understand English? The protagonist quickly stops Cloud from calling Soha Barbara, then starts trying to explain right when Soha's friends find them. She had told them she'd come back after taking care of something. Now even Soha's mother is calling. It's time to go home, so she says goodbye to Suyeon. Cloud coldly tells Soha to back off. One of her friends wonders why Cloud looks like that. The truth is, Soha has known Daehyun for years and never once heard about any foreign relatives. Now she's very curious about the relationship between them. She has no intention of giving up, because in Soha's heart, Suyeon belongs to her. In her hand is the spoon MC used to eat his ice cream. Even he has no idea what to make of this absurd mess. He only wanted a quiet outing, and somehow ended up dealing with an idol lookalike. Little Cloud apologizes to her master. She thought it would be fun and never expected it to blow up this badly. but Suhyun tells her not to apologize. She only did it because she wanted to come out with him. Little Cloud looks confused. Master, why is your face red? The truth is, this is the protagonist's first time seeing a celebrity up close. Little Cloud asks if that made him happy. Suhyun quickly steps back and warns her this is going too far. But Little Cloud grabs him and thanks him. MC has no clue why she suddenly sounds so grateful. Of course she means bringing her into this world, and she promises to repay that kindness. The next day, the top fighters of West Gangbuk High gather again. Soon another underling rushes in with bad news. After his frantic report, Suhyun just smiles and tells him to inform East High that they understand. Meanwhile, South Gangbuk High's main force also meets. Its strategist Byung-sang starts laying out a plan. South High is in terrible shape. Their anti-alliance territory has shrunk to a few spots, and the regular fighters' morale is at rock bottom. West and East will obviously use this chance to attack, and unlike the smaller clashes before, if they lose now, South Gangbuk High will be wiped out for good. Byung-sang knows the strategists from West and East are smarter than him, so he comes up with a plan meant to fool them both. This is Byung-sang's final stand. Just then, another underling runs in with an urgent report. East Gangbuk High has already started moving. A long time ago, Sohaj and Jaeha were close. Now they're enemies. East Gangbuk High's core members gather too. There is Dongjin, ranked 4th, Yongsep, ranked 3rd, and Yunyang, ranked 2nd, along with East High's assault squad. East High has already contacted Suhyun. The plan is to move together and take down Seok. Dongjin explains that South Gangbuk High has plenty of skilled fighters and troops. Their strength is built around elite members. East High's top 4 are all monsters in a fight, people Jaeha trusts a lot. Still, West Gangbuk High's talent may be just as strong. Then the quest window officially reveals the main mission. Suhyun's team must first defeat 50 regular fighters from South High. Today will decide South Gangbuk High's fate. At that moment, strategist Jeo quickly says they must not attack South Gangbuk High first. He doesn't get it. He already made a deal with Jeoka. But Jeok says that's exactly the problem. If they strike first, Jeoka will turn on them. The protagonist is confused. Weren't West and East supposed to be allies? Jeok explains that Saoha's defeat is basically certain, but the real question is what comes after. West and East only joined hands to bring down South High. This isn't a true alliance, just a temporary deal that ends once South falls. So the moment South High collapses, East High will attack West High. That is why Jaeha told West High to strike first. He wants them worn out, then East High can jump the exhausted West side right after. At that point, Suhyun and the others won't stand a chance. That does sound exactly like something Jaeha would do. Everyone there praises Jihyok's sharp read. Still, they're worried that bluntly refusing East High's request could damage their relationship. Suhyun says he has a fix. They can go handle quests first. Jaeha quickly gets the message too. According to MC, attacking South High first would be tough, so they want to clear out the nearby forces first. Chang'un can tell he picked up a pretty capable strategist. Jaeha hears the guy's name is Jihyok. Dongjin asks if they should follow the protagonist's lead and hit South High first after all. But Jaeha also doesn't want to waste troops, so he chooses to clean up the surrounding forces first. South High's strategist Byung-song understands that East and West were never truly united. Both sides are sure South High will fall this time, so they'll hold back and compete in secret. Byung-song plans to use that to ambush them once their guard drops. In other words, take them out one at a time. South High's lower ranks never expected West High to come after them first. With his special skill, Hyundong is basically unstoppable here. But even that isn't enough. At his current level, Hyundong still isn't ready to stand beside his brother. South Gangbuk High fights back in one last push to survive. But Hyundong has the former Special Forces underboss from South High backing him up, so they nearly crush those regular South High fighters. Hyundong casually calls his boss to report in and check the situation. Sejik's side had run into a few more enemies too, but they were taken down fast. He also learns East High is copying West High on purpose, by not attacking South directly, and just dragging things out. At this rate, ending the war today may be impossible. MC wonders why Hyundong suddenly went quiet on the phone, and then Hyundong freezes. Someone who should not be there has appeared. It's Seok, the leader of South Gangbuk High. Byung-song's plan for him is simple: defeat them one by one. He predicted both West and East would use the nearby cleanup as an excuse to spread out their forces, so South High's officers are supposed to ambush both sides. This battle plan requires Seok himself to step in, because only when the king enters the field in person will the enemy truly feel fear. For South Gangbuk High to survive, their boss has to fight himself. Even with his special skill active, Hyundong is stunned because Seok isn't injured at all. A second later, Hyundong feels like he got hit by a truck, and that was just from one strike. Seok can't hide his disappointment. South Gangbuk High was really getting attacked by trash at this level. Then Seok turns toward the traitorous special forces. He tells them to go ahead and see if they can capture their former boss. With nothing else to do, Dongjin asks Jaeha a question. If you fought Seok, who would win? Jaeha brushes it off. War is won with brains. Fighting strength isn't what matters. But Dongjin still wants to know how strong Seok really is. Jaeha's answer is simple. He's the wrestling rhino. Faced with a monster like that, the special forces panic and run. Soon, Suhyun's side also gets the latest update from an underling. The guy thinks their side has been too passive, but he hasn't been careless at all. To stop South High from pulling off an ambush, he put real thought into how to split the teams. Charin and Jihauk are one team. Suhyun himself teams up with Jihaukar. The last team is Hyundong and Hajun. Then the protagonist activates his camera skill. It gives him a holographic view so he can sense the area around a chosen teammate. Now he uses camera on Hajun. Suhyun had planned to avoid Hajun and secure the win through tactics, but instead they run into a boss fight right away. Their fists slam into each other's faces without holding back. From another spot, Suhyun watches the battle through camera. Hajun's attacks are brutally aggressive. MC thinks he can win, but Seek, a South Gang Buck High's leader, has insanely tough defense. Hajun realizes he has to make Seek drop his guard, so he keeps hammering at Seek's waist. The non-stop blows slowly force Seek's hands lower. Hajun catches that opening perfectly and drives a punch straight into Seek's face. West High's underlings start thinking Hajun is about to win. Suhyun watches excitedly through the hologram too. Then Hajun uses the Keese fighting method again. He knows this is the moment. One more hit to Seek's chin could finish it. So Hajun charges in, not wanting to waste any more time. But in the next second, he freezes. The cloth around Seik's waist lifts into the air. Jihauk asks Dongjin if he knows why Seik is called a rhino. The answer is simple. No matter how hard his opponent beats him, he only needs one hit to end the fight. And sure enough, Seik catches Hajun again. The underlings stare in shock. Then they realize Hajun actually held Seik's strength back. After all, Hajun is a powerhouse too. Even if his opponent is the wrestling rhino, Suhyun can tell Suhauk is badly worn down too. If Hajun breaks free and lands one more blow, he can still win. But even after taking those hits, Suhauk doesn't shake at all. Jihauk says Suhauk is called a rhino, not just because of his shoulder power, but because of his nature too. Rhinos may be herbivores, but they're wildly aggressive. If one charge fails, they keep charging until it works. That's Suhauk's style. For a split second, Hajun loses his balance. Kang Seik grabs him right away, then he hits a suplex. But Hajun still hangs on. If he can break free from Kang Seik, he still has a shot, but Kang Seik tightens his hold even more. Hajun realizes this is bad. Kang Seik slams him with another suplex. The West High gang watches in shock. Then Kang Seik starts chaining suplexes non-stop. Suhyun is stunned, and Hajun knows he's lost. Badly hurt himself, Kang Seik calls the strategist Byum-song to report that South High's plan worked. West High has lost one of its key fighters. Byum-song tells Kang Seik to head back first. He adds that Yu Gaebjum just called to by himself. Yu Gaebjum wiped out East High's strike team. Chanchurian side gets the same update. Yu Gaebjum ambushed the split-up attack team, and around that time, Hajun went down too. From that, they figure out South High's plan. This time, both East and West got completely played by the South. Changung, ranked second in East High, asks if they should move. Just then, Sigyung, ranked third in East High, calls Jaehauka over because a guest has arrived. Someone from East High recognizes him as the head of West High and gang buck, Suhyun. No one expected him to come alone when the two sides weren't even on good terms. Even Sigyung finds him pretty interesting. What could he want at a time like this? The protagonist and Jae High lock eyes, then agree to deal with South High first. A little later, Suhyun calls the strategist Jihyuk. He says he just spoke with Jae High. Even after taking down South High, they'll keep the alliance. Good, it's time to move. The South High side is still fired up after beating Hajun. MC uses the old Taekyon move, Descent from Heaven. The quest updates. West High and East High must work together to take down 20 South High executives. Suhyun says he'll cover all the damage they take. He calls to make sure Chain Hack's side is okay. But Dongwoo starts feeling like something is off, like something is moving inside his body. Back at South High headquarters, Kang Seik rests and admits he didn't expect Hajun to be that strong. He knows that if Hajun had pushed a little harder, he would have lost. Kang Seik asks Byum-song what the next move is. Byum-song says they need to make West High and East High fight each other. It won't be easy, but that alliance is fragile. If they can drive East High and West High apart, South High can rise again. Right then, a thug rushes in with terrible news. Suhyun went to Jaha to negotiate an alliance. Now West High and East High are fully united. They have already started attacking South High. Byum-song can't believe he actually convinced Jaha. Just as he's about to make his next move, Kang Seik cuts in. Since he beat Hajun, South High's morale has shot way up. So once he gets his strength back, he'll deal with Suhyun himself. Dongwoo, ranked 10th in South High, is still hyping everyone up. They all shout that South High will be the last gang standing. Then Sigyung, ranked 3rd in East High, yells, "Go, South High." The thugs turn around and see an unfamiliar redhead. Sigyung smiles and taps his nose. Dongwoo is filled with despair because he knows what kind of monster Sigyung is. He can't fight back at all. On Suhyun's side, they also bring down South High's 16th ranked executive. Then a thug runs up with good news. Jai Tatra's 5-man elite squad only just started moving and they've already taken out 5 South High executives. Just a handful of people, yet they're sweeping the battlefield with insane force. Right now, Jai Tatra, ranked 9th in South High, is leading a small group against East High. The fight is at a breaking point, and with Jai Tatra already at a disadvantage, East High will likely bring her down. Suhyun can't help turning toward one person. He asks Jai turning toward one person. He asks Jai ons they shin and mudkai. He often admits he wants to go save that woman. Of course he knows he can't, but there's still something he needs back from her. So Jihyun asks Soohyun for one favor. Let me go save her. The strategist Jihyun quickly tries to stop him. He reminds him that Jihyun is fighting East High. If he goes to help, it will look like West High is declaring war on East High too. They finally join forces with East High. If he ruins that now, they may not be able to take down South High today. Jihyun understands how Jihyun feels, but still warns him not to let love cloud his judgment. But Soohyun has an answer. At South High headquarters, they also receive Jihyun's call for backup, but Byung-sang has no plans to waste troops there, so he ignores it and turns her down. Jihyun keeps fighting hard against East High. As the battle drags on, she slowly runs out of energy. Daeshung and Jihyun from East High can't help but admit it. South High's 9th-ranked fighter really is strong, taking down so many enemies alone with just a wooden sword. But once Jihyun steps in, the fight should end. Lee Jihyun is too worn out now to dodge anymore. Jihyun doesn't want to waste any more time either. Then a hooded man grabs Lee Jihyun and pulls her away. In a flat voice, he says she's got him this worried. She really is one troublesome kitten. Daeshung recognizes him right away, the fighter who showed up alone in North High territory and beat Chung-sok. Confused, Lee Jihyun asks who he is and why he's helping her. Dongwoo calmly answers that there's something he needs from her. To learn how awakening works, Soohyun asks the two others who already awakened. Chung-sok says he doesn't know how he beat Jinsu either. He just thought about the things that made him mad before, and suddenly power burst out of him. Jaehyun Dong says he got furious over how weak he was. He stood back up in anger. His strength suddenly jumped, and he won. From that, the protagonist gets a rough idea of the conditions for awakening, so he predicts that Dong will awaken today. Meanwhile, Hakjin from South High calls the other executives together. He asks if they've thought about betraying South High, because in his eyes, South High has no hope left. Losing the executives is one thing, but Hakjin asks what their subordinates did wrong. Why should they be sacrificed for a South High that's already finished? West High and East High want Kang's sake. Once they capture him, the war will end right away. For the sake of his men, Hakjin wants to end this war as fast as possible. But in the next second, Saekwon drops him with one punch. Saekwon snarls, calling him trash. How has Kang's sake ever wronged them? Then he takes control of Hakjin's forces. At the same time, Lee Jae-hyun hears Dong-woo dramatically say that she stole his heart. She instantly realizes the man in front of her is that guy from the blind date. Lee Jae-hyun has no idea what Dong-woo is doing. Is he here to make fun of her? To watch her lose? Dong-woo motions for silence. Softly, he asks her not to see him as an enemy right now. Instead, he wants her to look at him differently. He hopes his feelings will reach her. What she's seeing now is the back of a man driven crazy by love. Daesung warns everyone to be careful. This guy is the same monster who beat Chung-sok. But moments later, the thugs can only stare in shock because the guy is insanely weak like a human punching bag. Dong-woo tells Lee Jae-hyun to hurry and leave. He'll handle things here. This is the front view of a man driven mad by love. Lee Jae-hyun lets out a helpless sigh. Dong-woo is an idiot. Even so, thanks to him, she gets a little of her strength back. Now Lee Jae-hyun tells Dong-woo to go back where he belongs. She doesn't need help and she doesn't need anyone to like her. Right then, Jae-hyun attacks again. Lee Jae-hyun can't dodge this one, but Dong-woo's speed suddenly explodes and he actually sends Jae-hyun flying. Dong-woo feels his body turning strange again. Something inside him starts stirring once more. Not long ago, Gakya's father asked his wife if they should tell the truth, but Gakya's mother thought it would be better if their son never knew. Palbong wanted Gakya to understand what blood ran through his veins. Takako Yamazaki asked him right back, could he really tell their son in person that the blood in his body comes from the Yamazaki clan, the #1 Yakuza family in Japan? Takako Yamazaki doesn't want her son to become the White Demon, but Gakya already carries Yakuza blood inside him. So maybe all it takes is one trigger to bring out Dongwoo's true bloodline. The quest window shows young Gakya's potential rising wildly from within. At the same time, something starts happening on Sujeon's side too. These South High guys were clearly beaten down, but they keep getting back up. They still aren't that dangerous, but it's becoming a real problem. Even stranger guys who were weak before the fight started have all gotten stronger and grouped up. Sujeon realizes they're standing again because they're ready to risk their lives for South High. That suddenly makes him worry the executives might get stronger too. If even Kang Sok powers up, that would be a serious problem. Then someone appears behind South High and starts attacking their people non-stop. Mam-C and the others can't tell what's going on at first. The newcomer is Hakjin, ranked 8th at Gangbuk South High. He throws down his weapon and says he came to surrender. Hakjin says South High has no future left, so he wants to join Gangbuk West High. If Soohyun takes him in, he'll help set up Sok. He also knows where all of South High's officers are and offers to be West High's hidden card. Hakjin's stats are solid. Right then, the quest window gives him a mission to recruit him. Now it depends on whether Soohyun wants to bring him in. For the moment, he switches into discussion mode. The protagonist asks the other two what they think. Since Hakjin hit Gakya, MC already dislikes him. Jihyun also shares what he heard earlier. Hakjin got beaten by South High's officers. He suggested turning on Sok, but the other officers stayed loyal, so it failed. They beat him in front of his own men and even took his crew away, so he really might have betrayed them, and Ji Huang votes yes. But Su Hien thinks this could still be South High's plan. Hak Jin may have let them beat him on purpose so he could get into West High. He looks that shady. If that guy is really as sneaky as he seems, West High could be finished. Jiakuk agrees they can't ignore that risk. Then Su Hien suddenly comes up with a plan. He accepts Hak Jin into the group. Jiakuk has no idea what his lord is thinking. Is this really okay? They're dealing with Hak Jin and that slimy grin of his. Meanwhile, Gakya is still barely holding on. Jairwan thinks South High's backup should arrive soon. When they need fighters most, she believes Jongbin wouldn't just abandon her. But then Park Jairwan drops more news. No backup is coming. East High already confirmed that all of South High's officers are still at their posts. If reinforcements existed, they would have shown up by now. Really, Jairwan should have found it strange from the start that she was the only officer sent to the front. That was because Jongbin decided to throw her away from the beginning. At that moment, Gakya starts using the system against Park Jaehyun. He mutters under his breath. Park Jaehyun takes advantage of Gukya's distraction and attacks again. He can't understand why this paper bag guy is so weak. This doesn't look like someone who beat Chongsok from Gangbuk North High. Park Jaehyun wants to know who this paper bag really is. But Jaehyun swings her sword to stop him. Their fight still isn't over. Gukya freezes for a second. That woman is getting beaten right in front of him. She's the girl Gukya likes. And now someone else is hurting her. Not long ago, Gukya told his father there was someone he liked, but he also had a question. Since ancient times, weren't men supposed to protect women? A man should protect the woman he loves. But Gukya is weaker than the girl he loves. Jaehyun finally runs out of strength. Park Jaehyun is about to finish it. Then Gukya remembers his father saying, "I was like that too." His father had once been weaker than his wife. Back then, he was a Korean exchange student who delivered newspapers on the side, and she came from the Yamazaki clan, the top Yakuza family in Japan. They lived in completely different worlds, and their futures should have gone different ways. Even so, Gukya's father protected her. He fell for her at first sight. Just as Park Jaehyun's sword comes down, Gukya appears in front of Jaehyun and blocks it. At the same time, the quest window changes. It says team member Gukya's resolve is full. His potential starts rising fast, then reaches its limit. Gukya's potential has finally awakened. Because of that awakening, his stamina is restored in a big way. He also gains 2 rank 2 exclusive attack cards. One of them is Yamazaki-style Kyokushin Karate. Gukya instantly fires off a straight attack with Yamazaki-style Kyokushin Karate. Then he follows with a 2-hit frontal combo from the same style. All of a sudden, Gukya realizes he and Jaehyun never even exchanged names. After learning hers, he introduces himself as Gukya. "The world calls me the Dark Lord." He tells Jaehyun that Gangbuk South High is almost done. They even abandoned you, but West High won't. Their leader truly cares about his people, so he asks her to take this chance and join West High. Jaehyun's lips part like she's about to refuse, but Gukya covers her mouth. Looking at her gently, he tells her not to say anything, because his heart isn't strong enough for that. Jaehyun never expected Gukya to leave it at that and walk away. Gukya then remembers strategist Jaehyun's words. West High truly needs Jaehyun's strength, and Jaehyun knew that if they saved her now, she'd owe them. That debt could be used to recruit her later. But as a man, Gukya doesn't want to win her over with cheap tricks. Elsewhere, Hak Jin, the guy who joined Gangbuk West High, turns out to be a spy after all. South High strategist Jongbin's plan was perfect. First, Hak Jin acted like he wanted to betray them, then took a beating. With his usual image, Soo-hyun had no choice but to believe the betrayal was real. Next, they planned to lure Il-chan from West High into a trap. No matter how fast he is, once he's trapped, getting out won't be easy. Soon, Hak Jin tells him that South High is forming another strike team. If they do nothing, that team will ambush them. He says he and Il-chan can handle it with just a few men. Soo-hyun and Il-chan exchange looks, then agree. A tiny smile curls at the corner of Hak Jin's mouth. He acts sincere and says it's all for Gangbuk West High. On the other side, Jongbin is already waiting. The moment Il-chan gets there, they'll break his legs. After Il-chan, Soo-hyun is next. Jongbin is about to explain how to deal with the protagonist when the guard outside comes flying in. Barely able to speak, he reports that this is bad. Their hideout has been exposed. Soo-hyun quietly greets Jongbin, asking how he's been. Jongbin can't figure out how MC found this place. Then he spots Hak Jin standing beside him. Hak Jin yells in anger, "I only told you to act. Did you really betray us, you bastard?" But Hak Jin is sweating too. That's because Soo-hyun already knew their whole plan. While Jongbin was setting up a trap for Il-chan, he learned everything by using the camera skill on his team members. He grabs Hak Jin, who quickly begs for mercy and claims Jongbin forced him. Il-chan looks ready to beat him up too. Soo-hyun warns Hak Jin, "Now you get it, right? I've got eyes everywhere, and your only way to live now is to tell them where South High's officers are." Hak Jin immediately starts cheering for Gangbuk West High. Beside him, Il-chan is speechless. He can't believe someone can be this pathetic. Jongbin can't understand how things fell apart again. He roars that they still have the numbers. Gangbuk South High can still gang up on Soo-hyun, and right then the awakened Gukja finally returns. The protagonist blurts out in shock. So strong. At the same time, the training quest is completed. Suyan gets 2 advanced cards for strength and speed. This time he uses all the training cards on himself. Gangbuk West High is ready. Now MC's stats are above South High's officers, all except the monster Yugyum. Now it's time to fight. Sungmin and Chengyu throw punches at Gukcha together. They can't understand why he's acting like he's enduring it when those hits clearly landed. But Gukcha had actually used the front squat stance of Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate. Then he unleashes another 2-hit frontal combo. Chengyu can't believe this ugly freak is that strong. Gukcha moves to give support, but sees that Ilchan doesn't seem to need any help. He even praises Ilchan for being pretty strong too. Then the quest window appears. Gangbuk South High has risen again because of an unknown power. The South High officers who got back up all had their stats boosted. It looks like their determination made them stronger. Gukcha can't help feeling worried. But what really worries him is Suyan's side. Yugyam is still way too strong. Even after using all the training cards on himself, he still can't keep up with Yugyam's speed. He has to find a chance to use overturn limits. The problem is that skill only works at close range. But Yugyam's front kick keeps knocking him back. A direct shot to the chest leaves Suyan's whole body weak. Yugyam instantly follows with a kick to the shin. The protagonist just can't get close enough. Just as Yugyam reaches for his face to set up a knee strike, Suyan quickly uses Restore Vigor to shove him back. He was almost taken out right there. Yugyam didn't use this move when he fought Charon's heel before, so it turns out he was hiding it as a secret weapon. To make Rao Wugyam let his guard down, MC acts like he's barely hanging on. There is only one way for him to win. The person most worried about Suyan's defeat is Ju Hakjung. If he really loses, this traitor is done for. Ju Hakjung shouts that the protagonist can't lose. But after using Restore Stamina, MC's energy is almost gone. The gap in skill between them is still huge. Even so, Simon keeps waiting for a chance to get close to Ra Fujian. Ju Hakjung yells, asking what kind of idiot move that is. If he gets that close, he'll just eat another front kick. This time, he quickly ducks and avoids the blow. He has been getting ready for this fight for a long time. Simon kept thinking about how to improve his attack patterns. Lately, he has been fighting almost entirely with ancient martial arts, Taekyon. But Jihak said Simon's main style is wrestling, which makes Taekyon a bad matchup. So the protagonist started wondering if he could combine his cards to create a new attack. And then an idea hit him. He grabs a nearby silver card. Simon realizes this skill might have an amazing effect. The moment he finishes ducking, he uses no limits. And now the punch Ra Fujian has to face is MC's brand new attack, made by combining no limits with Ascension. First comes an uppercut, carrying 156 kilograms of force. Then the next hit drops like a falling sky with that same 156 kilogram power. In the end, Simon wins. As his consciousness fades, Ra Fujian thinks back to the past. It was the first time he met Semek. After helping Semek with everything, Ra Fujian earned his praise. Seok sincerely thanked him for helping make Gangbuk South High this strong. Just then, the mission window appears again. Gangbuk South High has risen once more because of an unknown power. Ra Fujian attacks Simon again. He activates an advanced random attack card. Ra Fujian gets slammed by another heavy hit in the middle of his charge. This time, he is completely down. Simon throws away the wooden stick in his hand. Now it is time to hunt down Seok. This is the final battle, and Ju Hakjung is in total shock. Even Ra Fujian lost. He never thought the guys from West High were this strong. Ju Hakjung swears he will be Gangbuk West High's watchdog forever. Next, they need Sek's location. Jung Baemsang screams that they ran away in a pathetic way. But no questioning is needed. Simon already knows Sek must still be at Gangbuk South High. Even so, he tells everyone to warm up first before moving out. Before that, the protagonist checks his cards. He wants to see what the gold recruit Ju Hakjung card will give him. The result is only the super high-pitched tone skill. Simon does not even use the regular high-pitched tone card, so fusing into a super version feels pointless. Then he suddenly remembers something. Maybe it is not time to use the lucky bag yet. The Gangbuk East High group has already reached South High first. West High arrives right after them. Most of South High's other forces have already been wiped out. Once the war ends, it will be time to divide the territory. Jai confirms one thing. Simong is definitely guarding South High's headquarters. The people Jai sent earlier were completely destroyed. Simong wonders why a girl is here, and Ilchai flatly replies that he is not a girl. They are both 18, and this is the first time either has met someone who looks as mature as they do. Jai goes on to explain that Simong is not alone in there. Take down Simong and his personal force, and the war truly ends. Now the final battle begins. West High goes through the left door, while East High takes the main entrance. Whoever finds Seok first will contact the other right away, and the inside is very dark. That makes it easy for South High to set up an ambush. These guys are Seok's last line of defense. Suhyun is stunned after using Peak. These people's potential has fully awakened. Only now does he realize that anyone can awaken. To protect Gangbuk South High, they pushed past their limits. Jildo blocks the attack with Yamazaki-style Kyokushin Karate's high block. Then he asks Suhyun if he looks cool. But seriously, the situation is bad. Enemies are attacking from behind too, and this war will not end until Suk goes down. Jeildu decides to stay behind alone and hold them off, but Ilchai does not want to leave him there. Jeildu covers his mouth and dramatically tells Ilchai not to say a word. Suhyun firmly pulls Ilchai away. He understands that Jeildu must have a plan. After all, the awakened Jeildu still has a second exclusive card. He starts using the Dark Lord's skill. Its effect lowers everyone's overall stats by 1 level for 3 minutes. A powerful pressure suddenly bursts out from Jeildu's body. At the same time, Suhyun keeps searching for Suk, but he runs into the Gangbuk East High group. Now everyone's search for Suk has turned chaotic. East High is doing the same thing as West High. To end the war as fast as possible, they left the first floor to Sigyung. Now it is time to finish everything together on the 5th floor. Then South High's people smugly say, Suk is not here. This is South High's final stronghold, so there is no way they were fighting without a plan. From the start, South High's goal was to split up the enemy forces. After dealing with everyone, Jeildu suddenly realizes something is wrong. Suk was on the first floor the whole time. Ilchai quickly tries to go save Jeildu, but Sukyun believes the one in danger should be Suk. Jeildu is the final wall that can handle him. At the same time, Suk is confused too. He has no idea what is going on. Jeildu's belly is so huge that Suk cannot even grab him properly. Jeildu asks Suk what he thinks he is doing. If Suk is finished, then it is his turn. Jeildu's skill reduces Suk's stats. The main mission also updates to defeating Suk. Suk tells that pig Jeildu to stop being ridiculous, but Jeildu really does hold on. He even keeps making weird groaning sounds. Suk angrily tells him to shut up, calling him a pig-headed freak. He judges that Jeildu's strength is about the same as his own. That is exactly what Suk wanted. He hates weak, hesitant fights. Only a brutal close-range brawl can get Suk excited. But his fist does not hit Jeildu. Suk is shocked this fat pig is actually faster than him. Jeildu uses Systema and keeps hammering Suk's body, while Sukwine watches the fight from the other side. Right now, the battle favors Jeildu. The others are not a threat. At this rate, they should win easily. Still, Jewel did not expect Suk to protect his vital spots so well and keep enduring. So he decides to break through Suk's tough body with Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate. Suddenly, Cedric grabs Jeildu. He snarls at the insolent bastard. Does he really think slightly better physical ability is enough to win? A fight depends on experience. Cedric did not become the head of Gangbuk South High through some fake act. Jeildu did not expect his grip to be that strong. Cedric realizes this is a perfect chance. Jeildu has no strength left. Now he can finish him. But in the next second, Cedric freezes. Jeildu already saw through his intent. He is also a man who cannot afford to lose. He fires off a rising kick from Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate. Jeildu has his own reason to win, just like second. Then he follows with the Brazilian kick from Yamazaki-style karate, smashing Sek hard. Jeildu already made a promise to someone. Cedric uses the moment Jeildu is distracted and rushes in. Not long ago, Jeildu stopped using dirty tricks to force Jeilhyun into joining West High. He understood Jeilhyun's position, so he asked if she would come to West High once they took South High. In the end, Jeilhyun agreed. That was the first promise he made with Jeilhyun. So Jeildu absolutely has to beat Sek. He instantly throws a spinning kick from Yamazaki-style karate. Jeildu shouts in excitement that this is a great fight. But sadly, if Sek also had someone who loved him, he would be even stronger. It looks like everything is over. Cedric has finally been defeated. Jeildu is about to announce that the war is over, but he suddenly freezes again. Cedric gets back up. Jeildu is completely thrown off. He cannot understand how that is even possible. Cedric's strength and speed have grown even more. The mission pop-up says Gangbuk South High has risen again because of an unknown power. Suhyun quickly runs toward Jeildu. The hologram view has become way too strange. The mission pop-up warns that Cedric's resolve is now complete. Cedric's potential starts rising. His potential has awakened too. Cedric Hyun immediately uses Peak. For the first time, he thinks the mission might fail. Cedric stares hard at MC, and his stats have now reached a terrifying level. Then a foot suddenly slams into Cedric's face. Jaedo arrives at that exact moment too. But his attack does not seem to hurt Cedric at all. A terrible feeling suddenly hits Jada. He tells everyone to get ready. This is the first time even Jada has seen Cedric like this. Today, everyone will have to work together to bring down a monster. And the reason Kang Cedric Q is so set on protecting South High, at first it was just a place where he sold fentanyl to make spending money. That cash helped him fill his stomach after training. Then one day, Byung-soo told him to think bigger. As long as they stayed hidden, they could make a fortune. That was when Kang Cedric Q really got his business going. Soon the money started pouring in, and it was way past anything you could call pocket money. As time went on, he started questioning everything. Why work out? Why study? Making money was this easy. Teachers and doctors would never earn what he was making, so there was no way Kang Cedric Wah would walk away from this business. In his mind, Gangbuk South High belongs to him alone. The business is his. The money is his. No matter who stands against him, he refuses to give that up. Cedric Han is stunned. Now that Kang Cedric Y has awakened, he's basically a monster. Still, if they can last 5 minutes, he thinks they might have a chance. Jem assumes that means backup is 5 minutes away. But that isn't what the protagonist meant. The three of them attack Kang So-kia at once, but the result is worse than they expected. The one holding out is actually him. After awakening, Kang So-kia's strength and speed shot up. He's become a real rhino. Jildo fires back with capoeira, trusting his speed. No matter how tough Kang So-kia's body is, a hit to a weak point should still slow him down. So if Jildo lands a blow to the temple, one clean hit should be enough to drop him. But the moment his kick lands, Jildo freezes. Kang So-kia actually caught his foot. He really hates people who fight with their legs. So-kia Mage follows up with ancient Taekya, but Kang So-kia catches him too. Ever since MC showed up, nothing has gone Kang So-kia's way. Now he wants to end it all at once. Soo-hyun suddenly lets out a piercing scream. Kang So-kia's body may be insanely tough, but his eardrums can still be hurt. Even so, Kang So-kia's can still counterattack. Trading blows with him head-on, he can't handle that raw power. Then Kang So-kia notices something strange. How is Soo-hyun still standing? Because he used Berserker. Right after using the high-pitched scream, the protagonist called in everyone still left at South High's headquarters. Gemma still doesn't get what Soo-hyun means by lasting 5 minutes. If this keeps up, things will only get worse. He can't help wondering if MC's plan will actually work. Kang So-kia feels it too. Something is off. He acts like he can't feel pain. Maybe it's adrenaline. But Kang So-kia doesn't care. He still doesn't believe Soo-hyun can beat him. Then the 5 minutes the protagonist talked about finally pass. Now Kang So-kia is ready to finish this fight. Just as his fist is about to end, someone suddenly kicks him away. Ha-jun and Hyun-dong have arrived to help. And with Berserker active, Soo-hyun is only 40 seconds away from passing out. Kang So-kia laughs at that, so this is why he needed to hold out for 5 minutes. He doesn't think these half-dead reinforcements can threaten him. But Soo-hyun's plan is only just beginning. A little earlier after dealing with the officers, he was waiting for the cooldown on his buff card to end. That was the real reason for the 5 minutes. Now he looks at Kang So-kia and asks, "Do you believe in miracles?" After he uses the card, every teammate's stats rise by 3 levels. Kang So-kia mocks them. "You think getting back up changes anything? South High and Gangbuk is mine alone." Then a steel pipe suddenly appears in front of his face. Not long ago, Soo-hyun used an advanced random attack card and got a skill called Filipino stick fighting. It's a traditional Filipino martial art. Caught off guard, Kang So-kia gets beaten hard. The protagonist coldly tells him, "South High and Gangbuk ends today." Meanwhile, Jame's side is still dealing with South High's endless reinforcements. Changong and 2 others finally show up and ask if he's okay. They've already cleared South High's forces on the other floors. At that moment, Changong looks shocked because he recognizes that Soo-hyun is using Filipino stick fighting. He knows this isn't just random weapon use mixed with dirty tricks. It's a hard martial art, and knowing it at all is impressive. He's never seen anyone use it this well. Kang So-kia, thrown off by what he doesn't know, gets furious. He finds an opening and smashes Soo-hyun with a heavy blow. But the one he hits isn't MC, it's Jildo, who takes the blow with Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate. Kang So-kia is shocked. This guy still hasn't gone down. Jildo uses the Dark Lord skill again, and with his stats lowered, Kang So-kia gets blasted back once more. Right after that, Jildo attacks again with capoeira. Now the shameless beatdown really begins. Kang So-kia grabs Jildo. He just said he hates people who fight with their feet, but an instant later, he's shoved back again. He's starting to lose track of everything. This group beatdown is seriously disgusting. Ha-jun jumps in with the Keisei technique. Kang So-kia still refuses to believe he can lose. Jildo strikes again with Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate, and Soo-hyun follows right away with ancient Taekya. Kang So-kia starts to wonder, am I really going to lose? He won't allow that. He'll never hand over Gangbuk's South High to anyone. Taking a deep breath, he roars, "Why are you all backing down? Are you really just going to hand South High over like this? If we lose here, it's over, but we can still win. South High and Gangbuk is still standing. Gangbuk's unification is ours. Fight like your lives depend on it, and I'll take care of Soo-hyun. If he takes down the boss, the war ends." He is thinking the exact same thing. Kang So-kia rushes in to grab him, but Soo-hyun uses Filipino stick fighting again. Kang So-kia has no clue how to counter it, but he keeps pushing forward, trying to get close enough to grab the protagonist. Jil-chio can tell this is just a waste of time. Since the Lord sees through Kang So-kia's plan, he'll never let him get close. Jiok shouts, "Go my lord, end this awful war already." But right then Kang So-kia spits out blood. Soo-hyun's vision is blocked at once. Blood from Kang So-kia's nose runs into his mouth, and MC's opening is finally exposed. Kang So-kia suddenly uses infinite suplex. He catches Soo-hyun perfectly. One more throw, and Kang So-kia wins. As Jildo watches in panic, he stomps on Kang So-kia's knee. After using Stamina Restore, he activates Ascension to break free. Kang So-kia can't understand it. Soo-hyun took that much punishment. How is he still okay? Kang So-kia decides he must be faking. If he's human, there's no way he isn't hurt, so he goes in again, determined to finish the protagonist for good. Just like before, Kang So-kia pushes towards Soo-hyun while taking hits. He tanks the steel pipe swinging at him, and he's just about to grab MC, when another steel pipe suddenly cracks him in the head. Only then does Kang So-kia realize he has 2 weapons. the protagonist quickly uses Ascension again. Kang So-kyu is completely dazed. So Soo-yeon knew how to fight with 2 weapons from the start. He was only tricking Kang So-kyu into lowering his guard. At that exact moment, the quest window appears. The awakened Kang So-kyu has fallen. Jaha shouts to the rest of South High, Kang So-kyu is down. Soo-yeon won. The war is over, and the mission updates right away. Looking at the new final quest, MC finds it pretty interesting. Then Jildo jumps on him in excitement. He never thought they would actually win. Once Kang So-kyu fell, the rest of South High lost the will to fight too. The war is over. Now it's time to settle what comes next. Gangbuk South High has fallen, so its officers now have no group. That means West High and East High move in to recruit South High's officers as spoils of war. But they have to be careful, taking everyone in could backfire. If someone refuses to join, they have to leave Gangbuk. Before that, they need to answer for what they've done. Jai from Gangbuk's East High immediately throws away Bangjeonholo and Bangjeonji like trash. But Soo-hyun decides to take them. He explains to Jae-hyuk, West High expanded our territory this time, so we need people to run those areas. Those two are weaker than bugs, but they can at least manage a place. More importantly, he thinks that if word gets around that he even took in trash, skilled people in Gangbuk might come looking for him. After hearing Jae-hyuk praise him, Soo-hyun thinks to himself, what really matters is the final quest from the mission window. The more talent he recruits, the better the reward. As long as that reward can be raised to the highest level, he'll take even the useless ones. And East High and Gangbuk follows an elite path, so most of South High's regular officers end up going to the protagonist. Next are Dongwoo in 10th place and Jihyun in 9th. Both of them are strong fighters wherever they go. They are talents no one can ignore. East High thinks the same thing. Jaifa makes his choice fast. He decides to take Jihyun. After all, East High's elite style suits someone like Jihyun. But Sogyewon wants both Jaifam and Donghyu. If he has to give one up, he's willing to let Donghyu go. So they decide to ask Jaifam first. If she wants to join East High, there's nothing they can do. Jaifam tells her East High will treat her well. The number 7 spot is already waiting for her. Not wanting to lose, Sogyewon quickly says that if Jaifam joins West High, he'll make her number 1. But Jaifam turns and looks elsewhere. She's looking at the battered Jaifam. Since Jaifam had already made a deal with him, she ends up choosing Gangbuk West High. Jaeyeon tells Jaehyuk not to get cocky, she's not joining because of him. Meanwhile, Jinsu and Changyu, who dislike West High, naturally choose East High. Soo-hyun didn't care about recruiting them anyway. Then Hori Sungmin and Baehoon, after getting used to team life, say they won't join either side. Next comes Yu Geum, who caused trouble for West High, and Soo-hyuk, who fought both East High and West High by himself. As for who gets Soo-hyuk, that needs a real discussion. Not long after, Soo-hyun's main quest is finally cleared. At last, MC and the others head back to Gangbuk West High. The war dragged on for a while, but they gained a lot. West High added 11 new members. Even so, he still has one regret. In the end, that deal still fell through. Jaifa asks Soo-hyun how he feels about joining Gangbuk East High. Soo-hyun is now part of East High, but he reminds Jaifa to keep his earlier promise. Jaifa tells him not to worry, just work hard at East High like a loyal dog. With Soo-hyun on their side, East High gets stronger. Still, Soo-hyun doesn't need to panic because West High has a matching ace too. That would be Yu Geum, now ranked 7th in West High. Gangbuk West High is getting stronger little by little. At this rate, they'll unify Gangbuk. But before he can finish that thought, Soo-hyun suddenly has to run to the bathroom. Of course, that's because he can't wait to open his cards. For finishing the main quest, the protagonist got 2 platinum cards. One of the skills is called Slime. After reading the weird description, MC freezes for a second. The result is a useless creature with 0 combat power. Then the quest window pops up and tells him to try giving something to the slime. Soo-hyun pulls out a bill from his pocket to test it, and the slime eats it. But nothing happens. He immediately demands his money back. A moment later, the slime really poops the bill out. It just sits there on the toilet paper, looking hurt. Once he confirms it's the exact same bill, Soo-hyun gets an idea. This slime must be made for storage. And not just that, it looks like unlimited storage. Hearing the noise, strategist Jihik calls out, "My lord, are you okay? There's a serious problem. We need to talk." Soo-hyun follows Jihik to an empty classroom. According to him, there are 2 problems. First, Gangbuk West High has no money. To run an organization, they need basic funding. Sui kept his group going by selling fentanyl. Jae made money through entertainment businesses. Both sides had their own income, but West High has nothing. If they want to hold on to power, they need money. So Gangbuk West High needs a business too. The second issue is the members' loyalty to their leader. The new recruits from South High will slowly lose loyalty, because Suik had them working for money. If West High doesn't build its own business, they'll leave. Still, not everyone is driven by money. Jiheok already knows Jiheon joined because of Jiheok, but he still doesn't know why Yu-gi-Um came to West High. He wants to look into Yu-gi-Um more. Subian thinks to himself that now that those two joined West High, they're family. First, he needs to get closer to them. Right then, the quest window gives him a mission to raise loyalty. So the protagonist asks the strategist something. How about we go on a trip together? After all, traveling is a great way to get closer. Ji-hyuk instantly imagines hanging out with Charon. He has to admit it's a good idea. Even so, when it comes to the business issue, Ji-hyuk tells his lord to think very carefully. Little Cloud reminds Subion, if you need money, why not start a business? That makes MC suddenly think of something. He just needs to use the slime that nobody else can see. Since it can hold so many things, it could even move smuggled goods through airports without getting caught. If Subion used it the wrong way, he could become the biggest drug boss around fast. Little Cloud excitedly asks, Master, are you going to become the drug king? But he sets the slime down. Getting quests may be exciting, but he doesn't want to abuse the rewards. As a person, the protagonist refuses to cross that line. Still, when he tries to think of fast ways to make money, crime is all that comes to mind. Little Cloud praises his master for being a good guy. Soon after, everyone packs up and gets ready for the trip. Even though it's only 2 days, Charon brings a huge pile of luggage. Subion is a little confused though. Dahyun came too, and she came for just one reason, to confirm Charon's gender. Before long, the key people for today finally show up. Yugium stays quiet the whole time, and Jihyun says she's only here because she sees it as part of the job. Then Jihyun asks Subion if it's really okay not to bring the strategist. MC laughs and says that if Jihyun leaves too, Gangbuk West High will be too empty and could get attacked. So Jihyun and Jihyun Dong stay behind to guard West High. Now everyone heads off on their bonding trip. Meanwhile, inside Gangbuk North High's territory, a certain executive hears that Gangbuk South High was swallowed up by the West High and East High alliance. Another executive mocks them, calling it a cute little alliance. Then they ask what Gangbuk North High's number 2 executive thinks. Daniel, meanwhile, is thinking about Charon. Still, it's surprising that a small group like West High really swallowed South High. Because of that, Daniel wants to meet this guy named Suhyun. After a long drive, the Gangbuk West High group finally reaches the beach. Charon runs straight toward the ocean in excitement. Hyundong booked 3 days and 2 nights, but he and Do-hyuk plan to solve this mystery today. The mystery of Charon's gender. Charon claims to be a guy, but the two of them just can't believe it with that face. Somehow Charon has already changed clothes as soon as they got to the room. Ji-hyuk tells Suhyun not to give up yet. They still have 3 days and 2 nights. Then he casually complains that women hate body types like Hajun and Yugyam. The protagonist starts changing too, but he still remembers the real reason for this trip, to get closer to Yugyam and Jiyeon. So Sumian suddenly starts giving Yugyam a massage while using the camera skill to check where Jiyeon is, but the hologram view shows his annoying sister changing clothes. MC instantly shuts his eyes and swats the image away. Yugyam turns around confused. Sumian hurriedly says there was a bug on his head. He thought things would feel awkward, but everyone got along way faster than expected. Girls do tend to warm up faster than guys. Still, he and Jiyeon can't figure out why Charon fits in so naturally. The two of them just can't fit in there, and to make it worse, Hajun gets asked for his number again. Still, Ji-hyuk didn't expect Ji-hyun to be this fun. Suhyun also gets to see a different side of his sister, and Ji-hyun's loyalty is really going up. Even though Yu-gi-oh keeps a blank face, his loyalty is rising too. But he still can't stop worrying about one thing, the business Ji-hyuk mentioned. If they don't find a way to make money, West High will fall apart sooner or later. But for now, the first thing to do is enjoy the beach with everyone. On Daniel's side, Gangbuk North High's number 2 quickly gets new information. They've already tracked Suhyun's location. After hearing that West High's group is hanging out at the beach, Daniel calmly wishes them good luck. But his subordinate found something strange while investigating. There's a rumor that North High's rank 39 Charon deserted and joined Gangbuk West High, and is even at the beach with Suhyun right now. Hearing that, Daniel shows a rare emotion. Meanwhile, inside Gangbuk North High's pool hall, the subordinates notice that Charon has been acting very differently lately. Of course, that's because it's Copy Cloud in disguise. The noisy pool hall suddenly goes quiet when Daniel walks in. The others wonder why Daniel, who should be busy lately, came here. Did he come to see Charon? The copied Charon stares straight at Daniel. Daniel finds it strange. Charon is actually meeting his eyes. He can tell the person in front of him is clearly Charon, but not the same Charon as before. Daniel turns and orders his subordinate to find the exact place where Gangbuk West High is spending time. Late that night, Suhyun is fast asleep, but Copy Cloud summons itself out. It starts slapping its master over and over to wake him up, then reports the emergency. Gangbuk North High's number 2 came to the pool hall. Suhyun is shocked. Why would that guy go to the pool hall? Little Cloud answers that he came looking for Charon. He said something like, "You are Charon, but you're also not Charon." Hearing that, the protagonist is stunned. He has no idea how Daniel saw through Little Cloud. What exactly is the connection between Charon and Gangbuk West High, and why is number 2 so obsessed with rank 39? Suhyun realizes that if Gangbuk North High finds out he stole one of their talents, West High will most likely be attacked by Gangbuk North High. MC urgently asks where Jong Il-sheom is. Right then, Jong Il-sheom is being held back by Kim Dae-hyun. Kim Dae-hyun demands an answer. Are you a man or a woman? Not long ago, the two of them were sitting quietly together on the beach when Jong Il-sheom awkwardly tried to make conversation. He has no idea why Kim Dae-hyun isn't sitting next to him. Then Kim Dae-hyun suddenly tells him she did not even want to come here. She only came because she is interested in him. After Jong Il-sheom saved Kim Dae-hyun last time, she started to like him. She asks, if you say you are a man, why do you have long hair? Jongil Shayum actually has a reason for that. He always goes to the same salon, but the person who cuts his hair has been sick lately. He believes that person will recover, so he has been waiting. Kim Da-hyun does not buy that excuse. She suddenly jumps on Jongil Shayum and tells him to stop dodging the question. Just tell the truth. Are you a man or a woman? Jongil Shayum does not get why she cares so much, but he figures there is no harm in answering. Just as Kim Dae-myun stares at his mouth waiting for the answer, Soo-byun comes running over, yelling that there is an emergency. Jongil Shayum jumps up and asks if Gangbuk East High attacked, but he says it is Gangbuk North High on the way, and the one coming is ranked number 2. A moment later, Soo-byun seriously asks Jongil Shayum about his connection to Daniel from North High. Why is Daniel so fixated on you, rank 39? Part of the reason Daniel came is to find the protagonist, but Jongil Shayum is still the main reason. That makes Jongil Shayum think back to how he used to deal with Daniel. With a troubled look, he asks if they can talk about it another time. Hajun wonders what could make him hesitate this much, but Soo-byun cuts in. Since this clearly bothers Jongil Shayum, he does not want to push him, so he says they can talk later, whenever he is ready. Even so, MC is still worried about facing Daniel. Hajun says that guy will be here soon. Soo-byun plans to hide Jongil Shayum, then meet Daniel himself. If they talk things out, maybe they can avoid a fight. Hajun says he has no idea what kind of person Daniel is, and he really does not. Based on the name alone, Daniel sounds like some kind church boy. Hajun opens the door and heads out by himself. Jibyun is walking along the beach when Jibyu-do asks if he can walk with her. Jibyun dryly points out that he already is. Jibyu-do casually asks why she picked up the sword. Jirion calmly says she was betrayed, so she wanted revenge, but she was too weak. By the time she came to her senses, she was already holding a sword. Then she tells Jirion-do he should stop right there, because she will not trust anyone. Hearing that, Jirion smiles. At that moment, the waves roll onto the shore. He says it is fine if Jirion cannot trust anyone yet, because he will be the one to make her trust him. Jirion is left speechless. What are you even saying? Woogyam sits alone in the park without a word. Then his phone rings. Seik tells Woogyam to wait until he comes to find him. On the other side, Hanjiel asks Seik if he can really bring Woogyam back. Seik says their bond is strong. Woogyam only joined West High because he had no choice. He is sure Woogyam's loyalty to him has not changed, and that he can call him back anytime. If that is true, Han Jirion's plan is coming together. They will break Gangbuk West High from the inside. Then another subordinate rushes in with urgent news. Daniel from North High has gone to find Suyeon. Han Jirion immediately finds that interesting. If so, before East High even makes a move, Daniel may wipe out Gangbuk West High first. As for the protagonist from Gangbuk West High and the person who looks like Jirion, Daniel finds both of them interesting too. Still, he wonders what that guy is doing here. Hajun, rank 3 of Gangbuk West High, stops Daniel and asks where he is going. Daniel smiles and says he is here to meet their leader, of course. Hajun asks what happens if he does not like what he finds. In a low voice, Daniel says he will throw it away. That means Hajun cannot let Daniel pass. Smiling, Daniel mocks him. Did you come to protect Suryeon even though you could not beat Seok? Hajun tells him to shut up and come at him. At that moment, the quest pop-up warns that Hajun's potential is starting to shift. Not long ago, the two were evenly matched, but now Daniel completely overwhelms Hajun and beats him down. Hajun is shocked. Since when did Daniel get this strong, or have I just been too lazy? After putting Hajun down, Daniel starts to head for Suyeon, but a low voice stops him. Daniel looks confused. This is not like you. Hajun is really trying to protect someone else. To Daniel, Hajun was always selfish and arrogant, but now he is willing to throw himself away to protect Suyeon. Hajun calmly says it is because that guy is straightforward. MC will do whatever it takes to reach his goals, but he does not hide it. He is honest about it, simple and clear. Daniel questions that, saying it is not honesty, it is insanity. But Hajun knows he is not the kind of person who schemes behind people's backs or hides in the shadows like they do. He fights to protect his people, without weighing what he will gain. That is the kind of person he is. Jirion thinks that if someone like that becomes the leader of the group, being his subordinate might not be so bad. And before Suryeon can unite Gangbuk, Hajirion has to handle this by himself. Daniel smiles. So that is the kind of person our Hajirion is. Back at Gangbuk West High, Jirion warns the protagonist that he absolutely cannot fight. He knows Daniel is a monster. If talks go badly and they clash, West High will be wiped out. The executives of Gangbuk North High are monsters that barely seem human. So for West High's future, Jek Go-auk tells Soo-hyun to kneel to Daniel the moment he sees him. Hearing that, MC helplessly hangs up the phone. He needs to hide Juk Il-shayum first. At that moment, the quest pop-up warns again that Hajun's potential is starting to change. Confused, he quickly uses his camera skill and sees Hajun fighting alone. Soo-hyun is stunned. He instantly remembers what Hajun said before leaving. The protagonist is taken aback. Hajun is fighting for me? He urgently tells Juk Go-auk to hide Juk Il-shayum first. Meanwhile, Juk Go-auk did not expect Gangbuk North High to arrive this fast. With a helpless sigh, he says Gangbuk West High's luck has run out. The fight between Daniel and Hajun is completely one-sided. Hajun is no match for him at all. Daniel is far too strong. Watching Hajun struggle so hard, Daniel finds it pretty amusing. Hajun knows that if Daniel gets past him, everyone is finished. He cannot let that happen. Daniel tells Hajun to give up. No one will even know you fought here alone. Hajun's consciousness starts to fade, but then the quest pop-up suddenly appears. Hajun's resolve is complete. Jack Goai was also surprised to hear that Hajun lost to Sok. Sok admits Hajun only lost because he lacked the will to risk everything. If he had fought with that kind of resolve, the result might have changed. Soohyung believes it will not be long before Hajun becomes truly strong. The moment he gains that desperate resolve, all of Gangbuk will be turned upside down. The quest pop-up warns again, right now. Hajun's potential is rising, but when Daniel sees him stand back up, he attacks hard again at once. Then the quest pop-up announces that Hajun's awakening has failed. Daniel seems to notice something and mutters that was a little dangerous. Just then, Soohyun arrives and attacks from behind, only to get kicked away by Daniel. MC is shocked. What kind of damage is that? Daniel asks, so you are the little guy who said he would unite Gangbuk. Soohyun immediately tries to use Peak, but it fails because Daniel's stats are too high. Daniel asks almost kindly if he is really okay with Gangbuk West High being destroyed today. Then the quest pop-up appears with a mission, Survive Daniel. After taking just one punch, the protagonist cannot even breathe. He cannot help thinking, what the hell hit me? That strength feels like getting hit by a truck. His body will not move at all. Then the quest pop-up gives a warning. If the main quest fails, every reward earned so far will be taken away, and quests will never appear again. Soohyun quickly uses Restore Vigor, and forces himself back up. He cannot lose everything he has now. MC's life only started to change after he got the quest pop-up. He starts attacking with Pendulum Shift. For once, Daniel shows a little interest. Soohyun then uses the ancient flow martial art type Goyon, striking straight for Daniel's eyes. Daniel instantly recognizes it as Taekyon. He follows with an upward knee strike. Just as Daniel's hand is about to grab him, the protagonist quickly ducks. Daniel thinks he is going for a grab, but Soohyun throws an uppercut instead. Daniel still avoids it with ease and asks if MC's little show is over. You kicked up all that dust, but this kind of power is not something Soohyun can handle. He is not Daniel's favorite kind of opponent either, because Daniel knows people with eyes like that have resolve, which means they do not break easily. He says, oddly enough, that he likes Daniel. Even so, Daniel still plans to crush him. Right then, Copy Cloud appears on its own to shield the protagonist. Daniel is caught off guard, wondering where this guy came from. He casually slams the little cloud to the ground. Soohyun uses that opening to pull out a wooden sword. After using Restore Vigor, he jumps back in with Rising Strike and Filipino Stick to fight back. But none of MC's attacks do any real damage to Daniel. Daniel decides to end this now. Soohyun has nowhere left to run. Copy Cloud reminds him he still has the lucky pouch. He got it earlier, and when used, it randomly boosts one stat up to S rank. Even so, one S rank stat still would not be enough to beat a monster like Daniel. When he sees Copy Cloud get hit again, Soohyun finally uses the lucky pouch. Somewhere else, Gukya is bringing Yu-Gi-Oh! And Jihyun over as backup. All they can do is hope he is still okay. At this moment, the protagonist feels like a useless husband, just watching Copy Cloud get beaten over and over. He drops to his knees and begs Daniel to stop. You have not won yet. Stopping now is enough. We lost. Daniel only smiles. Too late. You were the ones talking about unifying Gangbuk. Gangbuk North High is still standing, so how could you say that so lightly? You can be careless with food but not with your words. Daniel announces that today is the end of Gangbuk West High. Soohyun is about to say the others from the west are innocent, but Gukja and the others arrive to help. Daniel mocks them, calling it cute friendship. MC desperately tells Gukja and the others to run. He knows that even together, they still cannot beat Daniel. More than anything, Soohyun does not want them getting hurt because of him. Right then, the quest alert says his resolve is full, and his potential starts rising. And after opening the lucky pouch, his potential has already reached 7 rank. The moment his potential tops out, it finally fully awakens. The protagonist refuses to let Daniel touch his people. Once he awakens, his stats rise too, and he gains 2 special attack cards. One is Wildness, which borrows the power of beasts and greatly boosts his attacks for 5 minutes. The other is a counter-type skill called 1000, where his stats rise based on the number of enemies around him. Soohyun activates both at once and opens with Wild Face Claw. Everyone watches in shock as MC follows up with Wild Organ Pierce. Then he grabs Daniel right away. Using Wild Skin Bite, Soohyun finally starts slipping past Daniel's attacks. He follows with Wild Skin Claw, then mixes Wildness with Taijian and lands an upward knee strike. Even then, Daniel still counters. The others want to join in, but they cannot. If they rush in carelessly, they will only get in the way. For the first time, Daniel's expression changes. Soohyun's resolve cannot be shaken now. He wants to protect the bonds he fought so hard to earn. He also has another platinum card skill from defeating South High Stone Fist, which freezes the target for 3 seconds when a punch lands. Soohyun waits for the right chance to use Stone Fist, but Daniel suddenly laughs. For a second, he was actually a little scared. He never expected he would still be able to push him into a real fight. Now Daniel truly acknowledges him. He admits the old Daniel would have lost. Gukya and the other 2 rush in to attack him, but Daniel barely moves his hands and the three of them are thrown away at once. Soohyun's eyes fill with frustration and helplessness. Then, Daniel tells the person on the phone that they really cannot leave Gangbuk West High alone anymore. He says Gangbuk North High's no 3. Jongdu has already cleared out the inside of West High. If they want to wipe out Gangbuk West High, they can finish it right now. Jongdu cannot believe this is really happening. Everyone at Gangbuk West High has gone down. It is hard to believe this kind of crushing power belongs to a human. Daniel tells Jongdu to wait for now. He wants to hear the final words of West High's figurehead leader. Soohyun falls into despair. Is this the end? Seeing him stay silent, Daniel reaches for his glasses first. But then Daniel's phone suddenly rings. Soohyun wonders who could make Daniel tense up like that. The caller asks Daniel what he is doing. Why are you doing something I never told you to do? Daniel explains to the leader that the protagonist is more dangerous than expected. The leader of Gangbuk North High says Daniel's name in a cold voice, cutting him off. Daniel smiles and apologizes, saying he went too far, but the leader's next words leave him confused. Why is the leader ordering him to bring Soohyun in? At that same moment, the quest alert says the mission is complete. Soon after, MC is taken to a building inside Gangbuk North High. It is his first time meeting the #1 leader of Gangbuk North High, Yoon. He turns to face him. A heavy, crushing pressure instantly swallows Soohyun whole. The protagonist tries using Peek, but it fails because the opponent's stats are too high. Yoon tells MC to choose become a subordinate of North High or die here and now. If it came to a fight, he knows he could never win, but he still refuses Yoon because he has one more option. Soohyun boldly tells Yoon to join West High instead, then summons Copy Cloud to copy the strongest person in Gangbuk. He watches Copy Cloud rush straight at Yoon. The protagonist waits for it to work, but the quest alert says the copy failed for unknown reasons. Soohyun cannot believe it. Yoon is also stunned to hear MC tell him to become a subordinate of West High. He instantly kneels and bows, apologizing for failing to recognize greatness. Then he respectfully says joining Gangbuk North High is his family's dream, and he is willing to become Yoon's lackey. Right now, the protagonist cannot afford pride. Staying alive is already lucky enough. Not long after, everyone is shocked to hear the news, but Soohyun had no choice. If he refused, West High would be destroyed. At the very least, he wants everyone to stay alive. MC apologizes to the others. If he were stronger, this would never have happened. Jihyuk understands that all of this started because of him. Feeling guilty, he tries to leave the group, but Soohyun refuses to let that happen. He says he is the weak one, so Jihyuk does not need to blame himself. Still, he had shouted about unifying Gangbuk, and now he has surrendered to North High. He feels pathetic himself. So he tells Yukyam and Jihyun that if they are disappointed in him, they can leave West High right now. After all, the way he begged Daniel for mercy really was pathetic, but they calmly answer that whether they stay or go is their choice, so he should stop ordering them around like he matters that much. Then the quest alert appears. Yugyom and Jihyun's loyalty has increased. Their loyalty really jumps a lot at that moment. Soohyun is stunned. So you guys like seeing me submit like a dog? Daniel also cannot understand Leader Yoon's actions. He knows the protagonist is still weak now, but will eventually become a threat to North High. They could destroy West High right away. Yet Yoon insists on sparing MC. Daniel cannot figure out what Yoon is planning or how he means to use Soohyun. He even wonders if he could become like the former leader of Gangbuk North High. Yoon cuts him off and asks since when. Daniel thought he could question him. Daniel just smiles and apologizes, saying he spoke out of line. Jae-ha from East High is also shocked when he hears the protagonist joined North High. Soo cannot make sense of it either. None of them understand what Soohyun is thinking. When West High hears they join North High, they immediately feel completely humiliated. They even hear that from now on, MC, the guy who knelt and begged for mercy, will be bringing lunchboxes to Yoon. Speechless, they start to think his talk about unifying Gangbuk was all empty bragging. At that moment, Jihyuk, already packed up, says goodbye to Soohyun too, because he joined West High to help unite Gangbuk with them. But he cannot stay in a West High that is now under North High. He tells him to listen first before deciding. When he became Yoon's subordinate, the protagonist asked for one thing. He wants to end the war with Gangbuk East High. He heard that Yoon has another plan in motion, so he points out that when it starts, East High will likely try to ambush him. Soohyun knows East High would lose to Yoon's power, but he thinks there is no reason to waste that strength, so he asks Yoon to leave Gangbuk East High to him. He also borrows some of Gangbuk North High's monsters. After all, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Yoon agrees and lets Soohyun strike Gangbuk East High. That way MC can use North High's power to handle East High easily, without West High shedding blood. And when the time comes, he plans to betray Yoon. Hearing that, Jihyung finally understands. The strategist of Gangbuk West High, Jihyuk, now swears loyalty to his lord. Meanwhile, the gold card Soohyun got for surviving Daniel turns out to be another business card that lets him meet the highest level challenger. The moment he uses it, everyone around him disappears. The divine challenger card praises the protagonist for getting stronger. Soohyun says he wants to speak with that voice from last time. After facing Gangbuk North High, he wants to make a deal with that person. The challenger card starts connecting him to that being, and soon that voice speaks from inside the card once again. Last time his deal with Kim Soo-hyun was to handle East High and South High. Now only Hanjae High is left. When that voice hears Kim Soo-hyun became Joo-hyun's subordinate, it is surprised too. With North High's power behind him, Kim Soo-hyun can crush East High without much trouble. But after that, he has no idea how to beat North High, that monster, so he needs help. He asks the being on the other side of the card to lend him power. Kim Soo-hyun finally understands why the missions exist. They are not just for him. He figures the other side is using his missions as an excuse to stop something. The voice praises him for being sharper than he looks. Kim Soo-hyun guessed right, but there is still a lot the other side cannot tell him. Even so, they need a relationship that helps both sides. Kim Soo-hyun manages to convince the other side, and it agrees to help. As a special favor, it will raise one of his cards to the highest level. That is something the current Kim Soo-hyun could never reach on his own. Everything depends on which skill he chooses to max out. After thinking it through, Kim Soo-hyun finally decides. Soon Gangbuk West High holds another meeting. Even though they are now under Gangbuk North High, nobody's goal has changed. If Soo-hyun of Gangbuk North High keeps his promise, they can move on Gangbuk East High right away. But now is not the right time to attack the East because they still do not know what Jo-yoon will do. Even if they beat Han Jae-ha, Jo-yoon could still wipe out the West with ease, so the West needs to build up enough strength first before going after the East. Hyun-dong still sits in back wearing a guilty look. Seeing him so down, everyone tries to cheer him up and tells him to stop blaming himself for what happened. Then Ji-hyuk asks Kim Soo-hyun, "Running a business is tough, but I know a way to make money. We would just need to borrow a little from Jo-yoon first." Kim Soo-hyun says the business problem is already handled, and from here on things should go smoothly, because he got the card. After getting home and making sure nobody is around, he cannot wait to check the maxed out Copy Cloud skill. Once Copy Cloud is maxed, he can summon 5 clouds with copy and paste abilities. With them, Kim Soo-hyun can do a lot more now. Still, he asks the challenger card what he should do next to become even stronger. The card says he can still grow. Awakening is not the end. It is not the final limit, and Kim Soo-hyun has not earned a master card yet. Those cards are what will truly make him stronger. The challenger card says that if he gets a master card, he will be able to face Gangbuk North High. His stats will break past their limits too. This is only the beginning. Hearing that, Kim Soo-hyun urgently asks what mission he needs to clear to get a master card. But the challenger card says it has already favored him enough, and this talk ends here. Kim Soo-hyun did not expect that his path to becoming stronger had only just begun. Karen notices Kim Soo-hyun has looked off lately. She wonders if it is because of the rumors that Gangbuk North took over the West. Then Charon catches herself, whether that guy is in a good mood or not, has nothing to do with me. She heard spicy food is best when you are feeling down, and Charon is especially good at making spicy tteokbokki. So she asks Kim Soo-hyun if he wants to come to her house after school and eat some spicy tteokbokki. Kim Soo-hyun wonders why he would go to her house. The moment reality hits, Charon is stunned. Right then, the mission window gives him a main quest. Kiss Charon, and indirect kisses do not count. The second he sees it, Kim Soo-hyun jumps. If a main quest fails, it is all over. Charon's spicy tteokbokki gets non-stop praise from her friends. They all say it makes them feel better after eating it. That is what Charon's once gloomy friends always said. Now she starts to worry. Why did Kim Soo-hyun actually say yes? Downstairs at Charon's house, Kim Soo-hyun calls to ask how he is supposed to get in. Just thinking, I am really bringing a guy into my house, makes her blood rush. Charon opens the door and lets Kim Soo-hyun inside. For some reason, a strange tingling runs through her body. Kim Soo-hyun is just as nervous and nearly forgets how to walk. The worst part is that main quest. Trying to stay polite, he asks Charon if there is anything he can help with. Charon turns and thinks for a second. Then she asks him to grab a bowl she could have easily reached herself. He can already smell the tteokbokki. After taking the bowl, Kim Soo-hyun turns and suddenly ends up very close to Charon. Startled, they both awkwardly look away. Charon cannot help thinking it is weird that just being somewhere different from usual makes everything feel so tense, because they are both too aware of each other. Kim Soo-hyun takes a bite of the spicy tteokbokki and honestly says it is amazing. It is so good that he half jokes she put something addictive in it. But after they finish eating and clean up, Kim Soo-hyun has to leave. Even though he got the mission, he still has no idea how to clear it. Kim Soo-hyun drags his feet, trying hard to think of some answer. At last, Charon reminds him not to go pick fights again. When Kim Soo-hyun first arrived, she had hidden in the bathroom to call her friend. Her friend was shocked. You really used tteokbokki as an excuse to bring your crush home? Charon is completely flustered and asks what she should do now. Her friend tells her she has to make the first move. In her eyes, that guy Kim Soo-hyun is totally clueless. Her friend reminds Charon that if she misses this chance, Soo-hyun will take Kim Soo-hyun. Since she already invited him over, Charon does not want to let him go that easily. So she calls out and asks if he wants to stay a little longer. The two sit on the sofa in silence. A popular romance drama plays on the TV. Then Kim Soo-hyun suddenly feels something touch his hand. He wonders if Charon does not realize where her hand is. They make small talk about the romance drama. When all her hints get nowhere, Charon remembers what her friend said. So she asks him directly, what would you think if I liked you? Kim Soo-hyun tells her to stop joking. No way that could be true. Confused, Charon asks why not and wants to know what he really thinks. After a short pause, Kim Soo-hyun starts listing a bunch of compliments. In short, he cannot believe she would have feelings for him. Charon lets out a helpless sigh. You are so frustrating. Kim Soo-hyun does not get what she means by that, then freezes when Charon actually kisses him. Kim Soo-hyun stays completely still until their lips part. Red-faced, Charon tells him she gave him so many hints and that was her first kiss, idiot. The mission window says the quest is complete. Charon then tells Kim Soo-hyun he should head home for today. Outside, Kim Soo-hyun feels like what just happened was a dream. He has no idea when Charon started seeing him as a guy. Kim Soo-hyun always thought they were just friends. Just then, the mission window gives him a new quest. Kim Soo-hyun is stunned to see another mission tied to Charon. The mission window tells him to plan a business venture with her. He wonders if that means opening a Charon brand Tokopi shop. To be fair, Charon's Tokopi really is incredible. Still, Kim Soo-hyun feels weird thinking about what just happened between them. Meanwhile, Charon, who worked up the nerve to confess, has no idea what will happen between them now. Charon, who stayed up all night, is unusually late the next day. She still cannot believe what she did yesterday. She cannot even meet Kim Soo-hyun's eyes when he says hello. Class starts quickly, and what feels strange to Charon is that even now it still feels like they are kissing. Both of them ramble nervously, making the whole talk awkward. The teacher at the front warns them not to talk during class. Hearing that, Charon starts to write. On paper, she asks Kim Soo-hyun what he thinks. As a result, she gets another round of over-the-top praise from Kim Soo-hyun. Then she asks him directly, when you look at me, does your heart race or anything? After that, Charon places her hand over Kim Soo-hyun's. Under Kim Soo-hyun's shocked gaze, she asks if he is not nervous. At that moment, Kim Soo-hyun gets serious and says he has something to tell her at break. Charon follows him to an empty corner. She is already waiting to hear what he will say. Maybe it will be a confession that catches her off guard. Instead, Kim Soo-hyun seriously asks her to start a business with him. He needs to clear the mission, and he does not want Charon's talent to go to waste. Using Charon's cooking skill, they could launch a Tokopi shop. Jae-hyuk would handle the money and the planning. Charon keeps asking if that is really why Kim Soo-hyun wanted to talk to her. Then, in the very next second, a punch aimed at his chest hits Kim Soo-hyun. He instantly shakes with pain. Charon has absolutely no interest in doing business. After she storms off, Kim Soo-hyun lets out a relieved sigh because he still does not understand his feelings for Charon. The mission pop-up tells him the quest is complete. Soon after, Kim Soo-hyun tells Jae-hyuk about his idea to turn a Tokopi shop into a business. But Jae-hyuk knows they cannot treat business too lightly. They need a good location for a Tokopi shop, and they also need to learn how business works. Most importantly, West High has no money and cannot even find workers. Jae-hyuk says he will figure those problems out and try talking to Charon too. Just then, a subordinate suddenly rushes in with more news. Jao from Gangbuk North High is here looking for the boss. Soo-hyun is caught off guard. What does he want with me now? Jae-hyuk reminds him Jao is probably here to put pressure on him, my lord. After all, taking down Gangbuk East High was the deal between MC and Joe. So now it is time for West High to make its move on East High. Jae-hyuk also knows Gangbuk West High will come soon. East High sets up its plan, assigning each fighter to a specific target. Changgong gets ready for one opponent, while Sig-young faces another. Sushok has to deal with Hajun, and Dongjin has a separate job to handle. On top of that, Jaya places a huge strike force on the border with West High, more than even Sushong can handle head-on. He believes West High should take a detour instead of charging straight in. Then they can crush them once they split off. Just then, a lackey reports that Gangbuk West High is attacking from the front. Jai cannot believe West High would do something so reckless. He asks how many came and who is leading them. But the report says only Sutian showed up on the front line. That is because the strategist says there is a way to end this war without a huge fight. Still, a few things have to happen first. Right now, after falling under Gangbuk North High, West High's morale is at its lowest. Jae-hyuk explains that Suchan has to prove he is still strong, make East High afraid, and lift West High's spirits again. He already knows how to do that. The East High guys laugh at him, calling him the protagonist who used to carry lunchboxes for Yoon. MC is ready to make one thing clear. He lost to Yoon, not to East High. After looking around, he figures there are a little over 30 people here. That is enough to test a new skill. 1 against 1,000. A fierce aura suddenly bursts out of Suchan. He wants to see how strong East High's anti-boss unit really is. Daesong shouts that there is only one enemy, so there is nothing to fear. He just tells everyone to watch out for his boxing and ancient martial arts. But with the boost from 1 against 1,000, Suchan's stats are way beyond anything they can match. His speed is not just high, it is double S+. Even his endurance has reached double S+. When the protagonist does not even use boxing or martial arts, Daesong finally realizes he does not need techniques to beat them. Daesong charges in angrily, but a second later his body spins around. Suchan drops him with a single hit. Suchan gets word that Daesong and the strike team have been taken down. He cannot believe it. Not long ago, MC was nowhere near this strong. The lackeys say he is pushing forward without slowing down. They need a new plan immediately. Then Daesong grabs the lackey by the mouth. In a low voice he tells him to shut up. He will send men to ambush Suchan along the way if needed. At that moment, another lackey says there is a call for the boss. Changgong is standing in the area the protagonist just tore through. and MC is already pulled back. Even Changyong cannot figure out what is going on. He also learns Suchan purposely left some people alive instead of finishing them off. That makes it clear this is all part of West High's strategy. Changyong also expected East High to notice something was off. Now his next mission is to make Jihyok's plan work. The reward is the fall of Gangbuk East High, and Jihyok's plan to end the war with little bloodshed is now underway. Jihyok should be anxious now, constantly wondering what the strategy is, but the storm has already started. Then East High's lackeys bring in more news. This time, Gangbuk North High is attacking with Jongwoo leading the front. Jihyok instantly orders everyone to get ready to hold off Gangbuk North High. But then another update comes in. After getting a call from someone, Junkyu suddenly pulls back with North High's men. Junkyu has no idea what is happening. But after hearing his men whisper in fear, he slowly starts to understand. This is Jungkyuk's plan to make East High give up on its own. To break Jungkyuk, they need to take over the 10 entertainment spots East High runs. But seizing all of them would take too long and could lead them into traps. Jungkyuk himself would never surrender easily, but everyone else might, and that would force Gangbuk East High to fold. First, Suhyun's show of strength becomes the first wave of fear inside East High. Then North High joining in drives that fear even deeper. In a situation like this, if even one East High member runs, it could start a chain reaction, and Jared would be left with no one to fight for him. Seok from Gangbuk East High realizes this has to be Jihyok's plan. Gangbuk South High fell because of that guy too. Every time Beam-sang came up with a plan, Jihyok shut it down. Seok hates Jihyok to the core. Now East High's morale is scraping the floor. He asks Jared what he plans to do now. Jared of course wants to show West High what kind of people East High has. In 1 hour, Sibyong East High's number 3 will solve this problem. Meanwhile, everyone at Gangbuk West High keeps following the strategist's orders. They keep feeding East High's fear, and a surrender is getting closer. Hyundong and Jihyok only need to wait in the rear for good news. But suddenly the guard outside gets thrown into the room. Hyundong quickly steps in front of Jihyok. Sikyong has actually reached West High's rear with a few elite fighters. They fought their way all the way in from the edge. Hyundong attacks at once to protect the strategist. With a smile, Sikyong asks if he can really handle this. Elsewhere, Suhyun keeps dealing with East High exactly as ordered. So far, everything is going smoothly, but a mission alert suddenly tells him a side mission has failed. Hyuntang and Jihyok of Gangbuk West High have been taken down. Since West High's strategist is so smart, Jared decides it would be easier to just kidnap him. Then another mission alert appears. Gangbuk West High's morale has dropped. As soon as East High learns Jihyok was kidnapped, their own morale rises. With West High's morale down, everyone's overall stats fall. At the same time, East High's rising morale boosts their stats. Suhyun needs to hold an emergency meeting. Held captive at East High, Jero cries out, "Just kill me already. I will never be shaken by filthy Gangbuk East High. I am not only a strategist but a commander. I would rather die with honor in battle and be remembered." Just when Jero thinks it is all about to end, Jero unties him and says they have been rude. He calls Jero of Gangbuk West High a man worthy of being compared to Kong Ming. Jero says he has always wanted to meet a genius like him. Then in a polite tone he says Jihyok has no real grudge against Gangbuk East High. East High needs talented people like him. Hearing that, Jihyok furiously shouts, "How dare you say something so stupid?" He already swore loyalty to his lord, and even in death he will never help Gangbuk East High. A lackey asks Jero what they should do now. Instead, Jihyok orders them to treat Jihyok with respect. They looked into his past and found he has no special bond with Suhyun. He only joined West High because he fell for a woman named Cheon Hak. So Jero immediately decides to use the right bait, a honey trap, to force West High's strategy out of him. In his heart, Cheon Hak panics. He is in real danger now, so he begs his lord to hurry and save him. Using his camera skill, Suhyun spots Cheon Hak inside a karaoke place and lets out a relieved sigh. Just then, Hyundong drops to his knees and shouts that he was too weak to protect the advisor. He says he will accept any punishment, but the protagonist answers seriously that this was his own mistake. He should have assigned more guards to Jiek. Hyundong did everything he could. The enemy was simply too strong. MC realizes the morale drop has weakened everyone's fighting power. But fixing that is simple. They just have to bring Jiek back. Then the main mission appears, bring down Gangbuk East High. The first step is rescuing Jiek. Gangbuk East High runs 5 karaoke spots. They need to find out which one is holding Jiek, and for this plan Cheon Hak will play the key role. In his heart, Jiek apologizes to his lord, because he still gave away West High's strategy, and the members' positions under the honey trap. Right after that, Jiek calls in all of East High's officers. Jiek feels helpless. He already did all he could. On the other side of the hologram window, Suhyun knew this guy would end up doing exactly that, and now West High's trump card, Cheon Hak, is about to make her move. Jiek quickly gets ready to capture him and sends others after West High's assigned officers too. The intel Jiek received says West High still has not started searching for Jiek, so to avoid any surprises, he plans to deal with Suhyun today. But then another lackey rushes in with more news. The karaoke place holding Jiek is under attack and they still do not know who the attacker is. Inside the karaoke, a huge number of East High men have already gone down, but there is still no sign that West High has made a move. One East High member still awake on the floor warns the others to be careful. Everyone turns and realizes that in the middle of all this chaos there is actually a woman inside the karaoke. She snaps back angrily, "I am not a woman." The East High guys finally realize this person is the one taking them down. It turns out to be Charon from West High dressed up in women's clothes. He feels completely humiliated. A little earlier, Sucheon started a rescue plan using a disguise. As much as Charon hated it, if the protagonist and the others moved in themselves, East High would notice right away. But East High would never expect someone to sneak in and pull this off alone. So MC tells Charon to save the strategist, even if that means putting on a skirt. Charon really doesn't want to wear women's clothes. But West High's current mess is partly because of him. Charon knows he has to make up for it. Meanwhile, Jaeka feels lucky because he left Sigyoung there. The noise inside the karaoke room gets Sigyoung excited. He wants to go in and check. At the same time, Jaek is still enjoying East High's honey trap. After a lot of trouble, Charon finally finds him. The second Jaek sees him, he jumps up and starts cursing East High for trying to tempt him. Charon can't help finding that look on his face funny. Still, getting the strategist out comes first. Just then, Sigyoung appears at the door. Charon tells Jaek to escape as soon as he gets the chance, and he'll hold them off. Sigyoung peeks under Charon's skirt and asks, "Is that underwear?" Then he casually throws Charon aside. Charon instantly realizes something is very wrong. This guy is far stronger than expected, and he has to stall long enough for the strategist to get away. With a grin, Sigyoung suddenly asks Charon if he knows why he's letting Jaek go. It's because East High still has a huge group waiting outside. With Jayatrak's weak body, there's no way he can break through all of them. But Charon still lets him run alone for one reason, because Suhyun said he had a plan. The moment East High surrounds Jayatrak, he thinks this is where he dies. Then he uses the swap skill from afar. Their stats instantly switch with Jayatrak's. Feeling that huge power fill his body, Jayatrak tells Jayatrak to come out and fight. East High is stunned. How is the strategist this strong? Are all of West High monsters? In his heart, Jayatrak apologizes to his lord. The Gangbuk unification you were supposed to finish. I might have to finish it myself, Jayatrak thinks. He's never had power like this before. Right now, he feels like he could even beat Daniel. Watching Jayatrak's smug face, Suhyun can only feel disgusted. Still, this should let Jayatrak escape. Before that, the protagonist has to hide. With his current stats, he feels like even a dog could beat him. But then a huge kick flies straight at MC. Jayatrak never expected Jayatrak to reveal Suhyun's real location, and he curses Jayatrak in his head. Meanwhile, Jayatrak, using the protagonist's stats, is laughing like crazy. With no other choice, MC tries to buy time. He taunts Jayatrak, asking if he really came alone, when even so couldn't beat him. But Jayatrak's higher intelligence lets him see through the stalling right away. Suhyun immediately realizes he's in trouble. With this body, he can't dodge Jayatrak's attacks at all. Then Hajun shows up. His stats have dropped too because of the low morale. Just as Hajun is about to throw a punch, another person shoves him aside. Sok is here too. Things have gotten critical. Before Jayatrak gets out of the karaoke place, Suhyun can't hold off the two in front of him. But Hajun suddenly tells him to let go. While he wonders what he means, the quest window says Hajun's determination is full. Not long ago, Daniel crushed him badly and even stopped his awakening. That loss still eats at him. The quest window announces that Hajun's overlord aura is starting to run wild. But Shiok believes he still won't make it because Hajun has no reason he absolutely must win. In other words, he lacks true resolve. For now, Suhyun can only stand there helplessly. His awful stats are no help at all. Hajun blocks another attack aimed at the protagonist. He says he'll hold them off, so Suhyun needs to think of something fast. But all MC can really do is wait for the swap skill to end. Chairhan is still fighting Sigyoung, but little by little he starts to notice something strange. Sigyoung isn't fast, and he doesn't seem that strong either. Chairhan can't understand how someone like this is rank 3. He starts thinking Sigyoung must be hiding something. So Chairhan begins using capoeira. He wants to force out whatever Sigyoung is hiding. Facing Chairhan's fierce attacks, Sigyoung smiles. Now he's finally interested. In the next second, Chairhan's body is flipped around. Sigyoung uses wrestling moves on him. Looking down at Chairhan on the floor, he smiles and apologizes. Then another thug reports that the escaping strategist is insanely strong and might really get away. Sigyoung orders the others to handle Chairhan while he personally goes after Jayatrak's. Chairhan gets back up and roars that he's not done yet. Sigyoung tells him it's already over. West High is being attacked everywhere, all because failing to save the strategist kept their morale from recovering. Everyone at West High has had their stats lowered. By now, Yahello can already see the exit. Just when he's about to make it out, a thug jumps in front of him. At that exact moment, the swap skill runs out. Yahello goes wide-eyed as his stats return to normal. The thug who knocks him down is shocked. He did what no one else could do. He starts thinking maybe he's actually strong. Yahello quickly gets the report. Yahello's escape failed, which means West High should be finished. If East High attacks all at once now, they can wipe them out. Hajun tells Suhyun to run, while he holds them back, but he refuses, because this is far from over. Through this mess, Jaehyuk learned one thing: never lose the strategist. Jaehyuk arrives to support them, and successfully rescues the strategist, raising West High's morale again. At last, West High's stats return to normal. Charan blasts away the East High guys in front of him, with Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate. He admires her, saying she's worthy of being the girl he fell for. With his stats restored, Charan quickly handles the nearby thugs. Now it's their turn to strike back. Jaehyuk realizes this isn't good. If you've made it this far, subscribe to this YouTube channel. Come on, hit that button already. Don't leave me hanging. Jaehyuk wants to capture Soohyun to crush West High's morale again, but that's no longer possible. Seok gets slammed to the ground. Jaehyuk also rushes straight at Soohyun. Seok tries to stop him, but he's too late. The protagonist raises a hand and blocks Jaehyuk's attack. Jaehyuk freezes on the spot. He can't understand that overwhelming pressure. MC activates beast mode. Then he starts smashing Jaehyuk with Wild Strike. Seok can barely believe it. Jaehyuk got taken down in one hit, and with East High's leader beaten that easily, their stats crash along with their morale. Soohyun also gets a hidden reward for finishing the mission early. He skipped the second mission and cleared the third one instead. After beating Jaehyuk, he earns a platinum card. Seok roars, asking what everyone is doing. He tells them to grab Jaehyuk and run. He also orders the thugs not to let news of Jaehyuk's loss spread. As for this place, he'll handle it himself. Soohyun still has 3 missions left. First, he needs to take down Seok so nothing else goes wrong later. But Hajun stops the protagonist, wanting to handle Seok himself, because he lost to Seok before. Now Hajun tells Soohyun to go help the others because he's starting to wonder what this deadly resolve Seok keeps talking about really is. The quest window tells him Hajun's potential is rising from within. Even so, with Hajun's current stats, facing an awakened Seok still isn't enough. Seok says Hajun has no deadly resolve, because if he did, he never would have lost to Soohyun. Seok gets ready to use infinite suplex again. He mocks Hajun, saying he can't beat anyone now. And sadly, that's true. After Seok's second suplex, Hajun is almost finished. Jaehyuk says it's because Hajun has no reason to win. Still, Hajun struggles back to his feet. Cedric tells him standing up again isn't the same as having deadly resolve. Hajun wonders if he really can't win without it. He doesn't even know what deadly resolve truly is or how he's supposed to get it. Then Hajun starts thinking, why do I even need deadly resolve? Cedric pauses for a second as Hajun's mind drifts into the past, back to elementary school, then middle school, and later high school, when Hajun ruled everything and feared nothing. Back then, Hajun wasn't scared, but that same version of him fell to Daniel without being able to fight back. At last, Hajun understands. He got buried in peace and groups, but he's strongest when he stands alone. The quest window announces that Hajun's potential is rising. He's returning to the point when he was at his strongest. With his full potential reached, Hajun finally awakens. At North High, Daniel realizes West High won't lose as long as Hajun is there. One of his men is shocked that Hajun, who lost to Soohyun, still has such huge potential. But Daniel gets it. Despite that loss, everyone still knows Hajun was originally the one who could have united Gangbuk. Daniel says Hajun got weaker because of his feelings. His deadly resolve comes from the person he used to be. If that old Hajun comes back, Gangbuk will be turned upside down. After awakening, Hajun's stamina recovers fast, and he also gains a special attack card. Then he starts using that new skill. Right in the middle of rushing forward, Seok suddenly stops. Hajun's exclusive skill is called Return of the Sovereign. Every time he attacks, clones appear and add 2 more hits. It can also link with 2 other skills he still hasn't unlocked. Hajun's fists suddenly crash down on Seok like a storm. The surprise attack overwhelms Seok. Even so, he grits his teeth and keeps charging Hajun, trying to pin him down. At that moment, Hajun starts using the Keys fighting style. It may look like just 2 hands, but with Return of the Sovereign, Hajun's strikes become insanely fast. In the end, Sek drops. Hajun tells East High's men to spread the news. Both Sek and Jaeha have been beaten. On the way to back up the others, Soohyun also gets word that Sek has fallen. He expected it. Hajun was always going to beat Sek. He lights a victory cigarette. After awakening, Hajun's stats rise a lot too. After waking up, Jaeha slams a table with his fist in anger. He can't understand when Seokyeon got this strong. The battle is now going very badly for East High. Everyone is waiting for Jabel's orders, but he doesn't have an answer either. Jabel refuses to let East High end up like Gangbuk South High. He realizes strategy alone won't work against those guys, so he tells everyone to steal back their resolve. They need to fight like their lives depend on it. Right then, the quest window tells him Jabel's potential is starting to rise. After finishing his mission, Chashonhak feels that Sigyoung, the guy he fought, is strange. That guy doesn't seem loyal to East High at all. Sigyoung could have captured the advisor again, but after taking down Chonhak, he just vanished. Soshon also can't figure out what kind of person Sigyoung really is. A lackey reporting in starts explaining the situation. Right now, West High and North High are attacking East High from both sides at once. On one side, Yugyum is fighting Chongung. Suoshon is a little worried about Yugyum, but not because he thinks he's weak. In the end, MC decides to trust him. His standoff with Changong has been going on for a while. The men around them wonder why neither side is moving. Changong asks Yugyum if he's really going to keep his promise to Seok. Not long ago, Seok met Yugyum alone, and acted like he understood how hard life at West High was. Now that the war has started, the chance has come. Seg told Yu-Gi-Oh to betray West High. He wanted Yu-Gi-Oh to stab Su-Yeon in the back. Now Yu-Gi-Oh gives Changgung no reply. He quietly throws a low kick to the shin. Changgung is stunned. What's going on? Is he betraying Sok? Once their leaders move, both sides jump into the fight. Changgung questions Yu-Gi-Oh after all the help Sok gave him. Is he really doing this? Sok had already turned his blade on Su-Yeon. Yu-Gi-Oh says nothing and keeps firing low kicks. Changgung realizes what's happening. Yu-Gi-Oh has long limbs, so close-range fighting works in his favor. Yu-Gi-Oh lands another kick to the shin. Changgung knows this can't keep going. Sooner or later, his leg will give out first. He has to get in close. Just as Yu-Gi-Oh throws another low kick, Changgung gets ready to block, but this time, Yu-Gi-Oh faints. The lackeys on both sides stop what they're doing at once. Yu-Gi-Oh stares at his opponent with a serious look. The fake is too obvious for Changgung, and he moves to crush Yu-Gi-Oh with one heavy blow. In an instant, he drives a headbutt into Yu-Gi-Oh. Before the war began, Jai Yu-Gi-Oh said East High was a very unusual school. Its leader Jai-Ha is a strategist who can also fight, which means Jai-Ha isn't even East High's strongest fighter. What makes Gangbuk East High special is that all of its officers are stronger than Jai-Ha. The East High side gets fired up. They're facing Changgung. Then a terrifying aura appears, and everyone's stats drop under the effect of Dark Lord. Changgung finally meets the opponent meant for him, Gukja, the Dark Lord who rules the Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate. Yu-Gi-Oh signals that the fight can continue. In that case, the two of them should attack together. Everyone at West High waits for Gukja to give the order. Gukja tells them to protect Yu-Gi-Oh while he fights. As for that old guy Changgung, Gukja will handle him himself. And because Changgung is being weakened by Dark Lord, Gukja can completely keep him in check. Neither of them can believe the other is only 18. For Gukja, this fight feels amazing. When it comes to combat, skill isn't everything. Experience matters just as much. That's what Gukja learned from fighting Sok. He picked up a lot from that battle. Now it's time to end this here. But in the next second, Gukja gets smashed by a headbutt. Changgung notices that Gukja let his guard drop. Then he freezes. Gukja showed that opening on purpose. He grabs Changgung and unleashes the Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate. 8-hit front combo followed by a spinning kick from the same style. At last, Changgung goes down. He can't believe he actually lost. Gukja thanks Yu-Gi-Oh because he wore down Changgung's stamina first, letting Gukja take the win. But Yu-Gi-Oh's expression suddenly looks off. When he points behind Gukja, the quest window appears. Gangbuk East High is rising again with unknown power. At that moment, Changgung's potential awakens. Even under Dark Lord, his stats are still absurdly high. One of Changgung's punches sends Gukja flying. A second fist slams into Gukja's face right after that. Changgung keeps pounding him with punch after punch. Gukja immediately struggles to grab him. He roars for them to take Yu-Gi-Oh and run because Gukja knows the current Changgung is someone he can't beat, and he can't hold on much longer. Just when Changgung is about to finish off the battlefield, Yu-Gi-Oh stares at them. He hasn't spoken for a very long time. His classmates heard he went through terrible mental trauma. When Yu-Gi-Oh was little, his whole family died in a fire and he was the only survivor. That happened when he was very young, and the trauma left him unable to speak until now. Sang and Sayak, who had just started selling illegal goods, needed someone disposable. Sayak felt uneasy about it, but Sang knew that if the police caught them, Yugenem with no family would be the perfect fall guy. By chance, Yugenem overheard all of it. He had been deeply loyal because South High treated him well. But from that moment on, Yugenem realized the world was full of people who only use him. That changed when he met Suina. He wasn't sure he could treat Yugenem better than Sayak did, but he could promise him one thing: I will never use you. The quest window appears. Team member Yugenem's resolve is complete. Yugenem's potential starts to rise, and when it reaches its limit, he fully awakens. Because of that awakening, he gains a special attack card. As Changgong charges in to finish off the Yugenem who just stood back up, Yugenem looks ready to throw another front kick, and Changgong is sure he can block that anytime he wants. But the instant Yugenem's attack lands, he activates his exclusive skill. It's called Terabyte Low Kick, a move that puts all his power into one brutal low kick. It deals triple critical damage. The hit cracks Changgong's leg bone on the spot. The force spins his whole body through the air and Changgung blacks out. On this battlefield, Gangbuk West High wins. Gukja orders the others to report it to the enemy side, and West High grows even stronger. After awakening, Yugenem's stats also jump up a lot. Jai-Ha soon gets the news that Changgung has been defeated, and now Sigyong is nowhere to be found. Dongjin is still fighting Jian at his base. Jai-Ha tells a subordinate to pass a message to Dongjin. If he loses again, Jai-Ha will kill him. Furious, Jai-Ha will only allow him to die in battle. Yugenem is fighting Dongjin, who has mastered Jikwang's style. Dongjin looks down on her and moves lazily. To him, fighting a little girl feels even worse than fighting Chonhak. Jikanan sarcastically apologizes for being a girl. She has to admit Dongjin is faster than her. If this drags on, that speed will catch up to her. She hates how Dongjin keeps calling her a little girl. So Jikanan decides she has to use a finishing move. Dongjin finds that amusing. He thinks he's already read her next move, so all he has to do is dodge with his speed advantage. But in the next instant, Jeogyeom switches to a two-handed grip. Dongjin freezes for a moment. A heavy hit slams into Seo Dongjun's foot. and the pain makes him scream. Before he can react, a blade is right in front of his face. This is Lee Jeogyeom's finishing move. She wins the fight. Right then, a quest window pops up. Lee Jeogyeom rises again with a strange new power. Seo Dongjun's potential also awakens in this life-or-death moment against Lee Jeogyeom. Still, his B-rank potential only gives him a small boost in strength and endurance. But for Seo Dongjun, who is set on winning no matter what, that is enough. He drives his palm into Lee Jeon's stomach. Then he follows with a 1-inch punch. Before this fight, Seo Dongjun had secretly looked into Lee Jeon's past, and what he found amused him. Lee Jeon's father was a violent drunk. When his abuse toward her and her mother got worse, she picked up a sword to protect her mom. That led to her father being taken away by the police. But the cruel part was this. The mother she risked her life to save abandoned her and went back to her father. Seo Dongjun mocks her, saying history is repeating itself. Just like then, she picked up a sword and still could not beat a man. As Seo Dongjun's final blow comes down, Lee Ji-hyun keeps hearing those words in her head, that a woman cannot beat a man. But that sounds just like what her master once said about a sword style that can drop anyone in one strike, a style where failure means giving up your life. Its founder told his students to bet everything on the first swing. That way, even with a woman's body, they could defeat anyone. Her master made Lee Ji-hyun think hard about it. Did she really want to learn such a dangerous sword style? Then the quest window appears. Lee Ji-hyun's resolve is complete. Her potential starts to rise. Even as Seo Dongjun tells her to stop wasting her strength claiming women can never beat men, Lee Ji-hyun's potential reaches its limit and she finally awakens. Seo Dongjun has already finished his charge. He unleashes Jikwang Hongdo's dragon kick. Because of her awakening, Lee Ji-hyun gains an exclusive attack card. It is a sword style that throws away defense and bets everything on power and speed. Jigenryu ignoring the enemy's attack to land a killing blow in the very first strike. This is the true core of Jigenryu. Lee Ji-hyun's potential is only C rank, but by sacrificing endurance, her strength and speed shoot up. Now only one entertainment spot is left before the second main quest is cleared. Soo-hyun arrives there alone. Once this place falls, the war is over. And there is one thing he knows for sure. Jae-hye will definitely be inside. Even though Soo-hyun beat him before, he does not dare let his guard down. Last time, Hong-sek also awakened at the very end, so the protagonist walks into the final karaoke room without hesitation. He and Jae-ha are about to fight to the death, but MC does not know Jae-ha has already awakened. The guards protecting East High's base willingly open a path for him. At that moment, the mission updates. Defeat the awakened Jae-ha within 1 hour. Soo-hyun has only 60 minutes. But this karaoke place is huge, and he has no clue where to begin looking. Just as he wonders where Jae-ha could be, Jae-ha shows himself. Soo-hyun rushes in to end it fast, but Jae-ha turns the corner and vanishes into the dark again. That instantly annoys the protagonist. What is he trying now? Past the corner is another long section full of rooms, so MC has no choice but to check them one by one. But East High members are hiding inside. The second he opens a door, they jump him. Slime rubs his stomach after taking hits from steel pipes. Now Soo-hyun gets it. This is Jae-ha's final plan. Hide people in every room and force him to search for the real target. The East High members take this order very seriously. He starts using Filipino stick fighting. If Jae-ha wants this game, he will play it. Some East High underlings wonder if this is a waste of manpower. Would it not be better to attack all at once? But Jae-ha knows this is Soo-hyun's weakness. He learned that in their last fight, the more enemies the protagonist faces, the stronger he gets. So Jae-ha plans to wear him down with small attacks over and over. He also finds MC strange. He is strong, but his stamina is terrible. Even a short fight leaves him drained. It is almost like his power is borrowed. So Jae-ha plans to wait until Soo-hyun is completely exhausted. Then he will tear him apart. After clearing several rooms, he really is gasping for breath. He finally realizes he should have trained his body more before this, and he cannot use Restore Stamina yet, because 2 quests are still left. No one knows what will happen next. Soo-hyun realizes he depends too much on cards. With 14 rooms still left, there is no way he finds Jae-ha without using Restore Stamina. But the protagonist still has one last option. The East High members waiting in one room stay on full alert. They heard Soo-hyun is already badly worn out, so the moment the door opens, they plan to overwhelm him and save Gangbuk-ev, East High. But when they see who came in, they freeze. The person looks like a kid. He coldly says 2 words that instantly get on their nerves. The East High members demand to know who he is. They have never heard of West High having an officer like this. Then another huge man steps in. In a deep voice, he tells them they are too loud. These 2 were actually brought in by Copy Cloud. While running a snack bar and uniting Gangbuk, Little Cloud carefully picked people with strong bodies. The kid-looking boy is named Ryu Sujin. He used to be a competitive gymnast. His biggest strength is speed. His weakness is that he hates anything troublesome. The other man is Hwang Ilse. He is a former bodybuilder, and his best traits are strength and endurance. His biggest plus is how straightforward he is. Jada soon gets the news. Reinforcements suddenly appeared for MC, hidden officers from Gangbuk West High. MC kicks aside the messenger and keeps moving. At last he finds Jada in the final room. Ryu Sujin just wants to finish fast and rest, while Hwang Ilse cannot wait to beat the guy who has been pushing their boss around. In a dark voice, he says it is over. Now only Jada is left. He activates Peek at You, but the moment he sees Jada's stats, Sujin is stunned. Jaeha is just as ready to fight him to the death. The protagonist cannot understand how Jaeha's stats got this high. After awakening, he gained an exclusive card tied to it. Ryu Sujin and Hwang Il-so charge in first. MC cannot stop them before Hwang Il-so gets kicked away by Jaeha. Ryu Sujin still tries to ambush from above, but Jaeha looks up and asks what this brat thinks he is doing. Even scared, Ryu Sujin does not want things to end like this. Jaeha grabs him with a cold smile. Then a storm of punches crashes down on Ryu Sujin. Hwang Il-so uses the opening and locks Jaeha in place, but Jaeha casually grabs a nearby microphone and starts swinging wildly. Hwang Il-so cannot defend against that crushing power. Just as Jaeha is about to finish him off, Sujin steps in and blocks the strike. Using ancient flowing martial arts Taijin, he knocks Jaeha back. The current Jaeha is simply too strong, way too dangerous. Even so, Sujin does not panic and activates beast mode. Meanwhile, inside Gangbuk North High, Daniel reports to Jaeha that he and Jaeha have started fighting. He asks if the protagonist's loss would affect the plan. Jo Yoon calmly says it does not matter. In the end, all of them will become his food. Daniel is still curious and asks who Jo Yoon thinks will win, Jaeha or MC. Jo Yoon says the smart one will. If Jaeha keeps his head clear, he can read right through Soo-hyun. His taekwondo is hard enough to deal with, and he is even faster than him. Still, the protagonist only needs to catch him once. Even if Jaeha is faster, Soo-hyun can still use attacks to cut off his movement. Now Jaeha has been cornered. At this distance, MC is sure he will not miss. But then Jaeha suddenly asks what he thought of his performance. The whole thing was a setup aimed at him. Jaeha spins through the air and fires off a taekwondo tornado kick, then follows with a double tornado kick, and he still is not done. A triple tornado kick comes next. Earlier, he said one of them had to die. The quest window warns Soo-hyun again. If the main quest fails, all rewards will be taken away, and no more quests will appear. At that moment, more West High members reach the karaoke building. Sigyong, who vanished during the war, shows up too. Jaeha cannot help asking who he really is. Sigyong says that does not matter right now. With a smile, he asks if only 5 of them came. Jaeha does not bother talking and attacks at once, but Sigyong tells him not to waste his strength. They are not enemies. He invites the West High members inside to watch. Who will win, Soo-hyun or Jaeha? To Jaeha, it feels like the Gangbuk conference happened just yesterday. He never thought the protagonist from back then would push him this far. But Gangbuk West High has to end here. Soo-hyun immediately uses Restore Stamina and dodges the attack. Jaeha cannot believe it. After taking that much damage, how did MC's stamina suddenly come back? He cannot help wondering if he is even human. Even so, Jaeha sees this as nothing more than stalling for time. The protagonist has no idea how to beat this monster. He wants to save Berserker for one last desperate clash. But even if he takes down Jaeha, there's still one more unknown mission waiting. So Soo-hyun can't use Berserker yet. He has to go with his backup plan. Jaeha keeps thinking through the whole fight. He can tell MC is waiting for an opening. That won't work. Jaeha has already figured out his pattern. Little tricks won't fool him anymore. Jaeha tells Soo-hyun, "You always dodge to the left." That makes him freeze. Once he confirmed it, Jaeha pushed him into a corner and then threw another tornado kick. Seeing that, Jaeha sneers because Soo-hyun blocks the tornado kick with his arm. A sharp pain shoots through him, and he screams. Jaeha tells him to rest in peace. This will be his final tornado kick. Now the protagonist has only 2 choices. Either let his arm bones get crushed or lose his head. Either way, he should lose. But Jaeha suddenly freezes when the hit lands. Soo-hyun actually blocked it, and he's fine. That's because Jaeha had already lost to MC once not long ago, which let him finish a mission early and earn a platinum card. That card gave him Guardian's Feast, a skill that blocks any attack once. Soo-hyun looks at Jaeha and asks, "How was my acting?" Now he has Guardian's Feast in one hand and Knockout Feast in the other, the Stone Fist skill he got earlier. He slams Knockout Feast into the relaxed Jaeha. Jaeha's body locks up right away. At the same time, members of West High reach the room outside. To stop Soo-hyun from getting away, Jaeha had already told his men to guard the door. Changdong tells everyone to clear them out fast. He could be in danger. But right then someone crashes through the door and gets sent flying out. The protagonist starts using Overlord's Ascension, then throws a punch with Pendulum Shift. He's betting everything on this. He activates Beast Mode, then follows with a punch boosted by Ascension. Soo-hyun has never reached this level of focus before. He held on this long for this one chance to win. In the end, the winner of this fight is MC. The West High members can only stare in shock from the side. Then the mission window appears. Jiha has fallen. Now only the final mission is left. But then Jiha darkly says, "I'm not done yet." The mission window pops up again and East High rises once more with some unknown power. Soo-hyun is stunned. How is that even possible? Is this a second phase, like with Seok? Then a voice suddenly tells Jiha not to bother. With a smile, Sigyong says East High already lost. Jiha demands to know where he's been. Why show up only now? Sigyong casually answers that he probably just went for a walk. Jaeha can't believe East High ended up like this. "You bastard. You're saying you just went for a walk?" Before he can do more, Sigyang drops him with a slap. Sigyang mocks him, "You think you're so smart but you still can't read the room." Right then the mission updates choose to help Jaeha or Sigyang. Helping Sigyang gives 2 diamond cards. Helping Jaeha gives a master card, one never seen before. This guy clearly beat his opponent in a taekwondo match, but was ruled the loser for striking a vital spot. Those rotten rules made him walk away from taekwondo. Jaeha hates rules and only wants to live free. One day, other delinquents told him the karaoke spots run by East High seniors were making real money. So Jaeha started his own business. He took over every entertainment spot in East High through violence. Once he found freedom, money came right after. This is the life he wanted. The freedom held by people in power pulled Jaeha in, so he won't let Sigyang take it away. East High can only belong to him. The business built for Jaeha alone. Standing nearby, Suhyun can't make sense of it. Why are people from the same side fighting each other? Sigyang tells Jaeha that if he had just stayed quiet from the start, none of this would have happened. Jaeha still doesn't know who he really is. Since it's almost over, Sigyang has no reason to hide anymore. Then Chanhuk standing behind him says this is an officer from North High. Why would one of North High's top officers hide his real identity? Chanhuk is annoyed he didn't realize it sooner. Suhyun can barely believe this outcome, and all of it was ordered by North High's leadership, an order from their leader Yoon. He had Sigyang become an officer of East High. That's because the only person in the South who wanted unification was Jaeha. In Yoon's eyes, West High's alliance didn't care about unifying, and Sig from South High was too dumb to do it. So he sent Sigyang undercover to watch Jaeha's every move. Not long after that, West High changed when Suhyun became the new leader. Yun seemed to know that already, and the moment he took over West High, he knew South High would eventually fall to him. So Yun told Sigyang to watch him and Jaeha closely. Back then, he told Sigyang that the protagonist and Jaeha would soon fight the final battle in the South, and Sigyang's job was to choose the stronger side, then personally erase the other one. For some reason, Yoon had seen all of this coming from the start, from Suhyun's sudden rise to the defeats of Seik and Jaeha. Hearing that, MC and Jamer both wonder what kind of person North High's Yoon really is. Sigyang tells Sukyun to keep his promise and go with him to North High. For a moment, he doesn't know what to choose. If he sides with Sigyang, he won't get the Master Card. He starts thinking maybe 2 diamond cards can be combined, but if they can't turn into a Master Card, he'll lose this chance. The Challenger card said only a Master Card would let him stand against North High. Sooner or later, Sukyun will have to fight North High anyway, and he's already decided. Sigyang, who rushed over as backup, roars out, "Keep dreaming. We won't let North High do whatever it wants." Sigyang looks down on them and says they stink like sweat. Chang'el also charges in without thinking. He yells that they trusted him, and he had been a spy the whole time. Sigyang only answers with a calm, "Huh." He can't understand why Sukyun is still hesitating. Then the protagonist suddenly asks him, "Have you eaten yet?" Jamer shouts for him to think carefully. "If you go to North High, you're finished too. No one knows what Yoon will do. Please help East High. If you stand with us, East High will submit to you, Sukyun." That makes MC stop for a second. Sigyang gets irritated and asks if he wants to shut up forever. Jamer still can't accept this ending, being swallowed by North High in the end. Suddenly, Sukyun launches a surprise attack, and Sigyang asks in confusion what he's doing. He darkly says that after seeing Yoon like this, if he goes to North High, he'll definitely be finished. Then he tells Jamer to keep his promise. The mission window appears, and Sigyang and Gung become team members, along with Jamer in his side. Sukyun makes sure North High's people hear him. The South won't stay hidden anymore. I, the protagonist of West High, officially declare war on you from this moment on. The mission updates again. The final task is simple. Land 1 effective hit on Sigyang. Facing the war ahead, Sigyang finds this amusing, but says the war Sukyun talks about will end in his hands right now because his stats are far beyond all of theirs. Chamhak didn't expect things to end like this. He starts getting ready for the fight. Sigyang looks annoyed. "Are you worried about me?" Chamhak quickly apologizes. He suddenly realizes there was no reason to worry. Yoon never told Sigyang things would develop like this, so he has no prepared plan for this turn. That means Sigyang will decide for himself and wipe out both West High and East High right here. Sukyun warns everyone not to lower their guard. Sigyang smiles and tells him to stay tense, because it won't change anything. To Sigyang, these officers are no different from anyone else. Seeing that, Sukyun yells for everyone to stay away from Sigyang. They're nowhere near strong enough to hurt him. But then one person's attack actually catches his attention. It's a low kick skill from Hajun that can deal triple critical damage. The kick cuts through the air as it goes for Sigyang, but Sigyang still dodges it with ease. From that one strike, he can tell Hajun is the strongest one there. Sukyun can't believe it. 4 people are already down that fast. He tells Jamer they need to find some way to land an effective hit on Sigyang first, because in this situation, that is his only shot at getting the Master Card. But landing a clean hit on that monster is a huge problem. After thinking it over, Sukyun decides to take the risk. Changdong attacks first with Capoeira, but Sigyang comes out completely unharmed. Then Hajun follows up. He knows Sigyang's defense is so high that dealing damage is nearly impossible. What Hajun doesn't know is that Sigyang's speed is just as insane. The gap between them is way too big. Hajun can barely fight back. Changdong tries to rush in and help, but in an instant, Sikyang's huge hand is on his head. Jaeha's special skill lets him turn his inferiority complex into madness and raise his stats. He starts using his skill to attack. Jaeha still has no idea how they're supposed to land an effective hit, but that doesn't really matter. Either way, the main force here is Kang Sok. His exclusive skill lets him keep throwing suplexes until the other guy passes out. Still, it's not over yet. Chen Yok wonders if Supyeon will be the finishing blow. Chen Yok realizes Kang Sok is locking him down from below, while MC attacks from above. That has to count as an effective hit. But it still doesn't work out. Chen Yok grabs both Kang Sok and him with his hands. He mocks them at this level. They still want to unite Gangbuk? Supyeon feels the same despair he felt when he faced Daniel. Stats beyond SS really make no sense. From that close, Kang Sukyang instantly wraps Changgong up in a tight hold. Changgong is about to finish him off, but the protagonist uses that opening to seize his right arm. Changgong clamps down on the other one too. Seeing that, Changgong quickly figures things out. He assumes the three of them are about to work together and pull off a suplex. Changgong instantly braces his legs to keep his balance, but he gets one thing wrong. Their goal was never the suplex. Holding Changgong in place like this is enough, because the strongest one here isn't those three. It's Chaihan, the one who mastered Jigenru swordsmanship. That was Supyeon's real plan. He went through a lot just to make this effective hit happen. Once the attack lands, everyone involved drops to the ground. They're completely spent. Then the quest window finally pops up. Effective hit achieved. That means the final quest is complete. Supyeon gets his first MasterCard. Elsewhere, Yoon stands quietly by the floor-to-ceiling window, his cold face giving nothing away. The fallen Jigekus curls his lips into a faint smile. MC excitedly looks at the MasterCard in front of him. The skill is called Drain Magic. Supyeon doesn't get it at first. It can absorb an opponent's stats. Jaha shouts at him, "You idiot! What are you doing? The fight isn't over yet." The protagonist can't believe it. After a hit like that, how is Jahash still fine? While being choked, MC quickly activates Drain Magic. Jahash suddenly freezes. He can feel his strength being pulled away. The moment Jahash knocks Supyeon back, the Drain Magic stops too. Jahash stares at his hand in disbelief. Then he demands to know what he just did. The protagonist is just as shocked, because he can actually feel his body getting stronger. Even his stats are going up. Right then, Jaehaok's phone rings. On the other end, Yoon tells him to pull back for now. That order leaves Jaehaok confused. Yoon calmly says the South's business is already finished. That only confuses Jaehaok more. How is it finished in a situation like this? But all he can do is obey his leader. Jaehaok says they got lucky. He hopes that next time they meet, the fight will be more fun than this one. The next day at Gangbuk West High, all the underlings cheer together, congratulating Suhyun for uniting the South. They even heard MC used hot wax to rip off Jaehae's body hair in certain places after beating him. Jaehaek and Hyundong are excited too. He tells them to get rid of the idiots spreading those rumors. There's one more thing Jaehaek can't believe. Jaehae and the others really joined the team. Suhyun reaches out seriously. "I'm counting on you from now on." Jaehae looks at the hand offered to him and remembers the silence inside the karaoke room. In the end, he reaches out too. But the more Jaehae thinks about it, the worse he feels. He tells Suhyun to keep his promise, but not to get too full of himself. The protagonist has to prove he deserves to stand above Jaehae, or Jaehae can turn into his enemy at any time. MC smiles. "I'll do my best." Then Jaehae reminds him Gangbuk North High is coming. Just how strong is Gangbuk North High? It's hard to even imagine. A huge enemy is waiting for everyone at West High. Jaehae thinks that against a force like North High, Suhyun wouldn't have declared war without some kind of plan, so he asks what he is thinking. Jaehae answers honestly, "We don't have a plan." They still don't know why Yoon called Jaehae back, but if he attacks again, West High is done for. Just as Jaehae is about to lose it, Jaehae says there actually is one way to slow North High down. Gangbuk used to have only one faction. Later, it split into what it is now. There was once a man named Wu Chan who unified Gangbuk. That era was called the Earth Dog Alliance. But after Wu Chan was betrayed by his own men, the alliance fell apart. Then war broke out over the land left behind. In the end, only North High, West High, East High, and South High survived. Sanghyuk asks what that story has to do with Gangbuk North High. Jaehyuk says he wants to ask that man for help, the legend who once united Gangbuk Wu Chan of the Earth Dog Alliance. His personality is known to be awful, but Jaehyuk has to try anyway. But Il-chan freezes the moment he hears Wu Chan's name. Back home, Suhyun starts studying the new MasterCard he got. To him, it feels like a broken skill. The power it drains isn't temporary, it stays for good. With a skill like that, he could grab anyone and keep absorbing power until he becomes endlessly stronger. Suhyun wants to use his paper bag Kim identity to absorb all the strong fighters in Gangbuk North High. Before that though, he needs to level up Drain Magic, so it can work on really strong opponents. Still, the protagonist wonders, is that really enough? Somewhere else, Gukya feels down too. He can't stop thinking about what he did in the war. Even as one of West High's top fighters, he barely helped. Gukja doesn't want things to stay that way. He wants to become a man who can protect that girl. At last, both of them realize they need to change. They can't keep relying on cards forever. For the sake of the girl he loves, Gukja and for himself, Soo-hyun, both of them have to start training and change everything. Just last night, Jae-hyuk finished his mission and returned to Gangbuk North High. Yeon had Daniel give him the reward he earned, but one thing was still bothering Jae-hyuk. He wanted to know why Yoon told him to retreat. In that situation, Jae-hyuk alone could have wiped out the South. Yoon coldly says the South is his to deal with personally. Then he tells Daniel the time has finally come. Everything has been set up perfectly. The time to unite Gangbuk has arrived. Meanwhile, at Gangbuk North High, one officer is beating a subordinate. The reason is simple. The guy reported that Jae-hyuk finished his spy mission and got rewarded by the leader himself. His rank would probably rise even higher. As number 11, Jae-hyuk wholly is furious. No matter how hard he works, Jae-hyuk keeps climbing instead. He desperately wants a chance to rise and earn that person's favor. Then a subordinate brings word that the leader plans to unify Gangbuk. That means every officer needs to get ready for war. Jae-hyuk realizes this is his chance. The main target in the war is Soo-hyun. Jang-tae thinks that if he can capture MC before anyone else, he might win the leader's favor and even become number 10. Soon, Jae-hyuk and his two companions arrive at Han River Park, where Woo-chan often shows up. Hyung-dong wonders if they can really find their target that easily with so many people around. But Jae-hyuk found out Woo-chan loves dogs and walks here at the same time every day. Hyung-dong is curious if someone like that once united Gangbuk, shouldn't he have tons of enemies? So how can he walk through the park with no protection? Jae-hyuk knows the answer is simple. No matter who he faces, Woo-chan is completely sure of himself. Jae-hyuk respectfully greets Woo-chan with a bow. Jae-hyuk is stunned. So this is the legendary Woo-chan, a guy that handsome once united Gangbuk in just one day. Jae-hyuk explains why they came. Woo-chan calmly says he has no interest in unification and tells them to leave. Jae-hyuk tries to say more, but Woo-chan quietly asks, "Do you need me to say it twice?" The pressure coming off him makes it hard for Jae-hyuk to even breathe. Their instincts tell them Woo-chan could stop Gangbuk North High, but he has no reason to help Gangbuk West High. Right now, the pressure is so intense that Jae-hyuk can't speak. Then a subordinate rushes over with more news. Gangbuk North High's number 11, Gang-tae, is invading the south with his forces. His men split into two groups to attack West High, and a lot of territory has already fallen. Even though Jae-hyuk and Kang-sok are holding the line, North High's numbers are too big, and the danger is getting worse. And right then, something unexpected happens. Even here, there are people from Gangbuk North High. Hyun-dong and Jae-hyun tell the strategist to leave first. Even if their opponents are unknown North High members, Jae-hyun knows they have to protect the strategist for West High's sake. But the North High members suddenly stop. They look like they've seen something terrifying and start shaking in fear. All because one person showed up. Jae-hyun and the others turn around, confused. To their surprise, it's the same man who just turned them down, Woo-chan. He tells the guy with glasses he'll help only this once. As he faces the North High members, his eyes stay completely cold. Just last night, while Woo-chan was out walking, Yu-geum ran into him, out of breath. When Woo-chan turned in confusion, Yu-geum asked if Woo-chan still remembered him. The North High members were stunned. They were stunned. Why was Chen Woo-chan, Jae of the Earth Dog Alliance, siding with the South? In a calm voice, Chen Woo-chan Joan told them to leave. If you don't, do you want me to unite Gangbuk again? Chen Yu-chen was thankful he was still remembered. They weren't close family and only met on holidays. That made it even more shocking, because the Chen Woo-chen Joan he knew used to be kind and warm. He never thought that same person would become the leader of the Earth Dog Alliance. Realizing it came out wrong, Chen Yu-chen quickly explained that he wasn't calling him a bad person. Chen Woo-chen Joan cut him off and told him to get to the point, so Chen Yu-chen asked him to help West High. He couldn't stand by while people he cared about got hurt. Chen Yu-chen was about to explain how he would repay the favor, but Chen Woo-chen Joan agreed before he could finish. He said he owed Chen Yu-chen's parents a debt. Chen Yu-chen had no idea what that meant. Still, Chen Woo-chen Joan made one thing clear. He would help only this once. After that, they had to handle things themselves. If you don't have that kind of strength, don't form an organization. A low-ranking officer, ranked 31st in Gangbuk North High, was like an ant in Chen Woo-chen Joan's eyes. Even so, these North High members, thinking they had grown stronger, dared to challenge him. Chen Woo-chen Joan hadn't fought in a long time, and that had made them clueless about how small they really were. Jang Ji-yuk watched the one-sided fight in total shock. He had thought the stories about Chen Woo-chen Joan were overblown, but they clearly weren't. Then a North High officer ranked 21st showed up, and in the next second, his body spun around completely. That was enough for Jang Ji-yuk to believe it. Chen Woo-chen Joan really had united Gangbuk in a single day. The other North High members instantly dropped to their knees and surrendered. At last, they had seen the fearsome power of that legend. Jang Ji tried to use the moment to urge Chen Woo-chen Joan to just unite Gangbuk again. Chen Woo-chen Joan coldly told him to stop playing games. News of what happened here spread fast. Before long, a messenger rushed over to Daniel. He was shocked to hear that Chen Woo-chen Joan had stepped in. Chen Woo-chen Joan had also driven back Hyuk-yun-tae and the other officers who attacked the South first. The South used that chance to take back every area North High had seized. A war that had just begun was reset to square one. Daniel turned to ask Jo-yoon for orders. He couldn't understand why Jo-yoon kept staring into empty space, but to Jo-yoon, Neither Chen Wuchenjone nor Chen Sehun Li was a real threat. Still, the plan needed to be adjusted, so he told Daniel to wait. Then a subordinate reported that someone from West High had arrived. The visitor was Gangbuk West High's strategist, Genji Ryuki. He had come to negotiate a ceasefire with North High. Genji Ryuki knew the first wave had only been stopped because of Chen Wuchenjone, but he wouldn't help West High again. If Gangbuk North High launched a second attack, they had no way to hold out. A ceasefire doesn't require equal strength, but with the current power gap, North High had no reason to accept a truce. Genji Ryuki was about to continue, but Han Jiha stepped in and said all they had to do was use Chen Wuchenjone. North High didn't know Chen Wuchenjone would only help West High once, so they just had to fool North High and borrow the tiger's name. That made Chen Wuchan, Jame West High's hidden card for getting a ceasefire with North High, and the reason they needed that ceasefire was training. The South had to use this break to make its officers strong enough to stand against the North. Daniel wasn't shaken even after hearing that Chen Wuchan Jane had sided with West High. With a mocking smile, he said their plan already included dealing with Chen Wuchan Jane before finishing things. The reason Gangbuk North High had hidden its true strength all this time was to prepare for him in advance. Now they had already measured Chen Wuchan Jane's level. And on top of that, West High's strategist had walked right up to their door. Daniel asked the leader if they should just strike Chen Wuchan Jane West High. Now, Zhou Yun opened his eyes and stared into the air again. Then he told Daniel to accept the ceasefire. Daniel was shocked. Why? Wasn't their plan for Chen Wuchan Jane enough? But Zhou Yun hadn't made that choice because of Chen Wuchan Jane. He quietly muttered, quite resilient. Then Zhou Yun asked how long the ceasefire would last, within the range North High could accept. Zhang Zhuri proposed a maximum of 2 months. Those short 2 months passed quickly. Li Hyundong praised the strategist, saying he looked even better now, aside from the long hair in the back which looked awful. Zhang Zhuri frowned and told him to pick one, a compliment or an insult. He was eager to see how West High's officers had changed after 2 months, especially Kim Soo-hyun and Gildu, who had started training earlier. Then a man walked in and asked if it wasn't time for the meeting. The moment they heard that voice, Zhang Zhuri and the others froze. That muscular man was actually Gildu, who used to be overweight. The way they stared made him a little shy. He had changed that much thanks to his mother helping him lose weight during those 2 months. But Gildu was even more curious about what Kim Soo-hyun, who trained harder than he did, had become. From the start, Kim Soo-hyun had said that this time he wouldn't rely on anyone else. Watching him battle himself non-stop for 2 months earned Gildu's respect. Kim Soo-hyun had fully transformed. Zhang Zhuri and Li Hyundong could barely believe it. How had they changed this much in only 2 months? What exactly did they do? Kim Soo-hyun scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Gildu didn't want to remember it, but seeing how curious they were made him feel like explaining. Before he could, Zhang Zhuri and the others walked right past them, because Gu Hajun and Chung Il-chan had also arrived, along with Hao Wolf-hyang and Li Ji-hyun. Kim Soo-hyun was about to greet them when someone bumped into him. Tang Suk and Han Jae-ha casually greeted the leader. Zhang Zhuri could tell everyone had grown stronger, and that made him happy. Now then, the Gangbuk West High meeting could begin. During those 2 months, Kim Soo-hyun did a lot. By day, he trained at home on his own, without stopping. At night, he disguised himself as Kim Paperbag and went north to drain magic. After countless fights as Kim Paperbag, he learned a terrible truth. At first, Kim Soo-hyun had only wanted to know the limits of drain magic. But while testing how many stats he could absorb, he saw something horrifying. People whose stats were drained slowly dying. Jang Jae-myung pulled Kim Soo-hyun back to the present and reminded him they were in a meeting, not a place to zone out. Kim Soo-hyun apologized and told them to continue. Still, he kept thinking, can I really use a skill like drain magic? At North High, Hyuk Yoon-tae slammed his fist into a table. If not for Chang Yu-hyun, he could have caught Kim Soo-hyun and presented him. His outburst annoyed the others at the gambling den. Shin Yong-chul of the Gangbuk Crossroads faction told him to keep it down. Hyuk Yoon-tae suddenly punched the man who spoke up. He was desperate to be noticed by Jo Yoon. Then a subordinate ran in and said Jo Yoon had arrived. Hyuk Yoon-tae didn't believe it at all, but Jo Yoon really had come. Hyuk Yoon-tae dropped to his knees and respectfully asked why someone like Jo Yoon would seek out a man not even in the top 10. Jae Myun asked him why he attacked Kim Soo-hyun first 2 months ago. Just hearing Jae Myun say his name made Hyuk Yoon-tae feel deeply honored. He answered honestly that he did it because he wanted to climb higher. After hearing that, Jae Myun made him a promise. Bring me Kim Soo-hyun and I'll let you rise. Hyuk Yoon-tae grabbed Jae Myun's hand like a man obsessed. He would capture Kim Soo-hyun no matter the cost. Others in the gambling den mocked them, saying if they wanted to act like lovers they should do it outside. Without Jae Myun even moving, the men behind him dropped those loudmouths. They had shown up at the perfect time. I need power right now. Big Jae Myun's snack bar had already opened for business. She greeted the visitor with a cold look. Kim Soo-hyun thought that was only natural. After all, he had pushed Big Jae Myun away. After she confessed to him, the snack bar was doing really well. Kang Se-hyuk was practically drooling from the smell. Yang Soo-hwa had originally stayed there by lying that Kim Soo-hyun asked her to work there. Once that lie was exposed, Bak Charang dragged her off to talk without another word. Right then, Kim Soo-hyun got a call from Chung Il-chon. Chung Il-chon said that before going to war with North High, they should meet someone first. Kim Soo-hyun joked and asked if they were meeting both sets of parents, but Chung Il-chon seriously said it was the former leader of Gangbuk North High. Soon, they arrived where the former North High leader was staying. Kim Soo-hyun asked why the former leader of North High was in a hospital. Chung Il-chon explained that he had been an admirable person. Even during power struggles, he never picked on the weak and always put his subordinates before himself. That was why so many people liked him and followed him. Hearing that only made Kim Soo-hyun wonder more. How could someone like that end up in a hospital? Then he saw what was inside the room, and it was almost impossible to believe, because the former leader of Gangbuk North High, Kang Se-chan, was lying in the hospital bed. He was skin and bones. Chung Il-chon explained that he had once been perfectly healthy, but suddenly fell into a coma. Even the doctors couldn't find the cause. The only thing they knew for sure was that the last person to meet him was Jo-yoon. Kim Soo-raj couldn't make sense of it. How could meeting Jo-yoon alone leave someone like this? Then a terrifying thought hit him. Kim Soo-raj activated the peak ability, but the quest pop-up showed peak failed. That was because of a MasterCard, which made the target stats appear non-existent. Seeing Kang So-chan in this state because of cards left, Kim Soo-raj shocked. Only then did he realize he wasn't the only one who had received quests. Soo-raj quickly called Ji-hyuk and told him to dig into Yoon's past. He wanted everything. What Yoon was like at Gangbuk North High and how he rose to the top. Ji-hyuk said he would find out as fast as he could. He told him to meet in the club room later. At the same time in Gangbuk North High, No 11, Taehyung shouted, "You idiots, ready or what?" His men answered together without hesitation. It turned out Yoon had put Tae-young in charge of the attack on the south. Now he was the top commander for taking over the south, and could move troops however he wanted. No. 12 Jae-young could not understand why Yoon would trust someone like him with that job. To him, Tae-young was only good for standing there as a meat shield. No. 13 Tae-young knew they could not go against Yoon's order, but he planned to use the chance to take the south himself once Tae-young messed up. No. 14 Do-yeok did not care who the commander was. He just reminded Tae-young, "If I do not get paid, I am not moving." Tae-young snapped, "You idiots! Did you not hear what Yoon said?" The other three could tell something was off. Tae-young was not supposed to be this strong. Tae-young had no plans to disobey Yoon anyway. He coldly asked how Tae-young planned to capture Soo-young. Tae-young laughed and said, "Why would we need a plan for a loser like him? Just rush them all at once." He believed the South could not beat North High's huge number advantage, no matter how strong they were. Then he told the other officers to treat this like an investment and send their own men too. "If Yoon rewards me, I will split it with you. Come on, it is only Soo-raj." After finishing his research, Ji-hyuk arrived at the classroom like they planned. He had even tracked down old pictures of Yoon and sent them to the protagonist. Hearing that, MC immediately checked the information. The photos shocked him. The Yoon in them looked completely ordinary. At first, even Jae-hyuk wondered if it was really the same person. Back then, Yoon did well in school, got along with people, loved reading novels, and had nothing to do with fighting. That only made Soo-raj more stunned. A guy like that became the leader of Gangbuk North High? Jae-hyuk explained that Yoon had united Gangbuk North High in less than a month. By any normal logic, that kind of rise in just 1 month should have been impossible. Jae-hyuk, who had just walked in, added that North High was full of monsters back then. Then Yoon showed up out of nowhere and united all of Gangbuk North in a single month, something Jae-ho, Hojun, and Sok all found hard to believe. So Jae-ho was sure Yoon had some kind of hidden secret. He asked Soo-raj if Yoon's path did not seem strangely familiar. He had doubted it before, but now he was sure. Just then a subordinate rushed in with more news. Gangbuk North High had made another move. It looked like Yoon had appointed Tae-hyung as commander-in-chief. Ji-hyuk and Jae-ha both found that odd. They were not looking down on Tae-hyung's fighting skill. But if Yoon wanted to win, would it not be easier for him to attack himself? Now that Soo-hyun had figured it out, Yoon's strange behavior finally made sense. Ji-hyuk worried this was part of Yoon's plan and said they should focus on defense first. But the protagonist chose to have the South strike first. Ji-hyuk asked what they would do if Yoon made a move himself. Soo-hyun was sure Yoon would not come. Elsewhere, Gangbuk North High's Nova 15 Beam-sang was calmly playing golf. Then a subordinate rushed in with bad news. Gangbuk West High had attacked North High first. West High's officers were hitting from every side with their own squads. It looked like they were trying to split North High apart and crush them bit by bit. Ji-hyun was confused too. A sudden full attack? What was Soo-hyun thinking? Ji-hyun wondered if Yoon's plans were in trouble. He could not understand why MC would dare make a move like this. At that moment, he went back to Section's hospital room. After checking the empty room, he asked, "Yoon, are you watching this?" At first, Soo-hyun could not believe Yoon was someone like him, but now everything fit. The protagonist was sure Yoon was a quest player too, and he had started getting quests before MC ever did. He also figured out why Yoon was not moving himself. It was because he had received a quest tied to all this. Once Soo-hyun understood that, he could not help laughing, because it meant the world had become his battlefield too. He also realized Yoon had suffered the same way, and that was how he got quests. But after gaining power, Yoon chose the wrong path. The protagonist still did not know what happened between Yoon and Sechan, but he knew some lines should never be crossed. And now he understood why he became a quest player. It was to stop Yoon. This time he was serious. He would keep going until one of them was finished. Little Cloud was shocked too, after learning Yoon was a quest player. From everything that had happened, Soohyung confirmed Yoon had been waiting for him to grow stronger so he could take his power. That made MC deeply uneasy. Yoon had started receiving quests before him, which meant he almost certainly had far more cards. Worse, Yoon was cruel enough to leave Sechan on the edge of death and feel no guilt. Soohyung could not help wondering if he could really beat someone like that. Little Cloud tried to cheer him up. "Master, you still have me. No matter how strong that guy is, it does not matter. We will break Yoon's limbs together and hang him on the gate of Gangbuk West High School like decoration." He realized he had let himself sound too weak. He could not show that side of himself to Yoon. There could not be a second Sechan. West High's first wave of attacks had ended. They beat North High's no more 26, 27, and 28 officers and took over their territories. Just as Soohyun expected, Yoon still did nothing while his land was being taken. The protagonist said Yoon would move eventually, so West High needed to use that window now. Before Yoon acts, they had to grab every advantage they could. Ji Hyuk said bluntly that things were not that simple. Gangbuk North High still had the 5 greats. In order, they were Taehyung, Jihyun, Taehyung, Do Hyuk, and Byum-sang. All 5 were said to be around the level of Sigyong, and they had to be beaten before anyone could really challenge Yoon, so West High needed a real plan to deal with them. Jahaok's idea was to split the South into 5 parts, forming 5 teams so each one could face one of the 5. If those monsters grouped up, things would get too dangerous. Sigyong then asked Jahao what he thought. Jahaok's plan was the opposite: gather everyone and crush Jahayoung first. If they could beat him cleanly, the other 4 would lose their backbone, but the risk was obvious. They might get hit by all 4 at once. Then a main quest popped up. Today, choose either Jahaok's strategy or Jahao's. There was no reward, but the next quest would change depending on the choice. Sigyong thought it over with confidence. Jahaok's plan could bring fast results, but taking on all 4 at once was too risky. In the end, MC chose Jahaok's strategy. That choice would also change the quest that came next. Sigyong was just about to end the meeting when another subordinate ran in shouting that Gangbuk North High was attacking. Jahaok urgently asked who the enemy commander was. This time, it was North High's Nober 19, Jang-woo. He was up against West High's Nober 13, Hakjin, and Nober 14, Dong-woo. Hakjin mocked him. "You came alone and think you can take back lost territory?" Elsewhere, Sigyong asked who Jang-woo even was, and why Jahaok looked so shaken. Jahaok explained that it was not the name itself that scared Jahaok. What scared him was that North High's top 20 officers had finally started moving. From number 19 and up, North High's real monsters began. Jahaok asked if Sigyong remembered number 20, Chung-sok. Even 10 Chung-soks would not be enough to beat Jung-woo. The other West High members were horrified. Their officers had gone down way too easily. At this rate, the territory they had just taken would be lost again. Jahaok told him not to worry because just in case, he had already sent someone. It was Changgung, the former number 2 of Gangbuk East High. His stats had risen a lot over the last 2 months too. He came in with a headbutt, but Changgung froze. His balance had been broken before he could even land it. Changgung instantly grabbed Changgung by the neck and drove a brutal Muay Thai knee into him. Changgung had let his guard down. He never thought he would lose that easily. After landing the blow, Jahaok stared ahead coldly. He had no idea who this new guy was. Then Ildo spoke over the phone, saying he had made it in time and Soohyun could leave the rest to him. Ildo marveled at how strange fate was. Old enemies had become allies. He told Jahaok to rest because he could handle things here. Jahaok coldly asked, "What are you?" Ildo answered, "A man who will never lose again." Jahaok had been sent by number 13 Taehyung to test West High's strength, and Taehyung wondered if he could really handle it alone. Taehyung asked if he had forgotten who Jung-woo was. He was the youth Muay Thai national champion, a guy who nearly made the national team. Even though he's only ranked 19th in North High, if he were in the South, he'd easily be top tier. Leader Lim Taehyung gave him the South's data, so he wasn't worried about anyone. To him, West High's number 2, Gil-do, was only all talk. Song Jung-wo fired off his signature knee strike again. The West High members couldn't help feeling tense. They had never seen someone hold out this well. Song Jing-woo started to think the data Lim Taehyung gave him was wrong. The guy in front of him didn't look like someone who was just talking big. As pain spread across his face, Song Jing-woo cursed to himself. This wasn't some guy with just a high rank. Thanks to the stat boosts, Gil-do dodged Song Jing-woo's attacks with ease. Gil-do had doubted this before. Could someone like him, a fat pig as people called him, really change? After going down, he picked up the fallen brick again. Gil-do realized he had to do it. He took a deep breath and charged forward. He would never lose to himself again, and he wouldn't lose to anyone else either. His speed was greater than Song Jing-woo expected. He needed to block first and wait for an opening. But then Gil-do suddenly took a strange stance. His Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate landed a critical hit. That insane power shocked Song Jing-woo. When Gil-do first started training, his strength wasn't enough. Compared to now, it was a whole different world. For the past 2 months, he had kept punching trees. Now every punch he threw was terrifying. Gil-do's stats rose with every strike. Even thick trees couldn't stand up to his fists. His hard work paid off, and non-stop punching kept making him stronger. The forearm bones Song Jing-woo used to block suddenly cracked. Just like Gil-do had broken trees before, he finished his transformation. In just these 2 months, Gil-do landed another critical hit. His stats had now reached a terrifying level. His Yamazaki-style Kyokushin karate had also evolved, dealing critical damage to foes with lower endurance. The North High members were stunned. They never thought Song Jing-woo would be the one to go down. The West High side erupted in cheers for Gil-do. Even young Jing-woo started reflecting. He never thought Gil-do could grow this much in 2 months. Gil-do told him seriously, "If I can do it, you definitely can too." After this fight, North High's morale would definitely drop, while Gil-do's name would rise. He reported to Soo-hyun that he had taken care of Song Jing-woo, and the protagonist had already watched everything through the camera skill. This was only the start. He told Gil-do to rest first, because there were still several reliable guys left. News of Song Jing-woo losing to Gil-do quickly spread back through North High. When they heard Song Jing-woo had multiple broken bones, it felt unreal, because none of it made sense to them. Elsewhere in North High, number 17, Oh Moon-ho was annoyed. Since Song Jing-woo lost, they think we're easy targets now. He asked the visitor if they really thought they could handle this place on their own. In another part of North High, the same kind of scene was playing out. Number 16, Bae Shin-ho, asked the visitor if Soo-hyun was trying to launch a full attack while boosting morale. He mocked West High for not knowing their place. West High's number 10, Sok, went up against Bae Shin-ho. Jaha faced Jo Moon-ho, and Hajun took on Bae Yukjae. Everything at West High was moving according to MC's plan. He trusted everyone's strength. At that moment, the main quest updated too. The more territory they captured before Jo-hyun made his move, the better the reward. Now the war between West High and North High had fully begun. As West High's number 10, Soka's opponent was North High's number 18, Bae Yukjae. Bae Yukjae mocked him. After losing as the king of South High, he really became Soo-hyun's underling. He had no pride left. Sok said nothing and rushed in, grabbing Bae Yukjae in a clinch. But things didn't go the way Sok expected, because Bae Yukjae had changed since joining North High. He grabbed Sok by the face and hurled him away. Then Bae Yukjae told his men to finish Sok off. He mocked the South for charging in like lunatics without enough backup. On the other side, Jaeho was also dealing with attacks from a group. North High's number 17, Jo Moon-ho, had figured out his weakness. Jaeho's taekwondo was dangerous at range, but once someone got close, he was done. Jo Moon-ho wondered if this was really the same. Jaeving people said had grown stronger over the last 2 months. Hajun was facing the same problem. North High's number 16, Bae Chun-ho, knew the trick to handling boxers was simple: control the distance. His subordinates had already dealt with plenty of boxers before. Hajun's luck was terrible, because he had run into someone who specialized in beating boxers. Back at West High, Jae-hyuk was a little worried about the officers fighting alone. Even if those 3 volunteered, they should have had more support, since their enemies weren't normal officers. Those 3 were men who could break into the top 5 with enough effort. Jae-hyuk felt they might need reinforcements now. 2 months ago, Soo-hyun might have worried, but now he believed in Hajun, Sok, and Jae Shina. They were the 3 pillars of West High. If those 3 couldn't win, West High had no future. After beating all of Bae Yukjae's subordinates, Sok cursed and said that Fat Pig was wrong. He was only borrowing his power for now. He would bring Gangbuk South High back. The identity Sok accepted was still the king of South High. He rushed forward and locked Bae Yukjae in another clinch. Knowing Sok would use infinite suplex, Bae Yukjae grinned. "You can't lift me." What Bae Yukjae said was true, but only for the Soka from 2 months ago. For those 2 months, Sok kept thinking about how to get stronger. He knew he was clueless and had no teacher, so all he could do was keep getting hurt and keep trying until he could lift anything. When Bae Yukjae was thrown into the air, he was completely stunned. That was the result of Sok's 2 months of effort. Now lifting Bae Yukjae was like pulling up a light pole. Then he used infinite suplex again. Things were the same on Jahe's side. His fists kept slamming into Jo Moon-ho's face. After realizing the limits of Taekwondo, Jae spent those 2 months training in other things too, and the reason he pushed himself so hard was because there was someone he wanted to kill. Jae had not forgotten the hatred he felt over Sigyoung's betrayal. At that same moment, Sigyoung, who was resting, suddenly yawned. He wondered if someone was thinking about him. Hajun's fight was also nearing the end. His return of the Supreme Lord skill, mixed with the Kisei fighting style, was more than Bae Chunho could handle. At the very end, he couldn't help asking Hajun one thing: "What made you this strong?" Hajun also had someone he needed to beat. That was Daniel, who had once crushed him without giving him any chance to fight back. Good news quickly reached West High. Bae Chan-ho, Jo Moon-ho, and Bae Ryache had all been defeated. Because of that, West High took North High's territory, and morale shot up. Soo-hyun knew they could do it. Now he was curious about one thing: what Jo-yeon would do in this situation. Oh Guangchul, leader of the Gangbuk Crossroads faction, questions Jo-yeon about why he touched his men. Then someone suddenly appears behind Jo-yeon and the whole Crossroads group goes silent. Ma Jong-do, ranked 3rd in Gangbuk North High, reports to Jo-yeon that everything has been handled. Jo Yeon tells Ma Jong-do their territory was taken, so he should go capture Kim Soo-hyun. At that moment, Hyo Kyun-tae is disciplining the 3 defeated officers. The territory was taken. If you lost, you should have died there. Hyo Kyun-tae roars that, at this rate, what will Master Jo Yeon think of him? Jo Yeon Rian is just waiting for him to lose Master Jo Yeon's trust, so he can steal the chance to conquer the South. Hyo Kyun-tae explodes, asking what that bastard's problem is with him. He says he'll show Jo Yeon Rian why he's ranked 11th. Jo Yeon Rian's strength can't be taken lightly. He tells Hyo Kyun-tae to know his place. I'm only holding back because my men are here. The other officers ranked 13 through 15 find their daily arguments entertaining. Then a subordinate begs Master Hyo Kyun-tae to stop because Master Ma Jong-do has arrived. The officers there are instantly shocked. Ma Jong-do walks forward without saying a word. Hyo Kyun-tae is startled. Master Ma Jong-do, what brings you to a dump like this? He can't finish speaking because his whole body is suddenly lifted up. Junior Ashton can only stare in disbelief because that terrifying strength is real. Hyo Kyun-tae is thrown into a water basin, and Ma Jong-do tells him the leader is furious right now. Hyo Kyun-tae desperately begs for forgiveness, but that isn't what Ma Jong-do wants to hear. He gives Hyo Kyun-tae one last chance to speak. Hyo Kyun-tae begs for one final chance, swearing he'll capture Kim Soo-ryun. Then Ma Jong-do makes sure everyone hears this. They will all work together to capture Kim Soo-ryun. If they fail again, call an ambulance!